know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you.
here for the Davenport defense, but more easier said than done. It does not go their way, and James Madison with back-to-back series victories in a grand final. They take it, they drop Davenport down 2-0. Nova getting one. This is so good, and it's all over. Blink and you miss it. Drexel, they've done it. They are the champion. CSGO is theirs. They own it 3 times in 3 years.
Standing on the side of Boise, Primal comes out, forces them away. The Kitsune trying to catch them, and it's going to be able to clear the back line. He finds Kashira. This could be it. All of a sudden, UTD backs against the wall. The slide advantage is against them, and Boise just refuses to lose. Abdallah also going to fall. Petal not far behind, and Boise State will win 3-0.
What a
phenomenal
showing coming out from Boise State. And what a story for this squad as well. The number 5 seed.
That's not the Boise I knew.
Demos onto the Bison.
No way, not again.
Good spot. Flashbang doesn't connect to anybody. Now Vinci can get activated with Proto's help.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals, live from Boise State Esports Arena. What started as 781 schools with 19,092 players is now down to just 14 teams who will compete in 7 game titles for a chance at the NACE Starleague National Championship. I am your host, Matthew Seftelins-Corfey, joined by the incredible Daniel Orbital Lee. And Orbital, what are the stakes we are looking at here this weekend?
It's grand finals. It is time because there's so much on the line. Right now, $31,000 across multiple titles, not just Super Smash Bros. It is across League of Legends, it's across Overwatch, Rocket League, as well as Counter-Strike 2. So much available. Of course, we are starting with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. First place, 2,000. Second place, 1,000. And then for third and fourth, it is 500 apiece. No matter what, it is an opportunity. Now, of course, on that side, for third and fourth, it was Akron and Oakland, and I'm sure we'll get to talk about that later. But, of course, it is great to see this kind of prizing in this kind of tournament here in Collegiate.
I mean, the supporters of Collegiate have been on display through the competition. We're looking at names like Duncan, Pizza Hut, Monster, Odyssey Elixir, Extra Life, and many, many more that are helping make things possible here this weekend at NACE Starleague here at the Boise State Esports Arena. And Orbital, I know that today is going to be a good matchup because you talked about the prize pool. You talked about, third and fourth get 500, but we're already past third and fourth. We are deep in the first and second place rosters. So today is going to be a schedule full of grand finalists duking it out head to head.
Oh, it is amazing. And as you can see, we have a very packed schedule. Now, keep in mind, these are all grand finals across all the titles on day 1 and 2. Starting out, we will have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate between Stony Brook and Michigan State. Stony Brook, of course, returning champions. That'll be a best-of-3 crew battle, 4 players on each team. At about 2 o'clock, once the Super Smash Bros. Is done, we will move to Rocket League, West Virginia versus Akron in a best-of-7 as well, and then even more so afterwards.
Yeah, we've got Rocket League, West Virginia versus Akron. That's going to be followed up by Overwatch 2, 2 of the Collegiate Titans duking it out here at NACE Starleague. We're looking at Maryville versus St. Clair. That is a best-of-5 in Overwatch 2 that'll be brought to you by, I believe, you, Orbital,
Yeah.
and Jolly later on today. And followed up by that will be Maryville once again versus Harrisburg. Two teams once notorious for their Overwatch programs, now duking it out in this League of Legends Grand Finals. Once again, brought to you by, well, you, Orbital, and Jolly. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, so that's going to be a best-of-3 series. It is going to be a day full of what we presume to be high-caliber collegiate esports. And after that, I mean, we've got all day tomorrow as well. We've got many more games coming to a close then.
It's fantastic, and I love the fact, and I say that with all respect in the world, because this is an amazing, amazing timeline so far. I mean, you take a look at the fact that all of these programs have been instilled so long. These are groups that are constantly building up over and over and over again, and there are so many other orgs starting to come in and talk and want to be a part of this amazing growth across the collegiate scene.
Yeah, and one of those organizations that's helping make today possible is actually one of my personal favorites, Extra Life, an organization I've had the opportunity to work with many times. And we've got a little video from Extra Life where they're going to talk a little bit more about what they do and what esports is to them and how they can make amazing things happen.
Hey y'all, I'm Adam, the Extra Life Community Manager. I wanted to thank everyone from NACE Starleague for supporting Extra Life. Remember, you can still fundraise for Extra Life through the end of the year, and if you haven't signed up, go to extra-life.org/NACE Starleague to join the NACE Starleague Super Team today. If you do, please share with us in Discord and on your socials, and remember, the money you raise helps kids in your local community. Now, we're wishing all those playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, Overwatch, and League of Legends the best. Let's get to the matches. Good luck, have fun, game on.
Said it any better. Let's get to the game at this point. But Orbital, before we jump into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, I must admit, we got here a little early. I didn't eat breakfast that much, and I could tell you I could probably eat.
I could as well. Like I'm sitting here starving because all these matches have got me way too hyped. We were here very early on, and I want food. Where do you want to get food from? Come on, tell me.
I'm feeling, it's one of the sponsors. It feels reasonable that maybe we just get Pizza Hut. It's already noon here in the Mountain Time. Noon p.m. is basically good enough to eat pizza for me. So Orbital, I don't know if you're feeling it, brother, but the all-new $7 Deal Lovers menu from Pizza Hut is here. You can get your favorites for $7 each when you order 2 or more. I'm talking things like chocolate donut bites, which fully did not know Pizza Hut sold those. Those are probably very good. We're talking roasted garlic cheese sticks. As a guy that can't eat garlic, I'm sure they still taste very good. But there are many, many other things that are offered from Pizza Hut there. So, I mean, we should check that out while we've got the time. I might as well put in an order while we're waiting.
I mean, you read my mind. Sitting here, I want food. Let's go ahead. I'm thinking, let's get that pizza hot and ready over here. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm feeling like a little bit of pepperoni in there, right?
Yeah, a little bit of pepperoni. Thinking maybe go for some pepperoni pizza. We could get some breaded boneless wings. I mean, you can do this through the app, I believe, or you can even call up the Pizza Hut. Go to pizzahut.com/lineup. You can order the $7 Deal Lovers menu today. You can order a lot more as well, but Pizza Hut has plenty of things to offer the way these teams and these rosters do as well, because these rosters, even though these are only 4 players being brought to the table, both these teams bring in rosters that run deep.
Oh, yes, they do. And taking a look first off, we are going to look at STONY BROOK. I mean, this is a squad that was here just last spring, only a couple months ago, and they're back to defend their title, right?
Yes.
We're looking at Quid, Chris Rella, and then Steve Amato, as well as Cody Pellerito, as well as Vanch Patel. And then, of course, Justin Gintas. There's some fire behind that name, by the way. But Justin Lee coming out here. This is a returning squad.
Without a doubt. STONY BROOK, they bring a really fascinating play style to the table. A lot of characters that we're not traditionally seeing in the meta, in the top lineup. Now, Quid being the exception, being a Pokemon Trainer player, we do tend to see Pokemon Trainer at the top of that lineup. But Michigan State, however, their opponents, They're running the top of this leaderboard. They are running the full meta characters of the game. We're talking, there's a Rob in the mix. We know there's a Terry available, a Kazuya as well. These are characters that we're seeing very consistently and very often in the top levels of pro play. But Michigan State, they're bringing Hawk to the table. They're bringing Arc D, Crash 101, Dice, Rydra, and Suspect as that follow-up member. So they're bringing 6 to the table when only 4 may see playtime. The thing is, Orbital, that this is a best-of-3 crew battle. So if you bring 4 players in and you lose the first one, you can make substitutions before the second. You can make mix-ups and you can make changes. So maybe that gives Michigan State like a wee bit of an advantage going in as they have more versatility. Their pool runs a little bit deeper, but it's not about who might come in. It's about who is going to come in, and we've already gotten that information. It's going to be DICE versus Cody here on Town and City. Let's see what's going to be able to be happening here as we've got DICE rocking in on the Falco and Cody here on the Peach.
I love this. Taking a look at the fact that we do have the Peach running first, it is able to contain a lot of options, and you can already see, right, controlling the space and keeping this Falco on the ledge and keeping him inside of my own pace. You are looking at this Peach to dominate this first opening round and maybe even contain all 3 of these stocks.
Yeah, this is going to be a really strong opening for Cody here, looking for that turn up off the ledge, goes for the float to the side, not able to catch that wave dash in, and it looks like Cody is not going to be able to find that opening stock off of DICE quite yet, but 120% on the board is going to be pretty fundamental. DICE has a large hill to climb early, going to miss that short hop forward aerial, caught out by Cody in the back line. The side special finds no purchase, but the up smash into the short hop forward air is going to be able to find it. This is the deficit of Falco here, Orbital, is the fact that he does not do a lot of damage. You've got to find incredible combos. In all that damage, only 47% has been done.
And the fact that as Peach, you are allowed to float your way out of these combos.
Yes.
Falco relies on the fact that you are juggling over and over again. Of course, right now, you are seeing the likes of DICE take that first stock. Beautifully done at 125, hoping for just a bit more. You're at 125, grab another 50, 60, 70, and then put yourself in a leading position.
Already that stock online. DICE falling into such a deficit early on, but has not let that shake them at all. And with this being a traditional crew battle, each and every stock is going to be very, very important. You want to make sure you take this in as few stocks as possible, and DICE looking to do just that. Not only taking the lead in the stocks department, but finding a whopping 44% extra credit and counting. It's going to be dangerous to move in with this full rage. One side special from Cody is going to send this stock to the Shadow Realm, and DICE wants to rack up as much extra credit as they can, just like this. A beautiful opener into 62%.
And covering those platforms will be very, very important, making sure that the Peach does not have adequate recovery time, and hoping that Cody does not set that up, but you do get it. Again, 70% though, very happy from Cody, starting things off, now getting another nice combo up on top, not off the top of the stage.
Just shy of that top blast zone territory, 113 on the board. DICE in a bit of a hot spot here. The Parasol is going to create some necessary value into a parry. A huge opening here as DICE is going to be ripping a combo apart against Cody. The turnip goes out. It's going to be able to find purchase into a dash attack. Wide-eyed turnip is not going to be able to find much value, but Cody just struggling to get back onto the stage. Not able to find that side special, but will find the short hop recovery back in. 117 parry dash. And there it is off the top. That is going to be the up air. DICE losing that second stock. Cody bringing the team back in the lead. STONY BROOK feeling okay.
Every time we see Cody on that ledge, it's always recovery towards the middle, and DICE has to recover as well. But can't you see the center, the neutral, controlled by this Falco over in time? Every single moment we see, every time you're hopping back from the ledge, it is mine. That is what DICE is saying. Cody is saying. DICE needs that opportunity to fight back. So far, hasn't gotten many combos of their own, but the power is real behind it, trying to snipe out with that turn.
Oh, beautiful opening there from Cody, able to tie things up here, but DICE is going to be the one to equalize us in that one stock department. 53-31 now on the board, and things looking okay. STONY BROOK, they had an opportunity at a pretty aggressive lead here. Could have been a 2-stock advantage, but DICE is fighting back. Michigan State did not make it this far to roll over and take a loss against STONY BROOK, and DICE wants to be the one to prove that this team can fight with the best of them. Now on a stock advantage, 81%. The spike down into stage, going to be disrupted. A bit of a clash. Keeps both players alive towards center, and the side special comes out from Cody once again. Not able to get out of the way. That is going to be DICE getting bounced away. Unfortunately, DICE will go down, and Cody will feel pretty darn good about their chances moving into the next match of an extra stock carried forward.
And that's just round number 1. Hoping for a chance further, you take a look at what DICE did. DICE played about as well as you could. You are fighting against this Peach that, again, does not allow you to combo as much as you want. You are not being able to follow up. You saw the forward airs, and every time it's a little bit of chip, 20%, 30, maybe 15. Finding those 2 stocks, very, very important, especially with how quickly we saw Cody rack up that 125. I want to point that out. In a single run, it was 125 and then some. I want to see more of that.
Yeah.
Now, with a stock still left in pocket, you can now take another chance. Whoever is coming next, you want to grab at least one, put yourself in a nice stock setup for your teammate to come in.
Yeah, now this is the hard part, right? Is the fact that Cody did survive moving in with one stock left. The issue, it's one stock.
Yes.
So you've got one opportunity, you've got one mistake, you can't capture it, you cannot let it slip, because if you move through, if you lose that stock, all you've done is reset the bracket, right? You want to find one stock early, you want to find an advantage state, and ideally, Cody's going to be able to do that. But Peach, she's not exactly a heavy hitter, all things considered, and she may be difficult, or she may struggle, rather, to find an early stock against whoever Stony Brook may be sending in next.
Listen, let's not put it past it. I'm going to say Cody is one of the best to go ahead and say, I'm going to go ahead and take another stock off someone. This is the opener. This is the Peach. You are able to find extra stocks, especially if the opponent comes in a little bit too hot to handle. In these one stocks left, some players will get a little bit antsy. Hey, I want to take this stock. I want to take it quickly, because you don't want to have that pressure of, I just lost a stock in the second. Now we're behind a beat. And that is one of the intricacies of crews, especially with 4 players instead of the normal 3 that we see. I love the fact that you are following behind and behind. You can't drop a stock in that. You need to take this clean. You need to set it back to net 0. You need to be able to not fall behind -1, -2 in that stock count.
And something difficult about a stock battle like this is the moment you do begin to fall, the moment you do begin to disrupt, that's where things really can fall apart. Suspect coming in next for Michigan State here. It's going to be a fascinating choice early on, but I think that Kazuya makes a lot of sense. Great at confirming stocks early, great at opening the door for the rest of the team, and it looks like they're going to try to bring out this damage early on, but Michigan State's Kazuya going to get caught out by a combo early. Look at this, 60% on the board. Suspect just can't get out of the way.
I mean, you're talking about Kazuya, though. This is the one character, or one of the few, that if you get caught as well, one punch will do it. That's all you're looking for. You're looking for one chance to go ahead and punch your way across stage, but the grabs are so good. Cody, spacing this well.
I mean, let's not forget my favorite Kazuya combo, pressing A 13 times. I mean, it is really an incredible opening from Suspect, and already 130, just barely able to make it back up onto the stage. The down aerial from Cody doesn't find purchase, but Suspect in hot water needs to find this stock early, needs to get one combo, and there's a great opener off to the far left side of stage. Not going to go into the blast zone. The up aerial finds purchase as well. 2 hits at 99% now. Cody is going to be struggling just a wee bit more, but the side special barely keeping Suspect alive. The turnip hits once more. Suspect needs to stay out of the way, but Cody, looking for blood in the water right now, knows they are just 1 or 2 good hits from that stock falling, and Suspect going to lose just that. Stony Brook, a guaranteed advantage moving into the next set.
Now just how large is that advantage going to go? How much are you going to lose? Suspect should be used to these situations, but maybe not so much. Cody reading this very, very well across the stage, keeping Kazuya to the ledge. One straight hit could do it. An attempt at a smash not going to happen. Cody holding steady, 73, 91, and more. So hasn't been touched. In the second, are you going to get a second? No, you are not. You want that 5th, Cody. Baiting for a chance. You are still the opener. You are still this power point for the team.
Ooh, that's going to be an incredible opening onto Cody once more. Not even 100% yet. Doesn't even have that full rage available. Just barely jumping over, but this could be it. There's the grab. Oh, and it's going to be a short throw. No value found. Side special back in from Cody. Full rage Peach. 162. The turnip hits. The tech off the stage from Suspect is critical to staying alive in a moment like that. And if Cody finds even one more stock, it could have been incredible. But Suspect able to sink it away and move into the next matchup against Stony with 2 stocks remaining.
That was far closer than Suspect wanted it to be. For reference, you're looking at this. After the first stock, you are sweating for 100%. Suspect. And 100%. That I attribute to the fact that Cody put on so much pressure. And everyone says, hey, don't talk about pressure too much, because these players play these matchups over and over and again. It doesn't matter. Any time that you are the secondary against an opener, you feel that pressure. If you lose a stock, if you lose a single chance, you feel like you're behind and you don't want to let your teammates have that. However, you only drop 1. That is actually expected a lot of times. It's the second stock that we were sitting there, that's a little bit too close to comfort. We don't want to start off our series like this.
Absolutely. And I think something interesting, I've got one thing to say about Cody. I didn't know he was sick like that. I mean, that was some incredible performance from Cody across the board. The turnip shots in particular, I think missed 1 turnip the entire time across those 2 matchups. So a very talented player playing Peach. I mean, she's one of those characters we're seeing a little less consistently. We don't see her brought to the board very often, but if you are still playing her, you're doing it for a reason. And Cody very much has shown us that's a character that they're comfortable with. He's feeling good on that Peach, and it works wonders. It guarantees at least the 1 stock advantage going into the next matchup. They know Suspect is coming coming out. The problem, you've got to send in a heavy hitter here because Kazuya, as we mentioned, needs to hit you 5-6 times, and that stock is gone. So you've really got to take him down early on. Cody wasn't able to do it early, but Cody was floaty enough to stay out of the way. I feel like the rest of Stony Brook's roster doesn't provide that same kind of comfort, that same safety net.
You can actually manipulate it and diversify your portfolio here for the side of Stony Brook. May not have that floatability, but the range advantage, the projectile advantage is there. If we're looking for anyone on the side, I personally would like Vonch. Now, that's also because I've seen Vonch play a little bit too much. I love the Mega Man. It's so much fun. But again, keeping that melee character away is so, so important. So get the Mega Man, get the projectiles down, and force Suspect to just, hey, keep you at arm's length. You can't even reach me. None of your combos will work. A straight hit, yes, that'll be a problem. But that's the other part of it, right? Mega Man is also deceptively heavy.
I mean, he's made out of metal. Canonically, he's a heavy boy.
In virtuality. But, you know.
No, all things considered, I feel like we are seeing a little bit of a fascinating circumstance of, you know, bringing in something like Mega Man. Okay, he's very heavy, but you look at somebody like Jintis as well from Stony Brook. Pichu. Tied for the lightest character in the entire game. And also, I may note, Jintis plays Pichu. That is something that many people in the Smash scene consider to be the worst character in the game.
Yes.
Pichu is a gimmick character. It's something that we see people say, oh, he damages himself. Oh, he doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh, he's super light, so he must be bad, right? If you've never seen Jintis play, you are about to eat those words. When I saw Jintis lock Pichu in back at Indianapolis during NACE Starleague, I was like, okay, this is a bait. This is a joke, right? I'm being goofed. No, Jintis rolls out, takes, I think, 6 stocks before going down on Pichu. By the way, when you are constantly dealing damage to yourself, running the constant threat of raising the probability of your stock being taken because of your own moves, you've got to be playing 6-dimensional chess at that point to be playing a character that does that and do it as well as Jintis does. So if Jintis is in fact the player coming in for Stony Brook, I'm incredibly excited to see how that's going to work against somebody as heavy hitting as a Kazuya. And here it is, Jintis now on the battlefield.
Let me explain this as well, as I myself am a Little Mac player. I am D tier. I am at the lowest of the low. And when you get into the minds of the opponents, once you bring out this character that is not known as a meta, you are playing mind games. If you can get in their mind, if you can combo these heavy, you win. That is just how it works. And that's why when you see Jintis come out with a strong starter, you cannot be getting hit by these straight hits. You need to get that combo game rolling from center to edge, but that's going to be a little bit of a quick attack back on stage.
A range spike, a short hop into a down aerial is not going to find purchase, but it's 68-68 right now, a perfect tie. Jintis going to get that neutral B reflected back, moves in, looks for the dash attack, the forward smash. Suspect can't get out of the way, 107 on the board. And even a neutral B here could disrupt that recovery. Invincibility frames bring you back up onto ledge. 108-90. The aerial spin cycle is going to find purchase. The neutral B hits. That won't be. Yes, it will. The stock is taken. And Jintis, with incredible timing, will remove Suspect's second stock. 100% on the board, though, Orbital. Can Jintis do this flawlessly?
I think so. I think so. We're seeing Suspect fall into those patterns, falling into, hey, I'm going to set myself up for this problem, but that is going to be the grab. No, still not dead. This is PS2. The height is so good. You are okay, Jintis saying, hey, I'm good. I'm ready to take this next stock, and now let's get underway. Back to central, grab, throw up, into a couple up airs. Lightning Bolt does not land.
Directional input here from Suspect, keeping it alive. That has to be the stock. Pichu at 150%. Suspect taking that out of the equation there. Jintis down to their second stock, but this is almost a blessing in a way for this Pichu because they know they can get a lot dirtier with these hits. They can get a lot more aggressive with their play style, and Jintis looking to do just that. The forward smash doesn't find purchase, but they get Suspect over 100. You've got to play extra careful now as Kazuya gets nasty, but Jintis is that much scarier. Moves forward with 2 stocks remaining. Is that possibly a JV3? I'm not sure if they took damage in that moment, but Jintis, with that second stock online, it does remove Suspect from the equation and keeps Stony Brook on top of things just barely.
And I want to say Jintis played the ledge so cleanly.
Impeccably.
At the very end, you go ahead and watch the force off the ledge. You know Kazuya wants to recover to middle. You don't allow that to happen. That is why I was saying in these matchups, you have to be in the mind of the opponent. You cannot bait and prey on the fact that, hey, I'll be able to counter a stray hit. That's not Pichu. If you're counting straight hits, you're like a Jigglypuff without a shield. You're gone. You're just gone. I'm sorry. In these situations, Jintis played it so well, chasing every time and knowing that, hey, there are only so many moves Suspect can do. The first stock that Jintis took, so well done. Snipes, knowing, hey, the recovery's going to go high, that's it.
Yeah.
I expect Jintis to do the same. However, for MSU, I'm a little bit excited. Again, this is a squad that knows how to punish the Pichu.
Yeah, Yeah, and I think there's something really interesting here that you kind of hinted at, Orbital, and I'm certainly not the person to make up this concept, but I tend to be the most vocal about it. I call it the Olimar principle, right? Because I'm an Olimar player, and I realize that I beat people that are better than me somewhat consistently because people aren't at home practicing Olimar matchups, right? It's one of those circumstances where I'm playing a character that's lesser known, we don't see them in competitive as often, and I get away with a lot more because people don't understand the mix-up, they don't understand the combos, and I think Jintis, as you mentioned, gets away with a lot of that because nobody's at home scrimming Pichu players. Nobody else has a Pichu on their team to practice against. And I think Jintis has the spacing available, knows just where they will and will not be hit. And it's very, very helpful. It's very palpable, and it helps Jintis stay alive on a very difficult character to play. Possibly one of the most difficult characters to play.
It's a gamble. At the end of the day, we have to say it for what it is. It's a gamble. And Jintis plays that to a way too fine line for my taste. If I'm sitting here, if I'm ever on a team, I'm switching Lil Mac. I'm sorry. I will find another main. I'm not going to put my team through that. The fact that you are that comfortable playing Pichu in a competitive set, especially as second, by the way, especially as a second, and you're reading this and you're saying, hey, I want to go ahead and play it, that is confidence not only from yourself and from your teammates. And that's another part that I love to talk about, right? We can talk about the characters all day long. That is static. The players that are hopping up behind, having your team be comfortable and say, we trust that you will carry this forward in second position and get a lead, I think that speaks volumes to Jintis. I expect so much more coming out, and I hope MSU are ready to answer because they are a team that have already defied the odds a little bit. They came into the semifinals originally against Akron. They're on a redemption arc for themselves as monsters so well. Oh, really?
Now,
really, we get the Ridley.
Yeah, I'm going to make a bit of a hot take here, and this was actually the one player I was not expecting to see in the slot right now is going to be Rydra on this Ridley from the side of Michigan State. Now, Ridley can get a lot done, right, but I feel like there's something to be said about Pichu being in that natural deficit, being in that circumstance of Ridley's just so darn big, and I'm waiting for there we go, just finally take that stock so we can really get started, but all things considered, if Ridley misses those shots, their size is detrimental because they are combo food.
This is...
This is the button check, right?
Yes, this is the button check. We were wondering about this because there was only one stock taken.
That scared the heck out of me. that got me. That got me good.
This almost made me fall on my seat.
No,
I'm not gonna lie. I sat there, I was like, oh. But again, going back to that matchup, you said it very, very well. This Pichu is in a little bit of trouble. Even if you get the hits, the body work, this Ridley will stay very flat very often. You're looking more towards, I want to say 70-80 before we start getting that float coming out
even
here.
higher, honestly.
Yeah, so if you are Jintis, you need a great opening start.
Yes,
you need to be able to combo as quickly as possible. But getting into it, we're not the players. We are not Jintis. We don't know this matchup by heart. Hopefully Jintis does. Rydra on the other side, this is another type of pocket pick. You don't see Ridley very often, but it still follows the... set. All right, let's get into it.
Yeah, we're scraping the bottom of the tier list ladder in a way.
All right,
nothing to do with the players.
I'm a little back. Why are you saying that?
Nothing to do with the players, right? But these are just characters we're not seeing as often. These are characters that a lot of people have written off. So I'm really excited to see this matchup because it may be the only time I'll ever see this matchup. Already we see Rydra utilizing that size to really keep Jintis out of the way. Jintis can't get up close, has to wait for Rydra to misinput a dodge like that, and already 41% and counting. Neutral special goes out. No value found. The tail spike not in finding purchase, but Jintis 76%, Rydra only up to 50 here. Grab into the down throw, probably into a short hop aerial, but it's intended to down him, and another one! The double dunk from Jintis takes Rydra out of the way, and that's what I'm talking about. The size of your body being a detriment. This is combo food for Jintis when he's given opportunities like that. Takes the stock offline, already finding 50% more for Rydra.
It's a plus and a minus depending on how you look at it. Right now,
it's a plus
and a minus. That's that minus feature. Now Jintis sitting on that low percent, on that high percent, causes the same problem. So many moves from the Ridley can stab. It has so much knockback, it has so much power behind it that Jintis does have to be careful. That was under 100. You cannot allow yourself to get up to those high percents. You need those combos to go your way. But it is. We saw it before, the spikes, double spike. Jintis is looking for it once again.
Yeah, and now Stony Brook is only on their second player. Michigan is on their third. They're on their penultimate player. So the only goal of Jintis right now is obviously to win, but if you can't, it's to take as many stocks as humanly possible. Jintis goes a little bit too low, has to use that down special to get back up, but I think Hydra might have the lineup there. Rydra, neutral special, doesn't allow it, but the aerial will. Jintis sent to the Shadow Realm, possibly the most recognizable player from Stony Brook, is the second to fall. And now Michigan State's win condition has become that much more clear.
I love it. the adjustment that we saw come through from Rydra. I wonder if Rydra also had not felt comfortable in that matchup to really start things. And as we can see, we go back, take a look at some of these earlier matches, the openers between the two. This punch in the middle, Cody making sure to stay on the ledge, but there was some. This opening matchup was one of the scariest for me to watch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The opening matchup was possibly one of the closest we got at the very beginning before Cody really kind of opened up, got a little more comfortable, and was able to start dominating. But I think all things considered, we see Jintis going down. Rydra is playing that Ridley. Rydra did something really important that they didn't necessarily do, almost got lucky with due to the circumstance, but naturally Rydra kept that second stock. Was over or near 100%. I thought the second stock was going to be a loss. I thought Jintis was going to be able to make it that much harder, but Rydra kept it. This heavy gets reset with that second stock still available, and it makes it that much easier because Stony Brook, they're moving on to their third player the way Michigan is right now. There's only a one stock differential between these teams right now, and if Rydra can come out the gate, dunk whoever it may be from Stony Brook early on, it'll be that much easier to keep this action moving back and forth. Try to take somebody down as early and aggressively as they can, but it's up to Rydra because with the remaining players left from Stony Brook, I mean, this gamble could go 100 different ways.
We say that, but there are some standout players. We got Quid in there that we know loves to be that anchor or
but
third
I will say, yeah, if Jintis wasn't the anchor, I feel like Quid has to be almost. That's kind of like where I'm sitting right now, so I feel like we're kind of between Steve and Vanch.
Right, and I'm leaning into Vanch. I love the Mega Man coming out here.
Yeah.
I just, again, as a Little Mac, I hate any projectile character, anyone out there. I hate anyone that can cover high and low in any other direction. Literally the entire compass.
The cardinal directions.
Yes,
yeah, you can only go
all
left
the way
and right.
I only go east-west. That's it. If I ever go aerial, I'm in trouble. Mega Man, I think, covers enough that you could actually push to keep your fourth as well safe.
Sure.
So another part of it is I want to see this,
there
there it is, Vanch coming out here. And onto Hollow Bastion. In this scenario, this actually favors, I think, right now, the Mega Man. You have this static field that will never change, and in this situation, the Ridley is actually in a bit of a difficult situation. Again, you have the power, but you're a little bit slower. You're a little bit harder to catch, and we saw the floatability, right? The combo heavy. Mega Man has some sneaky combos that we know come out, and once you're seen, then it's not so sneaky. It's still the combo in front of you.
Yeah, and I was going to make a comment here, and then I realized that this can be said for literally any remaining player on both teams.
Yes.
These are heavy hitters.
Yes.
We are fully looking at the players in this game that hit like a bus. We're looking at maybe an Ike, maybe a Mega Man, a Palutena, a Rob, a Kazuya, a Terry. These are the players notorious for being explosive with their gameplay. Pun a little intended for a few of them, but maybe not all of them. So I think there's something really fascinating to look at here of, I think Jintis was the outlier. Jintis and Dice, who have both already played, they're out of the way now, so it's going to be these explosive, heavy hitters. I'm going to hit you 3 times and you're gone. Instead of this combo buildup, there's no more Falco. There's no more Pichu. We're looking at Mega Man versus Ridley. 2 characters notorious for hitting you and taking that stock within the same 5 seconds.
And both of them are looking to control the edge of their stages. So we are watching who gets in control of that center stage first. And we'll see it swap, don't get me wrong. Every match does. However, I have seen Vanch do it over in time. Every time they play, every time. I sit there and I go, why are you doing this? Stop looking so good. If you see any sort of float towards the edge, Mega Man's already covering high, low, and everything in between. It is going to be a problem for Rydra if they get started already the high ground, not a place you want to be.
And I think something that we can see a lot here is Vanch kind of drowning Rydra with these projectiles. Mega Man has so many projectiles that can be on the field at the same time. The Leaf Shield, the Blade, the Neutrals, the Lemon. There is so many things. The Flame Sword, that's not a projectile, but it counts. And we already see a huge opener, 62%. Not able to find that space. Recovers up high. Going to get caught out by Rydra's incredible distance on that aerial. And already the grab side special goes in 86%, and I think 4 hits. The back air doesn't find purchase, but the up smash certainly will. 94% for Vanch. The blast pack comes out. The Lemons are going to find the pellets do damage. The recovery is eaten, but the iframes are going to be able to keep Rydra alive. 103 to 82.
And this stage forces the 2 players to get very close over, and just, you will never see them space out too far. If they do, Rydra is not in a good spot. If it is, Vanch is having a great heyday. That is what you're hoping for. Still, look at this recovery right now. It is Vanch saying, I want to go for that spike as soon as possible.
120% versus 129. Advantage goes for the forward smash. It's going to be the 2-frame that keeps Rydra alive. Back onto the ledge. It's going to be that forward smash once again. The down aerial finds no purchase. The late recovery from Rydra. That stall tactic with Ridley's wings is working so well, but when you get read like a book, it's not going to work well enough. Second stock offline. If Vange can do this with 3 on the board, that is almost a guaranteed victory for Stony Brook, unless that 4th and final player from Michigan State can 6 stock a flawless remaining purchase. But to finish this with all 3 is a big ask when you are at 160 against a Ridley.
If you're in grand finals, anything can happen. I will believe in there, but you don't want to be in that situation.
Yep.
You don't want to be in the situation where you have to face down 6-3, and Rydra feels it. You have only 27%. You have 170 on Vaunt. You know you can pull this off. You know you get a stray hit, a stray fatal strike. It's there. That's going to be an attempt at a grab, going to be rebutted, and now you're in trouble. That's a spike.
You're kidding! You're kidding! Oh my! Flawless. No notes. 0 notes. I mean, just hits the projectile, hits the rush forward, the down aerial hits, and it's exactly what Jintis was able to do. Ridley is just so big. He wasn't added to the game for a long time because he was too big, and he's still added to be one of the biggest, albeit not the heaviest, character in the game, and it costs him there. I think that down aerial would have missed notably smaller characters by a large margin, but that Ridley had so much space for error, so much room for improvement, and Vance just, I mean, clean as a whistle, drops all 3 stocks, moving into Michigan's 4th and final player.
And for Stony Brook, this is well within your calculations. You have been playing these matchups over and over again. You are the champions for a reason. And I say that because when we have a team repeatedly play to this level, you hope for over and over. You hope for that consistent factor. You hope for never dropping a scenario. You're hoping that you do not fall to that standard of, well, they were champions, well, they were in that situation. No, they are still sitting on their throne, and I don't think it's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think there's something really fascinating about Stony Brook because I got a really cool instance of the first time I got to see them was on that grand final stage last time, was in those grand finals. And I thought, you know, this is a school I've never heard of before. They're coming in with a lot to prove. And by golly, did they. They proved just about everything they had. They proved so much that after the game, I went out into the arena and literally shook their hands. And I was like, that is possibly the most impressive play I've ever seen from a team I've never heard of. And I didn't mean it as an insult. They recognized it in the moment. They said, we're coming into the esports scene with a lot to prove. We're coming in as an unrecognized program, and we want to show people that we can fight with the best of them. And Michigan State, maybe learning the hard way, Stony Brook might be the best of them.
I think they knew it from the get-go. They knew they were walking into a difficult matchup, and now you're choosing from 3 different players. It's between the Rob, the Palutena, and the Terry. We got Crash 101, ArcD, and Hawk. I'm looking, and this is the difficult part, I'm looking at how flexible one of these players can be, because you know you're facing off against 3 of Mega Man, which is already a very versatile matchup, but you know you're going to get counterpicked on the flip side. So which player are you going to say is going to have that flexibility to not only shift from the Mega Man matchup, but maybe towards one of these close quarters hitters, right? We have the Pokemon trainer that also has 3 different plays, well, 2.5, let's say, 2.5, and then the Ike behind.
Yeah.
You have to be able to flip your switch very quickly. I would like to see a Terry. I love fist fighters all day long. Right. But
no,
I'm looking at Robert Palutena. We're looking at Robert Palutena.
Yeah, I think Robert Palutena is going to be the safer bet. Palutena in particular is very good at boxing people off stage. She can play that Nair train over and over and just continuously kind of spam it out. I think Mega Man, he's not the worst off stage, by no means the best. I think you can kind of utilize or become hyper vigilant against that play style, against that Mega Man aggression. And Palutena, great at possessing center stage, which is where Mega Man wants to be. She's got a lot of puzzle pieces in kind of a rock, paper, scissors way. What she's good at, Mega Man isn't. What he's good at, she's maybe not as good at. So I don't know if she's the safest bet. If you want to win a game, put Rob out there. Rob, I'll be honest, I don't like Rob. I don't have anything against Rob players, but Rob is anything he can do, he's the best at doing it. He's got the best stall game. He's got one of the strongest down aerials in the game. He's got one of the strongest back airs in the game. He's got some of the highest hyper mobility in the game. He's got projectiles. He's got close quarters hitting abilities. He's just Rob. And it's funny because he has maybe one of the weirdest backstories of getting into a game of Smash, being what he is, the robo friend assistant. But I think Rob is a really safe bet for Michigan State. I think if they want to get flashy with it, sending in the Terry, sending in the Palu can work, but I think Rob is the safest option to try and force at least Stony Brook's 4th player.
I would sit here and say the same. However, if you are Michigan, you're sitting there going, we can't play safe. At the same time,
that's
we
fair.
can't
I mean,
play
that's fair.
safe. And if there's ever a time to get crazy, it's game 1. If anyone's played in a series, you know game 1 is your moment to mess around, is your moment to try and pull one over your opponent. Others will fight me. They'll
There
say
it is,
game
baby.
2, but it
There
is
it
that
is.
same thing. It is the Rob to come out here. It will be Hawk to try and swoop in.
I know
for
what
a
I'm talking
3-0.
about sometimes. Sometimes. All right, let's see. It's going to be Pokemon Stadium 2, my personal favorite unfair fair stage in the game. And already we see these forward aerials coming out from Hawk pretty aggressively. I like what you said there. Hawk really trying to swoop in to be that hero to sink their talons deep into Vange. But unfortunately, Vange finds a 70% combo right out the gate. And I've got to remind you, Orbital, it's up to Hawk to 6 stock from here on out. Vange coming in with a perfect 3. Hawk needs to find all 3 of these and then 3 of the final member of Stony Brook. But right now, Vange is large and in charge. Finds that up special, does a lot of damage onto Hawk. 108, but a full rage Rob is maybe one of the most terrifying people to walk into the up aerial with the boosters off the top blast zone. Vange losing that first stock. It's not a perfect start, but it's a start regardless for our friend Hawk.
You lose 1, it's okay. You lose 2, you're in deep trouble for Hawk. But this start is looking immaculate.
Oh, there it is.
That's the problem, though. There is going to be electricity. You're heavy enough to stay alive, but 160 and then some. The backslash will be enough to send you off stage, and now it is all for Vange. How do you cover this ledge? You stall out, good shields come out, and now you get back into play. You still can't hold it. It is Vange to take a stop.
Wah, wah. I feel like Vange is becoming a little bit predictable with these forward smashes. We're seeing those boosters, those lasers come out on ledge very often, and it's the safest choice. I don't blame them for it, but I do have to compliment Hawk for identifying that pattern already. Went low and slow, went careful off the corner, and made it work really well overall. With 90% on the board for Vange, we're going to see Hawk moving in a little bit more aggressively, wants to find that second stock, because going into finals, going into that 4th player with 2 stocks left, not the end of the world. As you mentioned, Orbital, going in with 1, that's where things get scary, and you're trying to get in there at all right now. Vange is very much still in the mix of things.
Vange is playing this this opening as well. You're spacing yourself out. You're making sure that the projectile options that the Rob does have is not as potent. But now they're fighting off stage.
No, what
and
happened?
that's again by Vange. Vange was trying to predict the prediction, falls prey to their own prediction, and loses the stock.
Oh, this is huge for Hawk. That is exactly what they needed in a moment like this. And Vange becoming really good at boxing out Hawk's projectiles, forcing Hawk to get up close and personal, play that gyro in close quarters, go through the up smash, able to find Hawk, scares him away with that twister to boot. 75% down air, not finding purchase thanks to the invincibility frames from the ledge grab. Neutral B laser goes out, forward jab, no purchase. Vange 44%. Can Hawk pull this off and get to that 4th and final player with 2 stocks? There's a great opening. They missed that up special though. And Vange looking to kill.
Vange is upset, and I like that, and that's going to be a stock. You ran out of booster. You're not going to have that extra stock behind, and now it is Vange saying, we are now even. We are down to our last, and Hawk says, I know. I'm going to try my best.
Let's see if Hawk can pull this off as the final player for Michigan State in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. 70%, 40 versus Hawks here. The laser goes out, meets the gyro, a double boost from Mega Man. Will be able to find purchase using the gyro against him. Twister up, forward aerial, knocking Vange into the mix-up. This could be an up air, but Vange plays it slow. Air dodge finds purchase. Every move could be both of their lasts, and they are fully aware of this fact. Can Hawk get to that 4th and final player, or is Vange ready to wrap things up with a bow in this 3rd matchup?
I think Vange is more than ready, but a nice little combo keeps that Mega Man off the ledge, and it is going to be the finisher. Hawk able to grab that last stock. And at the same time, it still felt like Vange was in control the whole time. From side to side, it was the Mega Man to control. But Hawk pulled the power of friendship, it felt like, and said, it is time. Really nice job to recover. And again, off the ledges, over 3 of those stocks. It was a problem. Very nicely done to recover, find that hit, and say, no, I will force that last player.
And for Stony Brook, we're looking at 2 players left. We've got Steve, we've got Quid. And I think there's something to be said about Pokemon Trainer. This is nothing against Quid in particular. This is a belief from the majority of the Smash Ultimate team. Pokemon Trainer is a lot easier online to play those websites, to play that internet, to play that wired connection, to play in person is a lot different. You're not able to get away with those same combos as easily. Not that Quid's going to play poorly, it's just a bit different. That's all. A little bit more different than other characters. So maybe they send in Steve on the Ike. It could be a very easy way to confirm that final stock. They know they're just 1 or 2 good hits away, and I do think Ike has a little bit easier of a time finding a stock in less hits. But if Quid comes out with a Squirtle combo and just drops 70% off stage, you're dead. I mean, there's another easy way to wrap things up. I think Stony Brook is in very capable hands, but Hawk from Michigan State, I mean, the weight of the world on their shoulders right now.
I will pause it and say I still think Quid is going to come out. I think for Stony Brook, you say, hey, we want to secure this game as soon as possible. Doesn't matter how many stocks we lose. Doesn't matter if we go down to the last one. Let's just finish. And it's also Final Destination. This leans into the Pokemon trainer a little bit more so than I would like to say. Mostly just because speed back and forth. There's no landing on the top rope and say, okay, we can hold off for a little bit. You are forced into combat. Yes, it's a little bit longer. But it is going to be we will have to fight all the time. Not going to be as many charge-ups from the gyro, from this Rob. It's still going to be enough. MSU, I still want to see the 3 stocks come out and just be like, I'm running this all the way through.
My biggest concern, probably my only concern, honestly, is that Rob laser. The gyro is a little easy to dodge. It's a little easy to shield. It's a bit predictable. The laser comes out a lot faster. And we did see Vance really good at blocking it out, really good at reading it. But as a Mega Man player, I feel like you have a bit of intel of when you want to use yours, so you can kind of predict theirs a little bit more. Not that Quid is incapable. Quid is very talented. I feel like I'm being very harsh on Quid. I think they're a very talented player, and I think they deserve to be this anchor. But I do think Rob is really good at taking stocks very early. Squirtle is tied for lightest in the game. One of the lightest characters in the entire game could be taken down as low as, I'm talking 40%. Rob will gladly, easily take a stock at 40%. So there's a lot to work with in the line. I think Quid is more than capable, as I mentioned. But if anyone is going to turn this around, is going to find some kind of sweep, some kind of Final Destination moment like this, I think it could be Hawk on this Rob.
On the other side, you get 3 stocks to play with. Even if the Squirtle is very light, you're still playing if you want to play it super safe, right? You can just say, rack up the percent on the first stock, second stock, send it. Do whatever you want to. At this point, though, I do expect the Squirtle to be, hey, I just want to take the stock. I want to be done. I want to go ahead and move on to the next one. We are going to wait and see, as it looks like it wasn't even Final Destination. It is going to be
PS2.
That PS2, as we also thought.
Yeah, we predicted this a little bit earlier. We're going to be seeing a lot of Pokemon Stadium 2 today, and in a weird way, maybe Quid has a technical home field advantage, you know? We had the Pokemon on that Pokemon Stadium, but Quid coming in with those 3 stocks. I like what you said earlier, Orbital. They know they can play a little bit risky with it, get a little weird with it, but they enter 45% on Squirtle. 60% is usually the marker when you swap to Ivysaur, so about 1 or 2 more hits from this Rob before Hawk is going to force that swap.
I love it.
Great opening.
Just look
Incredible.
At this. Side to side set, this is all the surf to follow as well. Oh, it's just playing with a little bit of food when you have the opportunity. Got to make yourself look good. At the current moment, though, Hawk saying, I still want to fight. I still want to be on your behind, but you are currently getting chased by a turtle. Now comes out the Ivysaur. You said it is kill threat, it is kill percentage, and now your aerials are in jeopardy. Good grab.
Now, Ivysaur notorious for grabbing, throwing off stage, and going for that 2-frame down aerial to catch the ledge grab before the player is able to grab it. That move right there, that down air, we're going to be seeing a lot of from Quid. It is the Ivysaur kill confirm. That and maybe the forward tilt off ledge when the players recover. Vine Whip comes out, they go for that Leaf Blade, and they're not able to find much. Ledge grab goes out, can't short hop in time, misses that down air, but will not find that splash move. Quid with 3 stocks left on the board, 101% will find that last stock available, giving Stony Brook the 1-point advantage in a best-of-3 series. They've done it once, they've just got to do it one more time.
I think they can.
I think they are more than capable.
Oh, what was it? I think right there we saw the likes of Quid just be like, it's like a walk in the park. That was one of the more textbook stocks that we have seen throughout this
PT has to be textbook, though. I think in a lot of weird ways. Pokemon Trainer has a lot of predictable moves, a lot of traditional move sets that we're seeing a lot of. And if you're not playing the way you're supposed to, it's not a character you get to improvise with as often. There's some characters we see a lot of improvisation with. Mr. Game & Watch is a great example. But I do think Pokemon Trainer has a textbook. You've read it if you're playing PT, and you've got to follow it. Because Squirtle, if you're not following that textbook, Squirtle has no kill confirm. you need to be doing those hyper-specific things to make it work. And I think Quid is a masterclass example of what a collegiate Pokemon Trainer can look like.
Now, we have to go back and take a look at that starter now as well. Now that we've seen the full rosters, I am curious if they are going to try and throw out Arctic or Crash to start off.
I'm thinking the same thing.
That would be a lot of fun as well. This is one of the replays. Sorry, brain little shot there. But we get this, take a little bit of a look, right? We saw the likes of Cody come out and say, hey, we had a pretty good time. However, we do have an expectation set. If the Peach comes out once again, it's great, but it might not be optimal. For the side of Stony Brook, for the side of Michigan, we need that emphasis. Everything starts from the opener. Get a little bit of spice in there. Go a little bit crazy.
Yeah, go a little bit crazy with it. I agree, and I like that we're on the same page on this. If you are Michigan State, maybe send in Arctic, maybe send in Crash, because we haven't seen what either of them look like yet. We know who they may play, and I'm not going to name names because Stony Brook might not know at this time, but we know Stony Brook, they've got one player left as well. they've got their player Steve, who plays, get this, not Steve. Steve was not tournament legal, which makes sense, but it is still funny. Going to make me laugh. Oh, no, I leaked. Steve plays one of the other 95 choices in the game. Oh, no. But, no, jokes aside, I think both teams have a little bit of versatility to work with. I also think there's something to be said about sending in a consistent player early.
Yes.
Quid's warmed up. Quid's feeling good. Maybe just keep them in the mix. Take as many stocks as you can. There is a little bit of versatility with that, but I don't know. That's a discussion we have pretty often in the Smash kind of commentary scene. And I say commentary because I was good at the game. I would compete. I cast for a reason. But, I mean, Orbital, how do you feel? Do you send in that best player first to create as large a deficit as possible, or do you save them for when you're going to need them? Okay, basically, do you save them till you need them, or do you make sure you don't?
If I were a coach, which is also why I'm not a coach, I'm here on the desk, right? There's a whole difference there. Someone's going to yell at me somewhere. But if I am a coach and I sit there and my best player in any other game, I would say yes. Any other game, send out your best player first, get a start lead and everything. Smash is a little bit different.
Right.
When you look at Smash, it's a 1v1 game played in a crew battle format, which means that you have to think steps ahead. You cannot just think one at a time. It feels a little bit more like chess. And from the outside, it might not look like that, but you will watch teams actually chase each other from match to match. So instead of my strongest, I'm saying my strongest at versatility. How well can you actually deal with 2-3 other options that will come out? I'm confident enough if I'm Stony Brook or if I'm any other school that's in the grand finals, I say, hey, I trust that you'll do well in the opener. Are you okay in a bad matchup? So for me, I'm going to keep my strong player to secure 3 or 4 or 5 when I know I have that designated matchup. Instead, my opener is my versatile, my handyman, I have everything in my bucket to cover.
I like that.
Plumber,
Your Swiss Army
electrician.
knife.
Yes, everything. So I really like that idea, but I like my guarantees a lot more. So
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think there's something to be said about sending in your best player early because, you know, I think you brought up this point already. What if they're tossed into a terrible matchup? And then it's like, okay, they only find 2 stocks or whatever, and then they end up losing the match. There's so much ifs, ands, and buts, right? The what-ifs are infinite in a circumstance like this. But I'll put out my prediction. I have no logic on this. I have no information on who we're going to be seeing. I would not be surprised to see us start off something like maybe Suspect versus Cody, Kazuya versus Peach. Both these players played consistently. I don't think either of them made huge moves, all things considered, but they both got their job done. They were consistent, and if you don't want to start explosive, if you don't want to start with your best player, you want to start consistent, and I think those two might be really good examples of what consistency looks like for these teams.
And for Michigan, I think it's even more so, right? You look on that side, you need to have that major wow factor to really ramp things off. You need to keep it close. And granted, it started off close. The entire time through the opening, I believe, 4 rounds was about as textbook as you think. Just about every time, it is going to go down to that 1 stock. So I could actually say just about anyone on Michigan is going to be open for contention for that opener. But I do like the Kazuya. I don't like the fact that we are running a little bit shorthand in like the melee range. So that's the only fear that I have. But if you are a betting man, if you are sitting there saying, hey, I'm going to bet on this Kazuya, there is a fair chance that you're not going to run into maybe one of the main projectile members at the Open.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point as well. And I want to talk about something, but I probably shouldn't yet.
We'll hold it.
We'll get there when we get there. I think there's a really good matchup for Rydra, but it involves Steve, who hasn't played yet. So I don't really want to talk about Steve's matchup yet. But I do think we're kind of looking at a scenario where all of these players can have that time to shine and that space to grow. But you raise a really good point. You know, Crash, we know, is playing a fighter. Is playing a melee fighter. We know Suspect is playing Kazuya. So they're both up close and personal. They want to get in your face. They want to get aggressive. And then Stony Brook, they only have, you know, maybe 2 up-close fighters, Jintis and Steve, who is playing spoiler and up-close fighters. So it's like both these teams have projectiles. Both these teams have melee. Both these teams have the rock, paper, scissors Venn diagram of whatever it may be, but it's that blind pick that really dictates how the rest of this is going to go. If you send in the wrong person early, if you send in one of your fighters and it's a pure melee, you're running, you know, a fighter into Mega Man or something like that, that's really hard to win. But I think if you send in something good, the blind pick works well. It is a gamble through and through. And we called one of these players today a gambler, Orbital. Would you happen to remember who it is?
Oh, man. There were quite a few of them, I think. I am looking. Why you got to put me on the spot here? I think there is a very fun gambler on the side because it's also in my tier list, right? There's also in my tier list. It is going to be that Pichu coming out.
You got it. You got it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Listen, I'm not putting that down because I don't want to see the Pichu first. I will sit here and say I love when Jintis comes out in counter matchups, but to open with a Pichu is very scary. It's the same reason that you don't open with a Little Mac or anything. If they are specific, you want to ensure that your option is secure.
Sure.
And for Stony Brook, I wouldn't put it past them. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't put it past them to go ahead and have a little bit of fun, get a little bit crazy with that Pichu to open and try and take a quick 3. I don't think it is, again, the proper option to go for. I think Cody actually played a very nice game. So maybe we get to, but I mean, I think we got a little bit of a glimpse there.
I think it's Jintis and Rydra. I think it's Pichu Ridley.
I didn't want to call it just yet, right? Like, I didn't want to sit there and call it just yet.
I definitely saw Ridley. I'm not positive. It might have been a yellow Mega Man. That's my beef. It may have been Pichu. It may have been a yellow Mega Man.
So many skins in the game.
Because Vance used the yellow skin too, so it's not like that impossible. Let's wait on it to hear what we're seeing. Okay, here we go. Rydra versus. I'm insane. Everything. I'm insane. So my original prediction was correct partially. It's Cody versus Rydra here.
I like it. I like it. Let's go ahead and get underway. And a quick stab to start as Rydra is trying to set up a good opener. And we said it, right? The gamble pays off sometimes. And already we are seeing at the start, this first 15 seconds has been in Rydra's hands. But we know Cody can adapt so quickly. This is no stranger to them.
Yeah, already we're seeing just a pure difference in percentile here. The neutral B is going to be floated away. Side special in from Cody here. The nameplates at the bottom are backwards. We'll have those fixed for you guys in just a minute. Rydra is the Ridley, and Cody is going to be that Peach coming out for the side of Stony Brook. Waiting to see if Cody can get a little bit of an opening. The turnip goes out, looking for town and city value, but the back air from Rydra is not going to be able to find that purchase. Cody has to recover low, goes for a down aerial. Spike is not going to find purchase.
I like this. I really, really do. We are seeing Rydra feel very confident in this matchup. Gets a grab. And a first stock beautifully done. Right, again, we are seeing this Rydra, this Ridley have the power, have the strength to blow away the Peach. And the Peach is just a little bit slow, a little bit off on that shield at that time.
Can Cody answer back loud enough that we saw that tail jab going early? 40% extra credit off the gate, 116% on Rydra. Dash attack goes in, turnip comes out, it's going to be spiked away. I love the clash we're seeing from Rydra, trying to get away from these turnips. Able to dash onto sight here, grabs that ledge, a huge chunk of damage dealt onto Cody. Oh, what a dodge as well. Back air short hop comes out once again. Rydra farming 70% extra credit. Not only playing Ridley, but doing it darn well, may I say. Cody comes out with that turnip, able to grab off ledge. That may be the stock, but the dash goes back in. Invincibility frames keeping Rydra alive through that side special all the same.
This float would frustrate me so bad, and you bait and wait, and you caught a fish. The stock is gone. Cody able to even it up, but now we are going to watch Rydra feel a lot more offensive, feel way more comfortable, and actually chase us down. Good tech to come out to save yourself, but Cody is still in danger.
Insane tech from Cody, but it may have just prolonged the inevitable here. Able to get a beautiful, my goodness, 60% combo onto Rydra. 111, gonna have a little bit of rage on the board. Turnip out, tries to bait the shield, able to do so. A shield break would have been huge, but unfortunately not able to get it. The tail catches that, and Ridley, if he's got one thing, it's range. And I think Cody learning that the hard way, not able to get in on these moves. Side specials in, gets the spike off, 71%. It's close, but it's not going to be close enough. Cody's got to find this stock, and even the clash can't save them now.
You are baiting for that side B, the grab into pretty much the pile driver, but a nice side B from Cody answered back, and all of a sudden it's flipped on its head. Cody in the lead with the stock with 141 on this stock.
You've got a lead. Now how much can you do with it? 141 full rage online. All damaged matter, 7% extra credit here. Oh, the grab whiffed off stage, grabs time to get the turn up. Double up smash, not able to find it in a beautiful reach shot from Hydra. The fans really starting to get invested now as both these teams know how much is on the line. This entire set is going to be series point for Stony Brook, and Michigan State want to make a statement early, but Cody making sure it's not too late. 80% extra credit. If Cody is going to lose, they want to find at the very least this second stock.
I think they can. I think they are going to be so happy that they're even right now. We were not expecting this to come out of Rydra. We were not expecting this level of strength and to be able to draw two from Cody. It feels great. Right now, they're 105 without so much of an answer. A couple stabs in the air trying to cover the medium option there. Not going to happen as Cody takes center stage. Another grab and a throw backwards. Now going to edgeguard with another turn. That invulnerability feels so good.
Yeah, those iframes on that dash thing are so explosive. They're so prolonged as well. You can really stay alive for a good mix-up of the equation. 141 full rage Ridley. Just one or two good hits away from sending Cody to the blast zone. Just like that. Cody going to be eliminated and obliterated by Rydra with a beautiful up smash, taking that Ridley with, I believe, 2 stocks into the following round there. So So I've got to say, I thought Rydro was playing pretty good last time we saw them in set 1. They were playing very good there in that second set, really giving Michigan some strong legs to stand on.
You even saw the other teammates right there. They were like, "Hey, we're hyped," and that's
How
what
could you
want.
not?
I know. You gambled on the Rydra. We said it. It needs a good matchup. You need to have that ability to kind of get into the mind of the opponent. Exactly what happened. In that last stock between the two, there was a moment it felt like Cody was not sure which angles to actually cover at the very end. It was so close. You don't want to put yourself in danger, but a good chase by Rydra said, hey, no, I know this matchup.
Yep.
In the air, it is my territory. Great little tilt, and it was just high enough percent. Honestly, I felt like there was going to be a float down from Cody. I thought we were still going to keep going. Not going to happen. Very nicely done. You now have the advantage moving in to this next matchup for the side of Michigan. Of course, Stony Brook, they have enough in the tank. I do not expect them to be phased right now. I expect them to come out with a little bit of anger behind as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think I don't know. I don't know who Stony Brook's going to bring out here. I mean, we see Cody go down in a decent showing. And I mentioned Cody's one thing, they're consistent. They found one stock. It's not the end of the world. They didn't go out silent, but I think I was expecting a little bit more. Rydra really taking up that throne, putting Michigan State, as I mentioned, on some strong legs. I'm thinking, never mind, doesn't matter what I think. I was not going to say Vanch. I will fully expose myself. There's going to be a button check, I presume. Rydra going for the, oh, wait, Rydra was down to one stock?
Yeah.
I'm crazy.
No, it came down to the last. Come on.
No, this is real. I can't raise the prod. It's just the one stock. So one stock online for Rydra, and I think maybe the legs aren't as strong as I was anticipating, but strong regardless, especially with 81% already onto Vanch, who, may I mind you, last time we saw Vanch go in, won their first set without losing a single stock. So Vanch is a hard player to take a stock off of.
Every player is an equalizer on the side of Stony Brook.
Yes.
However, I pride Vanch more than others. At the current moment, though, Rydra's having a blast.
Come on,
Rydra's like, hey, you don't know my matchup. You don't know what we can do.
And Rydra's bad because Rydra lost to that down aerial from Mega Man last time. So they want to give him a taste of his own medicine a little bit. Wants to get up close, uses the shield, goes in, not able to find that up smash. Gets some purchase, though. Those pellets are so stinking annoying. But the grab finds it. The directional input keeps Mega Man alive. The neutral B might have taken the stock, and he's going to, air dodge right back up on the ledge. 151, neutral B comes out, looks for a smash, able to find it. 164 now.
The chase off.
Is this it?
Oh, no tech, but still, high recovery. You are still going to be fine. Again, the bounce back. And Vanch can play with this, right? You are still looking at a bit of frustration, a little bit of sword/forward. Might be able to have it, but now you are in danger of yourself. What a hit! What a hit! You did not cover. Rydra takes the stock away.
My goodness, Rydra, way to do it in fashion, my friend. 103 on the board, gets a bit of rage up and running, 31%, into a 50% combo to Vanch. Goes onto a ledge grab, could have been dangerous if they missed that by just a couple of frames, but this is huge. This extra credit could be game-changing. 70%. One more stock from Rydra here would be just, historical in a matchup against Vanch.
I mean,
There's
you're
the
looking
grab.
at it. You're looking at, you smell blood in the water. You smell blood in the water. You see the hunt, and even Vanch is like, we can't let this happen. I can't let this happen. Might chase off, tries to get the down spike again, but learning over this time frame, over this series, Rydra is feeling okay. 132, hey, still workable. We've seen him do it before.
It's always doable as long as you're still standing in this battlefield, this small battlefield, might I add. You need to move with grace and action. The air dodge in is going to disrupt Hydra's combo. And Rydra looking for the opening, but the leaf blade, the flame blade will find purchase. And Rydra, may I say, the damage was done, but it is damage regardless. A wonderful opening is going to take that first stock offline of Vanch and makes it that much more possible for the next player of Michigan State.
And taking a look, SPU, not worried, I don't think. This is still within the expectations of a series. They are respecting Michigan so much
100%,
here. Hey,
100%.
that Rydra coming out, maybe you could get a little bit antsy. Maybe you could disrespect it and say, hey, we want to fight, a little bit silly, see what we can get. No, respect every player that comes out. You know they made it to the grand finals just like you did, and we want to have that power behind. Yes, SPU are sitting and coasting on a Game 1 victory. They took that one, but you do want to close it out. You don't want to go to that Game 3. So at the current moment, you say, hey, we bring out the Mega Man, get a little bit more stability in there. Vanch should be able to take and process just about anything that MSU try and throw at them here as a second player. But Rydra, huge props. That freaking Ridley. I keep going back to it, but it was so good.
And while we've got a little bit of downtime here, kind of waiting for the next set to start, I do want to talk about how there's something so fun about Smash in Stony Brook and Michigan State in particular, because these players, if there's one word for them, invested. I mean, they are so excited when their team does well, when somebody's overperforming, and when somebody gets to open up the way DICE is going to try to open up. Stony Brook right here. DICE on the Falco was losing their first matchup against Cody on the Peach, looking to make amends, looking to show up and show off for the team, and a 50% combo is a great way to show off.
The verticality of Falco is one of the main drawing points, being able to fly high, chase after the Mega Man if they float high, and being able to get some damage. But right now, it might be to the detriment. That tornado can be a little bit silly, a little bit wonky, and it might be a lot of fun to play with, so you have to be careful. But right now, spacing with the lasers, sending your own projectiles as well, making sure that you match the Mega Man spacing. So Vance says, hey, I may be at high percent, I still know I can get it in fight. DICE saying, let's go at it then.
And we talked about this, Mega Man, he's heavy. And I can tell you the reason DICE was sent in, Reflector, baby! That down special ability from Falco is so unbelievably powerful in a moment like this, and I think we're seeing DICE really utilize it against all the openers that Vance is using. Vance's openers are the Lemon, are the Neutral Blast, are the Pellets, and all of those can get bounced back by that Falco Reflector. DICE doing a really good job getting in the head of Vance, making it near impossible to utilize any projectile. It's gonna fall, but DICE still finds it. Second stock offline for Vance, and I've gotta say, Michigan State feeling really, really good right now.
They are stepping up to the plate. We said Stony Brook are the returning champions from the spring, and Michigan are like, we want to be that crown too. We want to be there as well. We want to have that throne for our taking. Of course, there's so much more to play. They still have another game, but a nice little chance and a nice prediction. Electricity not going to finish it up. Up smash might need one more.
I think that's the really scary thing about Vance is if Plan A fails, Plan B is already in action before you can even realize Plan A had failed. I think Vance is really talented about that adaptation, about that game change. But DICE right now, talented at kicking Vance's butt, I'll tell you that much. My goodness, not missing a shot over these past 35 seconds, 140%. Gonna get caught out by that back air, and Vance punching back just as loud, taking that first knock offline and forcing DICE to put his beak where his mouth is. Money where his beak is, dang it.
There is a moment that we see the predictions come out, and
Clean
we saw
as a
it
whistle.
there. We saw it right there. DICE was starting to get red. I do want to point out there were some moments that Vance was like, hey, I know you're going to do this. That was why that last stock actually went the way it did. Taking a look, a little bit of bite back. DICE said, hey, I can count you too. I know what's going to happen. And that's where we see the talent of these players come out. When it stops becoming reactionary, and you're quite literally just saying, I can see 3 or 4 steps ahead. DICE played so well. Vance did the best that they could, and I expect to see even more if we go to a Game 3. At the moment, though, wondering what SBU are going to try and throw out.
My predictions have been like 50% today, which ain't bad, which is better than normal because last time I saw Stony Brook, I literally had a 0% prediction rate by the end of the series. So I'm glad I've gotten a couple of things right today. Maybe my game knowledge has just grown a little bit. So DICE, Falco. We talked a little bit about what we should expect to see from this Falco. We talked about Falco's one of the few that's not in your face, not explosive, not detrimental. So what does Stony Brook bring out to counteract that? Maybe their own close quarters fighter. I won't say who they're playing. I don't think Steve would be a bad pick here. I'll put that out. I don't know if Steve's going to be the lock-in. Let's see. Okay, Jintis was my second option. To be fair, if it wasn't Steve, it was Jintis, so I don't feel that far off. But they're going close quarters, and they're trying to get in DICE's face, and Jintis is really good about getting in your face and getting in your head.
Not only that, staying there. I think that's the other way. Sticking to your opponent. Jintis is more than willing, and even if it costs them their own stock, you're more than willing to step up, take that brunt of the force. And with the Falco, as we said, maybe not the hardest kill confirms. There are there. But you are able to trade within that 60 to 70% tier for a little bit. I'm not saying forever, but enough. More so than the Ridley. More so than some of these other heavy hitters that the likes of MSU are able to bring out. At the current moment, though, it is the electricity on the top rung. Continuing DICE, not able to find any purchase. Still landing in front. That is 3 reads in a row as Jintis says, thank you very much.
Jintis is in your head, bro. That's what I said he would do. This is just the Jintis special right now, but DICE going to be answering loudly back off that blast zone. Jintis barely able to return 100%. The recovery underneath the stage still run out by Jintis, forcing this Pichu constantly into a state of adaptation. Side special finds no purchase. Jintis looking for center stage control. Neutral B goes out. Puts two out from DICE, forcing Jintis down on the low ground. Dash attack, not going to be lucky, but the short hop spin cycle will.
Looking at this pace, it is Jintis to realize they're in trouble, and that's another sweep on the floor. The tail takes another stock, and Dice says thank you very much. That is one that I expected to have.
I love how loud Michigan gets every time someone
Yes.
I love it. I love the excitement. I love the energy because they are passionate. They are dedicated to their craft, and they are trying to show just how crafty they can be. Dice from the side of Michigan State. Absolute masterclass combo on the Jintis there. 95% without dropping. A spike goes down center stage. It's not going to be able to find that Jintis will win the up smash battle. Can Dice get just one more before they are sent to that shadowy great beyond?
I think so.
One hit away.
I think so.
One hit away.
Dice is looking, chasing
Dicey.
up to the high. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see that.
Uh-oh.
Stock is gone.
Well done. Jintis, does not crack under pressure, does not crumble, does not lose that matchup, loses only one stock, danger close to losing that second. But if I'm not mistaken, Michigan State's still in the lead?
Michigan State are still
By
in the lead
one
by
stock?
one. We
Yeah,
are
okay,
back
perfect.
to that simple format.
The matchup.
Right?
We're
Everything
in.
that we talked about, we can theory craft all we want. We can
Yeah.
theory craft to the
Yeah.
absolute moon. But at the end of the day, this is pretty normal. Once again, a one stock difference is not that unheard of. And I would say that for SBU, this is like home territory. Listen, we're okay. There's no problem.
Yeah.
Like, any player can still come out, have a very nice game, and say, hey, we're going to take the pacing. Jintis does what they need to. And now you're also looking on this other side. Michigan are like, crap. Okay, Jintis is coming out here.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we have a good time because, as we said, it is that gamble. It is that situation of is Jintis hot or not. Also, are they willing to roll with the punches? If they are, all of a sudden we could see 3 of our stocks
It's Hawk.
roll down and about. So Michigan, you think Hawk?
I think Hawk.
Oh.
I think Hawk is my guess because I'm thinking they're not sending an Arc D. I don't know why, but if they do send an Arc D, I think that makes sense. I think the Kazuya just going to struggle a little bit. We saw Suspect already lose to Jintis today, so I feel like they don't want to kind of put in that salty run back. And then Crash is, again, I'm not going to say who because they haven't performed yet, a fighter. And I think that the Kazuya principle kind of applies in a circumstance like that. You're not going to be able to find as much value, but if you do send in Kazuya, if you do send in other fighter insert name here, I think it's because you know they're explosive. You know they can take down a light character like a Pichu in 4 hits, in 6 hits, and something very easy like that. So I'm wondering if we are going to be seeing that detriment come through, or if instead it is going to be a safer option like Hawk, who, let me check my notes, has not played Jintis yet.
No, it would be understandable. Again, that safer option. I'm still going to go with the heavy hitters. I want to, as much as I like the low tier Pichu that Jintis is literally raising up the bar, hit hard. Go ahead, hit hard. Let's go ahead and trade it out. Let's go ahead and finish it off.
Jintis is floaty. He's
True,
fast. He's
true.
not going to let you get close enough to hit hard. So you've got to find that time to hit hard, and you've got to hit, which is the hard part because Jintis is very good at dodging out those hits or at least answering back with hits of his own when he does hit. So things like that are what exactly we need to be considering. Do we play somebody that brings projectiles to the table? Do we go for a Palutena Nair Train? Do we go for a Rob Gyro? Do we go for a Kazuya A 13 times in a row?
Yeah.
That funny God Fist, right? So there's all this versatility, there's all these flow charts on how you play this game, but it goes all the way back to my Alamar principle. Do you know your flowchart against a frickin' Peach? That's the question.
At that point, you just toss it out the window. You say, no worries. And that's where it goes back to what I like to do, which is I have no game plan. Whenever I play anywhere, listen, if I'm playing in any tournament, there is no game plan.
They can't know what you're going to do
Listen,
if you don't
my
know
brain
either.
is empty. I know run forward, hit, and maybe hit again. I'm literally Kazuya Light, I guess. I don't know. Looking at this factor, though, like I said, that's why I do want to see one of the heavy hitters come out. I want to see that close range. Hey, maybe you catch Jintis a little bit off guard. Maybe you catch them in a little bit of over eagerness to try and get most of these stocks back. And that is where I feel there's a lot of reliability. When you find that one spacing, when you get that one hit, not saying Jintis will leave it because, it's Jintis. But
it's Jintis.
If you're going to punish mistakes of any nature, you want that beef cape. You want that one punch that's going to send them off the ledge. Hey, go for it. Again, you gambled in the opening and you made it work with Raija. Why not keep going? At that point, you push your luck. Everyone says don't push your luck. Listen, push your luck. Go have fun with it. You're in the grand finals. You are amazing to be here.
And I've got to say, it's so fascinating. This is I hate to say this is the first Smash Grand Final I've seen in a long time that is not a wash. We are fully back and forth across the board right now. We're down to both teams on their third of 4 players. So it's funny that STONY BROOK is just as close to losing and forcing into this third matchup as they are moving into the second one, all the way into the third. I talked about it. I talked about it.
I know you did, but you didn't predict. You didn't predict.
You're right, I didn't
predict.
No,
Who predicted?
It's fine. Suspect on the Kazuya is going to be coming in, and I think this is going to be fascinating because on Kalos in particular, Pichu can't play the underneath ledge as much. They've got to play high on the aerials. They've got to play high on the ledges. They've got to go for an aggressive forward smash, but Kazuya just not going to allow that to happen. 90% on the board. Suspect a full stock in the lead.
I mean, we said this as well. This is the other side of it, right? It is a gamble at the end of the day, and so far, Jintis knows this matchup inside and out. Already fielding 114 on Suspect. A little bit of problem now, floating even further. So Suspect has to get things under control if they want. That is a side sweep, side to side, ledge to ledge. Good coverage by Jintis. A grab, up throw, looking for the lightning bolt finish and grabs it.
Oh my goodness, I in a million years did not think that lightning bolt was going to land, let alone take the stock. But Jintis goes the risk, gets the reward, and finds a 50. Let's make it 60. Do I hear 70? Let's see 80, 70% combo on the Suspect there. But it's going to be great because Jintis now touching 120, full rage Pichu, just about to be online. And Suspect one half decent hit away from a stock. But Jintis, as I mentioned, not going to let you fight it.
Now a fight off the ledge, another one!
Do it to him.
Jintis is firing on all cylinders right now. They hurt us. This is gonna be a
Jintis
gamble.
said sorry close to losing?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Absolute rebuttal, and it is gonna be Jintis on 133. I still don't feel like a stock is gonna weigh, but Suspect has a chance. Again, heavy hitter, can break out some nastiness, but Jintis is just not leaving a gap.
That's the scariest thing about Jintis. You've got to hit him, but you just can't when he doesn't let you. The funny
There
fist
it is.
will find that second stock, though, finally, and Suspect is right back into the mix. Can they force Stony Brook to their fourth player before they're forced by the hand of Stony Brook? Michigan State Suspect 80% online, knows just a couple of hits onto this Pichu could be lethal, but Jintis, the high mobility, the high movement, dodging out of the way, the aerials, keeping them alive, but all of a sudden, Suspect back into the mix, 90%, let's find the stock, and that's gonna be it! Suspect takes that third and final stock off the board for Jintis, eliminating and obliterating, forcing Stony Brook to play their fourth hand first, which is a huge advantage going into those fourth and final players.
Yes, and to put it in perspective, we still don't know if they swapped out players from game number one, and that's why we're putting so much emphasis on this. This goes back to what we were talking about of the dance of players. After a while, in a regular 1v1, all the way through, you know what the opponent's going to bring out.
Yep.
Hey, listen, I saw you play Olimar previously. I know you're going to play that again. I know you're going to play. In this scenario, it becomes a chess match, and that's where the intricacies of crew battles is so vital and so important, so much fun as well. Are we going to see that spice of life from SU? They have the ability to play around a little bit if they so wish. But if you want to go, like we saw in game number one, safety, you go for that one. For MSU, it was the likes of Hawk. Are you going to go safe? Or are you going to look to try and spice it? Because remember, it's only one stock. Let's hold on to it. Let's say until the character comes out. We know Kazuya. But if it's only one stock, you can theoretically field a character that is in a lower matchup, predicting the next, and say, just take the stock. As best you can, take that stock. It is a theory, and granted, I might be reading too much into it. I don't think so.
Sure.
If you want that strong matchup to take a 3-3 or 2-3 situation by Stony Brook and seal the deal here, I would almost go for it. Have a little bit of fun.
And I think something, while we're kind of going over clarifications, I do want to make something very clear. I keep saying send in Steve. I do not mean Steve the Minecraft guy. He is not tournament legal. He is not allowed to be played. So I hope I'm not getting anybody's hopes up in the audience. I mean Steve the player. That is their gamer tag. I have very important clarification. Production in my ear, I heard them whisper, Steve is not. He's like, they said Steve is tournament banned. And I was like, I hope they don't mean the player because he's here. And I want to make that very important on-broadcast clarification.
You kept trying to do that too. We're like, no, don't worry. We know what's going on. Let's go ahead. We are going to go safe though. This is Quid, who is usually their anchor. Let's go ahead and have that flexibility. As you said, this is appropriate because even though I was saying take a gamble or whatever, I mean Quid is Quid. Quid is Quid.
I agree.
Through and through.
Quid is Quid. Quid is the anchor, and Quid, I would argue, is the most consistent player of the remaining options on the side of Stony Brook. They want to be consistent. They want to come in loud and proud, and they want to get a win for Stony Brook here today. They won the first set. Are they going to be able to find 4 stocks before losing 3 of their own on the Squirtle? 72% has to swap to Ivysaur pretty soon here, but wants to go for that opening stock. Oh, just barely going to whiff. It's going to go into the grab, into a back throw. This could be a Kazuya stock if I've ever seen one. There it is. Ivysaur into the fray. Looking for the down air. Not able to pick it up quite yet.
I think you're still going to chase. I think you need a little bit more percent. You need to keep Suspect on the ropes here. For right now, though, that vine whip, perfect. Create a little space. Get back to neutral. Get back to center. For Suspect, you just need that one straight hit. That's all you really care about right now.
The scariest thing about Small Battlefield is that down air goes through those platforms, and it will hit a tall character like Kazuya. That's going to be a perfect shield. If parry comes out, Quid wants to get this without losing a single stock, but that may not be in the cards. Quid playing with the heart of the cards here. Full rage Ivysaur. Recovers lane, tries to get the read onto this. The two-frame catches, sends Suspect up. Charizard is now in and out. Flare Blitz could have been huge, but Suspect says, get that dragon out of my face. I want to win this right here, right now. Second stock on the line for Quid. Is that it for Suspect? Goes low, but gets right back up into the fray. Spin move comes out, Razor Leaf down. The recovery should still find Purchase with a jump and an air dodge. 171, full rage. You've got to take this stock quickly, Quid, because you're already in a deficit.
It's getting so close, honestly.
So
the fact
heavy.
that Suspect is still alive at 197 is crazy to me. You are... Quid's getting a little bit frustrated. You need to finish this quickly. You
First
need to
200.
go ahead and take it away, but it's not going to happen. You're still dancing. You're still a little bit scared. A down
There it
air
is.
into the up air off the platform. That is what we want, and that is going to be it. Quid able to keep steady. Again, as we said, into this last matchup, it's okay to be down a single stock. That is expected. That is much better than sitting at one.
Yes. Now, something interesting that Michigan State has an advantage here. They have 3 players left on their roster. They've got a large roster. They brought 6 to the table today. And if they're bringing in the same 4, it's going to be Hawk. If it's the same 4. But they have 2 more. They have Arc D and they have Crash, who have not had the opportunity to make their appearance yet. So I'm wondering, do you run the risk? We talked about gambling. We talked about bringing in something new, forcing a new play style. Hawk is good, but they've seen Hawk play. They know Hawk's tendencies. They know what Hawk wants to do. Arc D and Crash, they are absolute wild cards right now. That could work for Michigan, but the problem is this is your 4th player.
Yes.
If you lose this, you lose the NACE Starleague 2023 Grand Finals for the fall matchup. So I think it's Hawk. I think it is Hawk, but I would respect Michigan more than they would ever understand if they pulled that wild card.
I'm still leaning towards my angle. Listen, I know safety is there. I know it's safe, but I want to see that surprise factor. At the same time, I fully respect it as well. I know that this is a long shot every time to say, hey, let's go ahead and send out this crazy
And if somebody's
player.
going to find 2 stocks, I mean, Rob? Like, come on, that's so easy. Like, that's what Rob is great at, is winning advantage states
and
like
keeping
this.
people away. You just kind of, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with you. Stay away. Stay on that edge of the battlefield. Right now, I do want to see either Arc D or Crash, and I will lean into Crash a little bit just for a little bit of fun. I wonder. We'll save that if they come out. At the current moment, though, if Rob does come out, it would secure a much safer angle. But what scares me is, again, as you said, they played before. So it's really a toss-up for MSU. How do you want to go about this?
Quid
It's
and
a little
Hawk
bit of a triangle.
And Hawk won. They played 3 stocks to 3.
And it is.
And Hawk won. It was a true matchup, and Hawk won with 1 stock left.
Yes.
Or no, Hawk beat Vanch, I'm sorry. Quid did beat Hawk. I'm looking at my notes incorrectly. So Quid coming in with a 1 stock disadvantage. And I honestly, part of me wants to see Michigan win because I want to hear these guys out here go absolutely insane. Because I know they're going to if they can pull this off. But STONY BROOK, defending champions, they want to prove that it's all been worthwhile. They want to avoid a set 3, and Quid working hard to do so. 74%, a possible 0 to death, still on the table.
This is scary.
Oh my God!
This is terrifying already. You can see Hawk a little bit flabbergasted that this started already a little bit half on damage, but still it doesn't matter, right? You already racked up 112, and that's up. We see the swap out 112 from Quid. Quid is playing so well right now.
Short hop down air, short hop down air. Nope, up air. No. Instead, going for a little bit more versatility. Razor Leaf goes out. Charizard's in the play. He wants to go for the easy hit, and that's going to be it. A beautiful up smash from the Charizard will take Hawk down to their 2nd stock, and just like that, Orbital blink and you miss it. We are tied up 2-2 in what could possibly be our final Super Smash Bros. Ultimate matchup of the NACE Starleague fall season.
Of all the situations to occur, this is the best one for Quid. You do not have that high percent on your current stock. You do not have to worry too much. You're in a great position. You are sitting there. You're already even it. You're even going further. This is what I was curious about, as you said. The fact that Hawk has already been seen, already been a little bit studied. You are scared, but that's going to be a great up air. You still have a chance to combo. Laser goes out, misses, and now the Ivysaur has a chance to rebuttal.
Ivysaur looking for that chance to rebuttal here in Orbital. This could be a large moment. 86% for the both of them. Hawk gets the grab, misses the up smash, and immediately that spin cycle going to come right back in for Quid. He's trying to win this one, dare I say, quid pro quo for his team. It's not about the victory, it's about getting the dub one way or another in this 1v1 matchup. And he knows that that trophy is just minutes away, 2 stocks away, but Hawk knows it all the same. Wants to go in to set number 3. and they are playing so close. You can see the respect in these players on the board right now.
This single stock will determine what happens in the next, I think. You see them fighting over supremacy. The Charizard comes out, the grab is there, the pile driver off the top rope. That is what the stage allows. That is what the stage grants. Quinn takes advantage and sitting on 150 will lose it. We're down to neutral. We are down to the last stock.
Come on now, you couldn't ask for more than this. They are bringing it up close and they are getting personal. One stock left for both players here, and this could be it. A spin cycle out from Quinn, looking for a 0 to death to wrap things up. An absolute exclamation point on the performance of Stony Brook. Hawk has to get out of the way. Neutral B laser comes out of an appearance. The spin cycle goes out. The forward air finds nothing. The gyro spins away in silence. This could be it. Let's see if Squirtle can put things away. Poor Hawk just cannot get out of the way.
It's so close. They're ramping things up, and honestly, Hawk is looking for an opportunity to ramp up damage of their own. 80 on themselves is such a dangerous territory. 90 as well. Now comes out the Ivysaur.
Ivysaur, perfect shield parry into grab, into Vine Whip up top. The gyro finds nothing, Razor Leaf out. Show me the down air. Show me the down air. First one misses, has to recover late, has to dash a down air coming out from Hawk of their lonesome. Great jab block into center field here. The laser is going to be dodged away. Goes for the short hop, can't find the down air. Shields out, waits for the rotation. Razor Leaf high ground, down air low ground. Quinn covering all their options. Hawk 123 getting desperate for this stock, but knows they're just one good combo away.
Both of them are sitting in this dire territory. The Vine's not connecting. The shields are so on point, and you want nice angle off the edge. You go up air, not gonna land still. Hawk realizes they're in a dangerous spot, and now on the ledge, the Charizard's out. This is how you lost the last two.
Smash.
Who is gonna predict what? Good dodge, good grab into the throwbacker. Laser misses, but that's gonna be a forward air off the edge. That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's up. Who died first?
Wait,
It's
no
Hawk.
way! No way!
It's Hawk. It came down to the free fall.
Is that how it ends? Is that how it ends? Oh. I have not seen a more devastating stock in a very long time. Charizard was frames from death in that moment. The Flare Blitz missed the stage. He hit the bonk, and it was almost all cake for Michigan State. But unfortunately, the Cards told a different story today, and that is a victory for Stony Brook. And I'll be honest, Stony Brook winning, I know that's not how they wanted to do it. They wanted to make it flashy. They wanted to be explosive. But as they say in the business, a win is a win, and we absolutely take those. Congratulations, Stony Brook, the NACE Starleague Fall 2023 defending back-to-back now champions.
And listen, it may have been a 2-0. It may have been, but I could not have been prouder of a way if I'm Michigan. You fought so hard, and the fact it came down to a single second, you have to be proud of that. You took them all the way towards that end. I am so thrilled that we got to see Michigan fight this hard and push to the absolute limits at the very end.
Yeah, my heart is genuinely heavy for Michigan, and I'm from Ohio, so that really says something. Michigan State played their hearts out today, but unfortunately, it just comes down to frames. It comes down to inputs, and it comes down to move differences. I'm incredibly proud of Michigan State for the performance they brought out. The second series in particular was an unbelievably close matchup, and I love the sportsmanship we're seeing. I love what they've been able to do, and I love what happens here at the NACE Starleague, which is brought to you by many great organizations, just like Mavix. We are giving away an M5 chair courtesy of our amazing partners at Mavix. Mavix chairs feature future 9 functions of critical ergonomics, including dynamic variable lumbar support, adjustable head and neck support, and lots more. We're pulling one entry before the end of Grand Finals match, then randomly drawing a winner from the final 7 during the Rainbow Six Siege Championship match tomorrow. So enter !Mavix in the chat for a chance to win a chair. And I will say, this is not even part of what we're doing here. Mavix sent me a chair after mine broke, and it is genuinely, I believe it is the one you're looking at right now. I believe I have the M5 chair. It is the most comfortable chair I've genuinely ever had. I'm not saying that. I'm not getting paid to say that. That is a genuine, true, septulant statement. It was a very comfortable chair that I'm very glad I own. But it's not all brought to you by Mavix alone.
Yeah, we're looking at Truth as well, partnering here with NACE Starleague. Big shout out to them. Truth exists to give you the facts and tools to make change. From exposing big tobacco's lies and manipulation to battling the vaping public health crisis, they stand with you to fight against nicotine addiction and the forces that fuel it. If you are interested in learning a little bit more, go ahead and look at truth.com.
Not only is it brought to you by Truth and Mavix, but also Extra Life. If we will have one thing here at NACE Starleague, it is getting help from these sponsors and giving them this platform that they are looking for, especially a platform like Extra Life. More than 120 players from over 25 teams active in our super team page have worked together to raise $33,000, 596 on the end of that this year alone. Join the growing list of NACE Starleague schools already created an Extra Life team. Well, guess what? You can connect with us in NACE Starleague on Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. I'm all about fundraising. I love raising funds, especially when it involves my favorite fun thing, video games.
Yes, it is. And of course, you have heard about this pretty much the entire last couple of days. And of course, right now, if you're interested in the LA region, go ahead and check out LA Comic-Con. They are currently producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience at the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center right now throughout the rest of the weekend. So if you're in there, please go check it out. Your pass gets you access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studios with your favorite streamers, as well as a free play zone with some of the hottest PC and console games, and of course a little bit of the mix. You know, listen, I'm a little bit old. I love looking at those indie and maybe some of the older games, but they are also looking at creating opportunities with devs on site to talk about these up and coming games. So if you're interested, go ahead and click on the panel below and use the promo code LEVELUP for $5 off your gaming pass. But you know, listen, I'm getting a little bit hungry. I'm kind of interested in what I heard that. I heard a little bit of interesting. What's going on?
I wonder what this could possibly be, because I know we ordered a little bit of pizza right before the game kind of went live.
No, they're not that fast, right?
Surely they're not that fast.
No.
The pizza cannot already be here. I mean, that would just be unbelievable.
No.
But I can smell it. I can
what
see
is this?
it being handed up to me right now. Okay, and genuinely, this is very hot. Hot enough that I have to put it down. So I am going to go ahead and put it down. But I am unbelievably excited, A, to eat, because I did, in fact, skip breakfast, and B, a huge shout out to Pizza Hut for helping make today possible, because I think these are wings. Hold on, I'm going to... Are these
listen.
the wings? Oh, these are the wings I ordered. Look at these. Okay, these smell really good. We're going to go ahead and we're going to throw it to a top 5 breakdown of what you guys just had the opportunity to see, and then we'll be back with the trophy ceremony. I heard the host of the trophy ceremony is incredibly handsome, so we'll see you right back here with him in just a couple of minutes.
In there, but you don't want to be in that situation. Yep. You don't want to be in the situation where you have to face down even in there, but you don't want to be in that situation. Yep. You don't want to be in the situation where you have to face down 6-3. And Rydra feels it. You have only 27%. You have 170 on Vaunt. You know you can pull this off. You know you get a stray hit, a stray fatal strike. It's there. That's going to be an attempt at a grab. Going to be rebuttal. And now you're in this time frame over the series. Rydra is still okay. 132. Hey, still workable. We've seen him do it before.
It's always doable as long as you're still standing in this battlefield, this small battlefield, might I add. You need to move with grace and action. The air dodge in is going to disrupt Hydra's combo. And Rydra looking for the opening.
Finish it up. Up smash. Might need one more.
I think that's the really scary thing about Bench is if Plan A fails, Plan B is already in action before you can even realize Plan A had failed. I think Bench is really talented about that adaptation, about that game change. But NICE right now, talented at kicking Bench's butt, I'll tell you that much. My goodness, not missing a shot over these past 35 seconds, 140%. They'll find that second stock, though, finally, and Suspect is right back into the mix. Can they force Stony Brook to their 4th player before they're forced by the hand of Stony Brook? Michigan State Suspect 80% online, knows just a couple of hits onto this Pichu could be lethal, but Jindis, the high mobility, the high movement, dodging out of the way, the aerials, keeping them alive, but all of a sudden, Suspect back into the mix, 90%.
Left shields are so on point, and you want it. Nice angle, off the edge you go, up, air, not gonna land still. Hawk realizes they're in a dangerous spot, and now on the ledge, the charger's out. This is how you lost the last 2. Who is gonna predict what? Good dodge, good grab, into the throwback, your laser misses, but that's gonna be a forward air off the edge. That's a little bit torpedo, I think that's up. Who died first? It's over!
Pichu, I know that much.
I'm
okay.
Mike's are on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals 2023. I am Septilence, joined now by the reigning defending champions, Stony Brook, here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've got Jintis closest to me, but the rest of the squad here to answer a couple of questions as well before we move further into the day. So, Jintis, the man in the hot seat, I'm so glad that you were the one to sit next to me, because you're the one we talk about every time we cast you. It's Pichu, right? And it's something that everybody looks at. We're all thinking it's not a character we see often, but you come out, and not only do you play Pichu, you do it very well. So I guess, how far back does that go? What inspires the initial Pichu pick, and how is it that you've stuck with a difficult character and done so well?
Well, you know, when like you're a young kid and you play Smash for the first time, Brawl, I just like Pokemon, so I played Pikachu, and I just stuck with it through Smash 4. And then Ultimate, I didn't really like how Pikachu felt, so I was like, you know what, I'll try Pichu, and I liked him a lot more.
Yeah, so do you think there's any kind of, I don't know, do you think people kind of go into the matchup against you like, oh, this guy's on Pichu? Do you think you almost get like a subtle like hidden advantage? Because I feel like taking a Pichu seriously is tough to do until we see you play, and then it's like, okay, that's what a Pichu can do.
I think at like, you get to a certain level where you just have to respect everyone, no matter who they play, whether it be like the worst character in the game or the best character in the game. You just always have to be ready and just not let your guard down.
Yeah,
so.
I like that a lot. And then who's this?
Quid.
Quid. Okay, perfect. So Quid, you just wrapped up the series in what was a tough way, I think.
Yeah,
a pretty disappointing ending to what was an incredible matchup across the board. So you bring Pokemon Trainer to the table, and I think you bring a really fascinating circumstance because I think PT is one of the best examples of people often think, oh, PT's a lot better online than in person because you can get away with Ivysaur combos a little easier, et cetera, et cetera. So coming into this, do you think you found it easier to play things like Squirtle and Charizard where Ivysaur really gets to shine online? Did you feel like you got to show off those other two just a bit more in this showcase?
Yeah, absolutely. In a lot of ways, I'm not too comfortable specifically because I love playing Ivysaur just like as my favorite of the three.
Sure.
I'm very comfortable with him online, offline, regardless, right? But I'm not too comfortable with the other two online, so it's really nice to be able to come off for this in-person grand finals and be able to play more Squirtle and Zard. I think I was able to, you know, in the games I was on. Even some Zard, who's usually not my forte, so it turned out pretty well.
I wanted to ask about that as well. Bringing out the Charizard in that very last matchup against the Rob, you dropped like a 60% combo. You hot swapped a Zard immediately. I feel like that's not something we see super often. Were you just thirsting for the stock as fast as possible? Is that the game plan?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of all the ways I could die early or get put in really bad situations, and most of them start with a bad Squirtle, like neutral loss, or even with Ivysaur, right? I tried to play some Ivysaur into the later percents, but I found it difficult to even set up like an opportunity to get that kill. So definitely going to look towards the Charizard more in the future in those spots. And this was a great opportunity to try that out.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And coming into this, you guys were defending champions. We had the opportunity to see you in Indianapolis, which was super exciting back at Butler. And I think, was there anything coming into this of, you know, we're the defending champs, was there even more of a hot seat? Not only have you made it to grand finals, but you're the team where it's like they've won already. Losing now would feel crazy.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways. I feel even during the online phase, you know we can't just coast through the bracket where there's a lot of tough competition and we always got to bring our A game, right? But it is definitely like a reputation we would love to uphold for as long as we can, right? It's great to come in as the defending champs, and I think we enter with a lot of confidence, right? We feel like we can cover every sort of matchup or team pretty well.
Yeah, so I guess on the back of that, I had the opportunity to talk to you guys a little bit at Indianapolis, and you had mentioned, you know, you're not a particularly recognizable school in the esports space. You guys are still kind of making a name for yourselves. And I guess what does that mean not only for you, but for Stony Brook as a whole, where you guys are not only coming out and competing, but winning now more than once? I mean, you guys are really starting to make those waves. So how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean,
anybody can answer that one.
I think it's great knowing that we are able to bring Stony Brook into the light in terms of like in esports. I know there are people behind the scenes that work really hard to get us here, to build up the
Like who, Gentis?
Like who? Well,
who's helped you with this journey? Who's helped you to get here so far?
Stony Brook Rec, first off. The people that work there, of course, our esports coordinator, Kevin.
Shout out Kevin. He's right behind the camera. You guys can't see him, but he's there.
Thomas Lale, too. He helped us. He was with us in the spring in Indianapolis. And then, I guess, just Stony Brook, everyone watching at the watch party, we appreciate the support.
Yeah, we definitely get a lot of support from members of the Smash Club.
That's awesome. So you guys are the competitive roster. Then how big's the Smash Club? How big's the program?
It's very big. Like we kind of brought it back up because initially after COVID, you know, there wasn't that many people playing on campus or in person.
Right.
And we kind of built it back up, and the Smash scene at Stony Brook is probably one of the biggest. Probably one of the biggest in the nation, I might say.
Collegiate
that's New York, yes?
Yeah.
The tri-state area, okay, which is one of the largest. Yeah, okay. So that checks out. For those that don't know, the tri-state area for Smash is one of, if not the largest in the country in terms of competitions. You guys are right in the hot spot. That's perfect.
Yeah, very stacked.
All right, well, I think that's all the time we've got to chat with you guys for now. Thank you all so much for joining us and being here. Congratulations on your win. So a big congrats to Stony Brook for their NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals victory. $2,000 prize, $100 Pizza Hut gift card, and, of course, the trophy sitting on the table right in front of me. And a big congratulations to Michigan State, who do not go home empty-handed. They will walk away with $1,000 in scholarships, which is genuinely incredible, $1,000 in scholarships prizing. And a special thanks to Truth, Extra Life, Pizza Hut, and all of the NACE Starleague sponsors for helping make this event and scholarship prizing possible.
It's JMU. They've come out of nowhere this semester. The freshest team on the block has successfully taken the collegiate siege scene by storm.
Our Rainbow Six program, honestly, is probably what defines us in collegiate esports right now. But Rainbow Six is where we are expected to succeed.
What's special about Rainbow Six is the strategic part to it, how you can really set up a map and create it however you want. Every single round is very different, even played in the same map. In Siege, you walk into a room and there's 100 places you have to check because anyone could be anywhere. Rainbow just always spoke to me in that strategic sense and how it's a little more realistic than most shooters. The realism to it at first is what really brought me to the game.
Without student leadership, the program wouldn't exist. The students have been taking charge every step of the way. They've been running events like our summer camps. They've been coaching the teams. They've been keeping everyone's spirits up.
Student leadership is really important, especially in esports, because it's really a student-driven program and process. I handle, as the leader of my team, I handle almost all of the scheduling of the game, scheduling of our practices. It's a very student-led program.
The fact that we have won 2 national titles, that's all because of what the students have done. We're typically not the highest ranked as far as like skill level in the game for each game that we compete in, but we are very competitive in every title we do compete in.
I don't think we're underdogs. I know other people think of us as the underdogs. A lot of people in the collegiate Rainbow Six area, the community, they don't think much of JMU. People like to talk a lot, but then they don't back it up when it comes to the brightest lights. In the playoffs, that's where we always play our best, and especially in the championships, where we have 2 of those. At JMU, we're the only team that's really won anything. We're the only team that's came in first. We have teams that have came in third or second, but not in big leagues like we have. So I think Rainbow Six at JMU just has a different winning culture, and we're trying to move forward and keep capitalizing on what we've built.
first, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off. Ain't nothing we haven't tried. I'll sing you one last goodbye, and I won't think twice. So, ready or not, I'll go. I'm setting you free for sure right now. Don't ask me how. Thought I had her in a loose grip, said I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screw loose, tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling in, I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun in her bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you'll never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun in her bag and she's waiting for you. She's got a gun in her bag and she's waiting for you. Hidden kisses always felt so sweet that they left me blind. Making promises we just can't keep, and it felt so right. Screw loose, tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling in, I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun in her bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you'll never see it coming, no She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Hey Deal lovers,
I'm coming in.
here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 Deal Lovers menu at Pizza Hut.
I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
You used to always say words that were laced with poison love, and you thought I'd always stay. Guess it turns out push came to shove, we'll never be the same. You take the dig, I take the jump, I finally found my way. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. You know when you keep running, but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. You can't see me quite yet, but I can see all of you. I'm still Septilence, joined now by Michael Brooks, Executive Director of NACE. Not NACE Starleague, not NACE Premier League, NACE, the whole thing.
NACE, yeah, the National Association of Collegiate Esports. Sometimes people get confused, right? Because
Sure.
they see NACE Starleague. Well, it's actually two organizations, and it's in the name, right?
Right.
You have NACE, that is the nonprofit membership association for varsity esport programs in North America. And then you have Starleague, which is our partners Playfly. They changed their name in the past, and if you're an old head in esports, and you remember Collegiate Starleague.
Yeah.
So that is that organization. We put our names together to try to make it easier for people to understand, oh, this is a partnership amongst the largest collegiate esport groups in North America coming together to try to make something even better.
And speaking, I like that you say that, making something even better, because I feel like so many viewers, so many people that aren't kind of here in person don't understand how much work really goes into something like this. Because you look at, you're like, oh, Boise had a location. They just probably went there and played, right? And it's like, no, there's genuinely so much more to the development of a grand final like this, to the evolution of what we've created here at NACE Starleague. So I would just love to hear from you, kind of, even some of the background pieces we don't normally get to hear about.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so it's funny. Collegiate esports, when I talk to people now, and that's what I pretty much do right now as my job, is I talk to people, right?
Me too. I talk about people.
Okay. Well, I'm talking to people, but about the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Generally, collegiate esports, and there's a perception out there, which I think means we're doing our jobs. Everyone in the space is doing their jobs. That like collegiate esports is huge.
Yeah.
Right. It's ginormous, and it is, and it's only going to get a lot bigger. We have a lot of ground to cover.
I mean, yeah, NACE this year was, 19,000 players?
Actually, more than that. I think we're at 22,000
my goodness.
players for just this season.
Yeah.
Which is why this culmination in this grand finals is so huge. Like, if you think about the numbers of students all trying to get to Boise, Idaho for our winter grand finals, it's staggering. But what I was getting to is basically, it wasn't so long ago, right? Now, pre-COVID times, which feels like an eternity ago, we were still playing out of, we were renting a ballroom in a hotel, right? And maybe you remember this, but any of the older guys and gals, they absolutely do. Things are advancing so quickly, but a lot of the foundational elements, like what does a roster look like? How do we know a student's actually a student at an institution? The really core elements, that's where we're really putting in a lot of work to set up the foundation so that as we grow this thing, it doesn't collapse in on its own weight.
Yeah.
And that's, if people are worried about the longevity of esports, like if there's going to be real problems, that's where it's going to come from.
Yes.
So that's where we spend a lot of our time trying to fix.
I like that a lot. I like that you kind of addressed that. While it's growing very quickly, almost
Very
rapidly
quickly,
to an extent of like, not everything's going to be perfect first try. Nothing ever is, and that's kind of what goes into this event, right? It's just going through that trial and error of what is or isn't going to work, what works well for the teams or for the people that have to come out and put it together. I mean, it's all about finding the pieces that go together.
Our older NACE members who were around like when the association first started in 2016, they know if there's been mistakes, we've made them, right? The only, the good thing, the positive story there is we don't make those same mistakes twice.
Right, and that's the important part, right?
Oh,
Everybody's going to make mistakes, but it's like as long as you learn from them, it's a worthwhile mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. The rule book for any one of our esports, that's a living, breathing document.
Yeah, and actually, I would love to hear from you about this as well. Maybe this isn't a call that you've made, but I've always found it interesting. To my knowledge, in terms of the collegiate space, NACE offers the most titles, kind of all under the same umbrella, especially things that we're seeing a little less often, like we're seeing full Counter-Strike, full Call of Duty on the same plane as things like Rocket League and Smash Ultimate. I feel like there aren't a lot of collegiate opportunities or organizations that are offering all of that all in the same place. So do you feel like that's kind of a goal of NACE, is to be that place where a team can find, if it's a game they're a part of, we most likely offer it?
So, we have a very robust selection of game titles, right? And not just for varsity programs. Like part of NACE Starleague, we've got this whole open segment as well, so that literally under the same roof, whatever your esport, for the most part, is, whatever your level of competition is, you have a home. And strategically for the association, that's a huge part of what we do. In the past, it used to be like, well, I'll sign up for X, Y, and Z leagues and conferences. And the feedback we were getting from our schools was it's too much to manage, it's too much. The rule sets are different, the schedules are crazy.
Yeah.
We just don't like how they're operating. Some of it seems really Wonka-ish. So, but what we heard is we like yours, we just wish all of our students can have a home here. And so that was very much went into the structure of how we built everything, so that we don't want you necessarily to be forced to go and find competition, a structure, a schedule elsewhere. As it still happens, but as much as humanly possible, we want you to live and stay here, right?
Yeah, right.
Compete with the best structure, and selfishly, because I'll plug my own organization.
Of course.
Like NACE is the only membership organization here. It's owned by the schools.
Yeah.
That's special, and I think that that's what really sets us apart.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, you say you want the best of the best to be punching against each other. I mean, we're seeing schools like Maryville today, Akron, West Virginia, like the best of the best are here. They've made it to these grand finals. And I feel like if a school is kind of looking and they want to join NACE, they want to be NACE Starleague, NACE Premier, whatever, what's step number one? Is there any kind of geographic restriction? Is there any kind of requirements they have to meet to join NACE?
Geographical restrictions, you do have to be North America, right? A few exceptions.
But not U.S., North America, right?
If you're U.S. territory. Okay. So like we have University of Guam is actually a member,
Very
right?
cool. I did not know that.
Some interesting tech challenges that we actually found some solutions on, but that a lot of people don't know that.
Sure.
But yeah.
Like St. Clair's here, right? They're a good example.
Yeah,
they're not U.S.
A United States institution, a Canadian institution, you're more than welcome. You do have to be a varsity program. And we do have rule sets on like what is a varsity program, because I know that term is still Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
I've been using that term. I should stop. But it's still a little gray out there. But our definition is not gray. That's the difference.
You have the specific restrictions of you have to meet these requirements to join.
There's some very baseline elements that we look at for every single one of our institutions. The number one thing I would recommend to anyone is just reach out to us, right? So we have our memberships director right now is Michael Jones, who all of our staff, by the way, are former collegiate esport coaches, esport directors. I don't think a lot of other organizations can say that, but they're literally the same people who
they've been in the trenches. They know exactly what needs to be done.
Some of them are digging the trenches. That's how old some of them are.
Yeah.
But
you hear that? Michael just called you old, just to make sure everyone heard that. If you work with Michael, he just
with
said you're
a lot of love. They call me a lot worse things. But I'll say this. So reach out, right? You can go to naceesports.org.
And it's NACE Esports, not NACE Esports, right?
I'm spelling it, yeah.
Yeah.
NACE Sports, if you want to go
but
that way.
sometimes people put two E's. I know that was like a discussion I had earlier today. Just the one E.
One E. Go there. Our contact information's there. That's probably the best way. It says a little form, and we'll actually jump onto Discord, Zoom, phone call, whatever you prefer. Fax. We even do faxes still. We'll do any means we need to communicate effectively with anyone at any institution. And I mean, I think right now we talk to 3 to 4 institutions a day.
Wow.
But that also highlights how fast collegiate esports is growing.
Absolutely.
That many institutions every single day are reaching out, and internationally as well. So even though we're very focused on the U.S. and Canada, we've had institutions from Japan, from Korea, from Germany, from the UK, from Brazil, from Mexico, all reaching out, trying to figure out how do we do what NACE has done in North America. And I don't know if I have a lot of great answers to them, because it's honestly, it's just a ton of work.
Yeah.
Not just from staff, but from all of our member institutions. So, like, I love being here at Boise State. Boise State is a member. Doc Haskell used to be a director on our board of directors. It is so much more than just a staff in terms of actually building this association up.
Yeah. So I guess one more question for you before we kind of wrap things up here, but I would just love to hear, you put in the work, you put in the culmination, and it's all finally happening right here. I mean, have you seen your favorite part of the weekend? Is there any game you're looking forward to? What is the heat of the moment of just being here finally?
Okay, so if you're asking Michael Brooks personally,
yes, Michael Brooks personally,
and not necessarily as a representative of NACE, because you get two different answers.
Okay, let me hear them both though.
Okay, well you'll see this. One's less exciting than the other. So as a gamer, and by the way, if you think working in esports means you're going to play a lot of games, no, that does not happen.
If anything, my playtime's gone down.
Yeah, you can talk to anyone in athletics, same thing, right? Like you don't. You get to be around it, but it's not you, right? The spotlight passes on to someone else. But that being said, I gravitate still towards games that I used to love playing or still try to play. So like League of Legends is still a personal favorite of mine. Rocket League is still a personal favorite of mine. Smash, I have nightmares from Smash. Not from organizing competition, but from trying to play it against some of our students who've gone on to do great things as well. So that's me as an individual. As the executive director of NACE, I would say I love all of our eSport titles. I love what all of our students are doing. I love all of our publisher partners and the support they grant the association.
Yeah, so I guess I'm actually going to throw in one more question. This is my own curiosity, if anything, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But just out of curiosity, NACE offers so many titles already. Is that a continually growing thing, or is it kind of a, you've got what you've got right now, and maybe we'll see some changes in the future?
Oh, we're absolutely going to see
just
changes.
Yeah, oh, okay,
Always,
this is an absolute.
Every year, we've added more esports.
Yeah.
Now, there are some parameters there, right? And it's not rocket science. So long as there's enough institutions who are members, right, who are fielding teams or would field teams if we organize competition, that's pretty much the first thing we look at. Second thing is publisher licensing and support.
Sure, okay.
So we make sure we do things by the rules.
Great.
It's incredibly important for us. We want long-term partnerships and relationships from all stakeholders. Yeah, that's where we look at. And, you know, like when we added chess, when we added eNASCAR, those were some unusual moves, but if we look at eNASCAR, it has the largest representation, the most number of institutions competing in any esport.
Which you'd never guess. Like, that's such a fascinating one to be at the top of the list.
Right. So as much as we say that esports is inclusive, and it truly is, like whoever you are, you can play. We know that the definition of what is an esport is expanding as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that a lot. But, Michael, before we let you go, I've been given explicit instruction to offer you something very special from the man, Doc Haskell himself. It's a full tie that is just Doc's face. Just
oh, my
over
gosh.
and over. So from Boise State and Doc Haskell to you, Michael Brooks, there you are.
This is going to get worn. Doc, I appreciate it. I love you. This is amazing. Thank you.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for your time. And, of course, thank you, everybody, for continuing to watch here at NACE Starleague. We're going to go ahead and throw it to another break. We've got Rocket League coming up in just a couple of minutes. West Virginia versus Akron. I'm from Cleveland. I'm not biased, but it's going to be a banger. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future Second Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
Hey, deal lovers. I'm coming in. Here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 deal lovers menu at Pizza Hut. I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
see through your skin. Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece built a blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I was failing just to watch you twice. Yeah, I'm paying gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I'll count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend it just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my
feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Lying in the darkness, wondering if you're heartless. 'Cause you don't let me see the light. That you don't really want me, you just wanna call me. But only on the lonely nights. You give me just enough that I don't give up. You give me just enough to keep me begging for your love. Locked away, you save me for a rainy day. Locked away, till you need me, I'll stay. Locked away, and you don't care, it hurts to wait. Locked away, locked away, locked away, locked away. Locked away. I cannot escape this, even though you make it. You make it seem like I'm still free. But baby, just admit it, you were fucking missing. 'Cause you like the hold you have on me. So you give me just enough that I don't give up. You give me just enough to keep me begging right, think about it, cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, boy, you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. You know, I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take control of me. Alright, baby. Alright, you know. Baby, you know. Take control of me. Alright, baby. Alright, you know. I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take control.
like a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking 'cause I'm bored. Down by behind locked doors, yeah. In my head, my head, my head.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague 2023 Fall Grand Finals. I am your host, Septulins, here this weekend. First of all, before we jump into everything, I want to thank you guys for waiting with us during that break. Unfortunately, due to a couple of server errors with Rocket League, we're going to go ahead and postpone that to later today before we jump into Overwatch, which is going to come up next. We will have Overwatch, League of Legends, followed by Rocket League to close out the night. So it's not going anywhere. It's just going to be gone for a little bit longer. We appreciate your patience, but you've been patient long enough, and we've decided maybe let's jump into Overwatch. If you're just now joining us today, you missed Stony Brook beat Michigan State in a absolute barn burner of a 2-0 matchup in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. West Virginia versus Akron in Rocket League will be happening later today, but Overwatch, my personal favorite. Maybe I'm a bit biased, maybe I'm not, but Maryville versus St. Clair. St. Clair, the only qualifying Canadian team to be here this weekend, and Maryville, the defending champions, not only of NACE Star League, but they were able to win CECC this previous year as well. So in the collegiate scene, I believe making top 8 of Overwatch Homecoming, collegiate homecoming as well. So Maryville, they're all over the place. They've got an unbelievably talented roster, and St. Clair coming in with a lot to prove, often ranked somewhere within the top 8 or top 10 of North American Overwatch teams. St. Clair coming in with a very palatable roster, one that is looking to hopefully find a W over Maryville. But that is something that many teams have been very hopeful to do for a very long time, including our very own hosts, Boise State, who are not competing this weekend, but would still love to go to the bat with a school like Maryville, as they have really set a precedent for what a collegiate Overwatch team could be. And speaking of Maryville, let's hear a little bit more about them from our friends on the desk. I believe Orbital and Jolly are going to go ahead and walk you guys through Overwatch today.
Welcome to the NACE Star League Fall Grand Finals live from the Boise State Esports Arena. We've already crowned one champion in Smash. We got a little bit of a delay for Rocket League, but that's me, Jolly, on desk, and I've got Orbital here, who is going to be joining me for Overwatch 2 today. So I'm just going to jump right into it. You know what they say about when an unstoppable force meets an inanimate object, right? Which of these schools is that a movable object? Who's the unstoppable force, and how do you think this is going to play out?
Man, I wonder which school it could be. I mean, quite honestly, if we're taking a look at who's coming out here, I mean, Maryville are the cream of the crop, right? This is a group of very talented players that have already proven themselves over the course of multiple other matches and other tournaments, and they've looked great while doing it, right? Maybe, hey, they bring in someone that may not be that exact on the usual roster coming out here. They're still really freaking strong, and I expect nothing less. Even though we're into this first of 3 series, I expect them to come out with some fire. And I mean, listen, they are that unstoppable object. They will roll through just about anyone in their path. And unfortunately, they are not just the favored champions here. They are looking like they should almost already be in that seat. So I'm looking at Maryville to really come out with that heat once again.
Yeah, they have kind of, retained that best of the best for themselves in multiple titles here. But let's take a quick look at the schedule for today. We've got for Overwatch 2, Maryville versus St. Clair. It is a not a best of 5. It's first to 3, right? I was corrected.
Yes, it is. It is going to be quite fun because, again, this lets us highlight so many different kind of map styles. Everyone's always, talking a little bit about that Flashpoint. Later on, we will go ahead and also take a look at Maryville once again, looking to try and fight their way through in League of Legends. That'll be after this. And then, of course, hopefully, with everything going right, we will see Rocket League at the end of the day.
And we do have, let's take a look at the overview. Yes, okay, this is helpful for me. So this is why I have paper in front of me. We're starting out with Control, moving on to Hybrid, and Flashpoint for certain, though that is the only thing that's guaranteed because it might end up being a sweep series. Hopefully that's not the case, and if it's not, we get to see a push map and then end the day with Escort again. If it gets to that point. I think Maryville's up there. They're ready to go. And actually, speaking of Maryville, there's something that we were talking about before this all started is really just the fact that Juby's not here, right? A big Lucio player. But I don't think something that you had a sentiment towards was that there is not one player on this team that if you remove them, it would cripple the team, right? So how are things looking with Vision stepping into that slot for this LAN?
I don't think it makes any difference. They're still the Kings. They're still sitting at the top. I mean, when we talk about Kings and talk about champions and everything of the sort, there are certain stipulations that you have to have. There are certain conditions that have to be met. One of those is you are dominant in your own fashion. Following through, though, there's even more. To stay even further at the top, to stay above champions, say the champion of champions, you have to be functioning on all levels. This is a 5v5 game now. It is no longer 6. Everyone knows that. Maryville, you can swap out a component each time and still look like monsters, right? So I expect Vision to slot in very nicely. Another cog that is excellently oiled to go ahead and work with the rest of the team.
As we're loading into this one, I know we just ate some Pizza Hut, but I do think that we should probably get something for production because they are working quite hard back there.
Yes, they have been working so hard. And for all the Overwatch viewers at home, you can also order Pizza Hut's all-new $7 Deal Lovers menu from Pizza Hut. Go ahead and check out. They have so many options there. It's so cool. So if you're interested, go ahead and get your face for just $7 each when you order 2 or more. Or if you're not feeling pizza exactly, go ahead and try some other brand new items like the chocolate donut bites, as well as the roasted garlic cheese sticks, and so much more.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get them like a medium pizza. We'll figure.
I mean, listen, we had pepperoni last time. Let's go ahead and get a Meat Lovers. Let's go down that. It's so good. Like, I love Meat Lovers, honestly. They're so good.
All right. That's what we'll get them then. We'll work on a Meat Lovers. Get ready, production. You got pizza coming your way.
Oh, man. But taking a look on the map, of course, we do have Busan to kick things off. Surprisingly, not Lijiang Tower. You can hear the excitement in my voice if we ever get that map. No, Busan, gonna be so much fun, and hopefully we get a very entertaining match as well. Busan is one of those that I think is very neutral, and most of the control maps are neutral, don't get me wrong.
Right.
Busan feels like the most neutral to me. It's very identical, symmetrical on both ends, and I expect to see the heroes come out in a little bit of versatility until they see what is being offered. You can see here already getting that teleport forward, getting the extra breath of fresh air. Maryville, of course, in that red, and St. Clair in that blue.
Very excited. Yeah, come on, give it up. Jeez, one person clapped out there. Holy, you guys have cowbells for a reason. We want to hear those going out as the fight already begins. It's an early move by Maryville. No surprise based on these spawn points, though. Let's see if Dante can make something happen on the backside with a bit of flank.
And I like the Doom Fist to start things off. Try and break through, try and get in their face. And Dante is, of course, one of the best, if not, let's go ahead and say it, like the king of up there, right? And really knows how to create options and opportunities. And there we go, already a capture right off the bat. St. Clair not all on the back foot. Noxious already taken away, though. That DPS denied entry in.
Some decent charge locked in, but Maryville definitely feeling more comfortable when they're working towards their ultimates here. And you know what? This is the kind of team that works so well together. You kind of anticipate these wombo combos to consistently come out. So for Maryville setting themselves up in such a nice position to start this round, I mean, we want to say it's going to be incredibly competitive. We want to look forward to the competitiveness. But when you take a look at Maryville as a team, the classic is they step in, they take their territory, and there is no regaining it back from them.
No, it's just Maryville are strong, and maybe not so wombo combo. It is the selection. You constantly know who to pick off, and they were mentioning, hey, Noxious is someone on the other side on St. Clair's edge that they have to watch for. They have to take care of it, and singling out a player is not unheard of in Overwatch. You know how to solo out a player. You know how to keep them down, and Shri is one of those going again on that hit reg and making sure that they can hit every bullet. So far, though, King taken away, Maryville working without one, but the rest of their players are still up and moving. The ults are ready to charge, and for St. Clair, they have some of their own yet to challenge that point.
It's going to be kind of tough, though, because you got the Blizzard, right? That means that May's got to get in there, and it's very difficult to face a team like Maryville. You can see we've got a little bit of a front line set up here. Dante looking for an opportunity to get that Meteor Strike down, but the wall comes up. It's getting I'm getting a little antsy here already, and this is just the start.
It is a start, but it's also fully underway, right? This is the checking of the opponents, and Maryville, they're no strangers, right? When I talk with them before, they feel comfortable, they feel really set in their ways, and you see it there, the players looking comfortable. I see no, fears, worry, or anxiety in their minds. They know what they want to do, but Emerin going ahead, opening up on Squid. Squid not allowed to play with this ult.
Squeak maybe looking for the chance to get a bigger charge here on the backside. You got St. Clair. Soaks going in. There is the sound barrier. It's up and available. It'll be enough damage on Dante potentially. Nice positioning right there. Dante is on the edge. Can he get the blast off? But no, just barely avoiding that. Excellent mobility coming out from Dante.
St. Clair not even expecting that much either. They were able, with that Blizzard, to force everyone on Maryville off, but it's still at 99%. Now is the rebuttal. Maryville are now going to try and force their way in the same vein. And Squid able to drop that ult, get everyone topped off, and rushing this site. It is a battle in the OT. It's already been capitalized to St. Clair, hoping in their own value to fight up. But Noxious right down, so is Soaked, and King is just wrecking havoc. Look at the damage. That soldier sends them all forward, and it is done. Maryville take point number 1.
You can see it was a really good attempt there by Squeak to just get up as much charge as possible to try for a Gravitic Flux, try to get a little bit of spacing there for St. Clair. But Maryville, like I said, once they put their foot down, it's hard to lift that thing up. They got steel boots on, that's for sure.
I have to give credit because St. Clair understood they were not going to win by sending in one at a time. You cannot be flustered, and I really appreciate St. Clair's notion of give ground. Unfortunately, they got rebutted 2 or 3 times. So we're seeing the power in Maryville. That is one of the clearest instances of you don't get a re-entry. Like, that was just one of the stalwart defenses that they have drawn up. So well done by Maryville. St. Clair, get another chance.
Get another chance, and hey, you know what? It's the first of 3, right? So they have a couple opportunities. I like to try to consider that there's strong points and weak points amongst maps, amongst game types as well for all of these players. So I like to give a little bit of credit where it might be due of we don't know what tricks they might have up their sleeve because St. Clair knows how big of a deal it is to go up against Maryville here. I mean, they are, they are last year's champs, right? So Maryville is coming back to keep and maintain their name as the victors, the big boss.
Oh, I love it. King coming out with the Genji as well, just sowing a little bit of salt. And in this map, specifically a little bit closer in, you can go a little bit crazy, and we're already seeing it, right? Nox just gets a great kill on the tree to start things up, but Dante taking quite low, so the initial trades going the way of St. Clair with a little bit more balled up composition. Maryville were actually on point trying to solidify a hard line of battle, but St. Clair being able to steamroll on the top end, now hoping for a chance underneath. However, they're not going to get it as Noxious has to steer clear, trying to capture right away, and it looks like they will get it.
Hey, you know what? That was a perfect opportunity for them. Taking Dante out in the early parts, they were able to burn down Squid, Vision, King. That means that St. Clair is able to kind of navigate their way into this fight. Sure, they haven't gotten a ton of control, and you do have Maryville back on the point here, but the grip has at least been loosened in the second round.
I mean, they're feeling good. They are feeling a little bit more confident. Ults are starting to ramp up. The only one that they have to worry about on Maryville's side is Vision right now, just getting a little bit dicey with it. So I expect them to continue their free reign forward. And it was challenged by Maryville in there. They were kind of giving ground very quickly. So St. Clair not willing to exchange their lives in that value vein. So now on the top ropes, trying to fight their way in. In goes the Genji a little bit.
Oh, Dante taking way too much damage. It gets removed by a Squeak. That's going to give Emerin the opportunity to get a little bit of health regained here. Soaked able to charge up even more, and now a frontal push coming through from St. Clair. Already we got a good tight competition as it is once again in the hands of that blue side.
Like I was saying, St. Clair feel good, but this is the other side of it. King allowed to go off with this sword, said no, you are denied. Squid falls up behind, and it's just brutality. Maryville clean out 3, and it's so easily done. They make it look simple when you know it's not.
I mean, you saw Squid was back there with the Transcendence. Like, hey, anytime we need it, and absolutely not. King's like, no, I got this. 1 blade, 3 deaths. St. Clair has to recoup onto this one, but they are relatively tied up, right? They're not super far behind, so they do have an opportunity to sort of get that timing on their respawns. As you were talking about the last map, more to their advantage. Nice little choke point, though, that Maryville has contained for themselves.
I mean, they're not willing to give it up, right? St. Clair try and burst their way out, but I like it. In goes a little bit of the flux, catches a few members, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Look at the Transcendent, keeps them alive, so they're able to maintain point control, and they do fight back. Maryville, a complete reaction. Noxus and Soaks are able to fight back, but it's not as big as they thought it was going to be.
No, it's not, but it was a really good job. St. Clair has essentially said, okay, we have eyes on Dante. We're going to go for Dante. We're going to get as much damage down, so we're going to force out that Meteor Strike, and then St. Clair is able to react onto that one. Soaks got super low, Emmerich got super low, but now this retaliation coming out of Maryville means that it feels pretty heavy-handed, that they're able to take control of this one and position themselves for the next engage from St. Clair.
It's so frustrating if you are St. Clair, because Maryville, they're not giving any breath or moment to actually try and work your way forward. In the previous round, we saw Maryville, like they were able to catch their breath, they were able to wait up. Every single time St. Clair are capped, Maryville are on them like so quick, and I love it. Never giving him a moment to breathe. Dante now holding the wall a little bit, Tree trying to fight back with the shots over the wall, but of course St. Clair do get out, but they have to fight quickly.
They're gonna fight quickly. You got some charges coming up. Baptiste almost having his ultimate available. Razor able to use that one if St. Clair decides to engage. A nice little pick out onto Dante once more, though Emmeren's not gonna come out ahead, but it is some decent damage as the Lucio manages to follow it up. Contest is what you need to keep this one alive. 99% here for Maryville, but Dante is out for blood. He's gonna take it.
That was such a good flank option. I was wondering what Dante was holding off on the edge, but said, listen, you can cap all you want, but we will cap right back. Great flank, takes out 3, and all of a sudden Maryville make it look simple. And surgical, clinical, simple game number 1.
It was, honestly, I felt really bad right there because that second round you saw there were some really good opportunities. St. Clair would come in. It felt methodical. It took some time. They really worked towards a solid fight. They won it, and then instantly, the second that Maryville spawned back up, they were in.
This deserves it. I saw this earlier, and this is where I was wondering, hey, what is the option? Why are you not kind of holding it? No, look at this. This flank was so easy. Allowed the likes of King to kind of fly in there behind, and that is what you want with your tank. Whenever they swap from 6 to 5, I always kind of talk to tank players. What is your job now? You know, you don't have those 2-piece cycles, and teams obviously have already adapted, but it's the ability to be everything. Now, you can be that side flank, you can be that main tank, you can do whatever you need to, and Doomfist is one of those that can do it all, but it's very micro-mechanic. You have to be on point, and Dante played it so well.
Oh, yeah. And that's, you know, a similar kind of notion can be said about supports, right? Because you have so much more damage than we're used to on those supports, but it's all about, for them, at least that positioning and the ability to follow up on those tank engages. So you have to hope that the IGL for these teams is going to be, obviously we know, a player like Dante for the side of Maryville. That is a huge voice on the team. And to be able to have confidence in a player like that in your IGL for making those calls of, hey, you know what, just distract him, I'm going to get the flank on them. Maryville knows that they should not be concerned about that call.
But what St. Clair did in a very nice retrospective look is in that map 2, in that round 2, they looked way better. They looked aggressive. They looked able to take fights. Now, granted, that might be Maryville's style at that time. It was there. But whenever an opportunity is afforded to you, you have to be willing to grab it by the reins. And St. Clair knew they didn't have that many options. So even if it felt like a bait, you had to take it. We saw them cap multiple times, very cleanly, I might add, not overextending at points. We didn't see them take and all of a sudden get washed completely. It was Maryville having to set up behind it. So very nicely done by St. Clair. Yes, control is give and go every time. Now we're moving to the likes of hybrid, a little bit more stalwart attack defense. We'll see if there's some change-ups there.
Less so with the high risk, high reward, right?
Yes.
If you're going against a team like Maryville, it's high risk as it is, right? So I do agree with you there that just the concept of taking what could potentially be something detrimental, taking several extra seconds to kind of recalibrate, to take the time and wait for those respawns to come through for the rest of the team to engage fully. It was hard-fought fights, like I said, from St. Clair, but then Maryville just comes in and says, we can do that in half the time.
And the reason for that, again, going back to it, was the fact that they did target Noxus. I don't know if you saw it, but there were multiple times where Noxus just came out of spawn and unfortunately fell down. It wasn't, hey, I misplayed. Maryville are hunting for these chances, and that's something that great teams are able to do. You're able to identify a key strong point of the opponent, and you force that. You force the opponent to realize their mistake and realize their weakness, and that's what they did. So very nicely done, but it's still going to be a challenge further on, right? Maryville are going to have to keep that moving.
Yeah, and hey, you know what? We've seen enough from this team that we can expect that to happen, but another thing from St. Clair that I commented on from the very beginning was their ability to focus in on Dante, right? Say, hey, if he doesn't have that control, the spacing of this area of the fight, right, of our aggression, if we can focus him down, that is a huge vantage point for us to be able to engage and take out the Assault members on the rest rest of the team. There were a few times Dante got away with that much health. That's what you expect from a Meteor Striker, right? The ability to just get up and out of there or get up and in there if he wants to. And it made it so that Dante had to sort of rethink his strategy, and that's where we saw more of the flank style coming in instead of that full frontal assault.
And that can only happen when you have such strong players behind. This is why I was saying it's a team game. You have to be very flexible. You have to be adaptable, and that is one thing that I love about Overwatch. It's the fact that every player has to be malleable. You have to be willing to adjust on the fly. Other games, hey, you can adjust a couple minutes down the road. Hey, okay, some mistakes. Let's regroup. Let's take like 2 minutes. Okay, what went wrong? No. Overwatch is run it. You better be ready to on the fly. Hey, this is what we did wrong. Okay, adjust very quickly. And that helps when you have Vision, when you have Squid, when you have Tree, when you have King. All these players that can also step up and be that bully. King specifically was one of the more, I don't want to say annoying, but for the side of St. Clair, it was annoying.
Yes.
You see King, whenever Dante's ready on the flank, King is ready to follow up, already grabbing a lot of that spotlight attention. And when you do that, it allows Dante. And Dante was not creating these opportunities on their own.
Oh, no.
They could, but they don't have to.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's good.
And when you see that mix-up in strategy, as I mentioned before, forcing Dante to take that flanking opportunity, you know that you're doing something well, but you got to anticipate adaptability coming from the other side, right? So it's kind of that ping-pong game of can we adapt to them adapting to us, right? And can we take that one step ahead and continue to move forward? And we saw that out of St. Clair for sure in that second round. And that is one of the best feelings in the world, especially just in that game number one. You expect going into game two, you expect moving on to hybrid to maybe have a sort of change of pace for the team. Maybe they find themselves at an advantage, but to go down pretty heavily in that first round and then to come back and really push Maryville to their wits' end for round two gives me good hope that St. Clair is going to push this, and I want to see a push game. That's where I'm at.
If we can get to push, that's great. I'm not sure we're going to reach it. I also love the fact that you bring up push, considering a lot of people are just like, we don't like push.
I don't like playing push. I like watching push. I like watching them suffer and struggle through push.
We also cast League, so we know what that feeling is like. We know the slow burn feeling. It's not great. But I do agree. I would like to see St. Clair fight back, and I think they have the stuff, right? We've been talking about Maryville over and over again, saying they are so strong. They are. We cannot disregard that. But if there is a team that I think can step up, it's St. Clair. I got the pleasure of watching them in previous matches across other matches earlier a couple weeks ago, and they look great across multiple titles. So if there's any team to really step up and basically superpower themselves up, I would say it's St. Clair.
Yeah, and you also have to kind of consider the perspective as well of these players on the stage. Maryville is a team that thrives on the stage environment. They are used to winning. They're used to being there when the confetti goes off and holding up the trophy at the end. So this is something that they are very familiar with and very comfortable with. And I get concerned. I get nervous if I'm sitting up there on stage, depending on how much experience these teams have. Of course, both Maryville and St. Clair have been in the scene for quite a while now. But Maryville, did you see how chill Clerky is over there? It's absurd.
They're just like, hey, it's another walk in the park. We got no worries. Let's go ahead and chill out. Listen, I just want to relax. I want to take my time. Yeah, you can do that. And that's when you have pure confidence in your plays. That's crazy to me. I would be sitting there like chewing through my fingernails probably. Yep. I would be so terrified.
Oh yeah, wearing out the edge of the seat. And
oh no, there have been times where it's really. I guess it's a bad thing to say, but it's also funny. A couple of my friends say they can tell when I'm anxious whenever I'm playing games with them because they don't even have to see me. They hear it in my voice, like something changes, and they're like, "You're sitting forward, aren't you? You're doing all this." I'm like, "Stop it! Stop reading me like a book."
Maybe like
I cannot look calm.
Some voice cracks. Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. And that's you got to also consider the perspective as we swap sides really quickly. I like to think what it's like to be sitting up there as these players, because as somebody, I don't have the hands, I got the mouth, so that's, I just talk about it, right? I'm not able to really have the mechanics capable of sitting up there. But, considering as well, like the travel time, that was something that I kept asking. We were talking to the players a little bit earlier, trying to get some information, and something I'm always curious about is, how'd you feel? How'd you sleep? How was the bed? Is the pillow in the hotel cushy enough for you, right? Do you feel like you're up to par for this game? Because everybody wants to be at their best, but everyone has off days. No matter who you are, everybody has off days, and I don't think today is going to be the day for either of these teams or players.
Nope, this is going to be everyone on high alert, and the other side of it, you got your comrades right beside you, you got your players, your teammates that you've been playing alongside for months, ready to go, and now that energy just spills through you. I expect them to all play at peak. I'm looking on the side of St. Clair. I think we are getting word after the side swap. I think this is going to be, I want to say St. Clair on the attack to start. If I am correct, I love the attack side on all these because I love the idea of getting to control when we get to fight at some of these points. This map has so many chokeholds that I'm terrified to be on attack. There are moments where I'm just like, I don't know where they're going to come from, and depending on the heroes that come out, you can get flank option very quickly, or you get a stalwart wall in front of you.
And that is the side of Maryville that, I mean, it's a coin that you just have to flip, right? You have to flip, you have to be determined, and that is something you have to watch out for. They are not always going to do that full frontal assault. They are not always going to take the flanking. They're going to say, all right, what's our best opportunity here for this current matchup, and how can we adjust accordingly? So you gotta be as quick as they are. As we can see Squeak on that Winston. We'll see the Wrecking Ball come out for sure from Squeak. That's what I want to see here.
I still can't believe they're buffing Winston, by the way. Coming in here, like, they're already talking about it. Like, they're going to give him basically true damage in there. And the fact that Winston's already such a mainstay, I'm like, no, don't. Please don't do this. I like my squishy supports. This ain't going to work. Like, all my shields are going to be null and void.
Yeah, he is the OG, but look at that. You got King coming in. When we talk about supports that deal a lot of damage, you can't discount Echo. A big target, but nice positioning here to try to get a bit of this vantage point. Allow for Dante to make a move onto the backside. He's waiting for this chance here for Maryville.
And Maryville already sitting themselves very nicely in low and high positions, right? You can see them spreading out. And again, Noxus feeling strong. They set it. And Noxus is on the hunt. Noxus wants to keep Squid down. If you can keep Squid out, that is a major healing factor. Tree not able to do so on this backside holder. And so I'm waiting to see what can happen. Again, if Squid is continuously targeted, that is a big chunk of Maryville's gameplay gone.
It is. This bridge fight is going to be crazy because we do have Vision well on his way to getting that ultimate. We saw how detrimental it could be for the team. And the Nano Boost is the last thing that St. Clair needs right now. Squeak really trying to get in the faces of Maryville, but at the moment the position is still being held consistently by Maryville.
And St. Clair, they're a little bit wanting, right? We actually haven't seen them tap that checkpoint just yet. They're actually stuck in the gateways, and this is what I was talking about, right? The flank options from Maryville are open. They can do whatever they want. They can chase in, they can chase out, they can stay on point, whatever they want to do. But this is the other side. King allowed to be brutal, and now grabbing that bullying mode. Not even a chance. Go ahead, try your best. But King holds him steady.
Oh my goodness, absolutely beautiful. Getting the tri-shots landed, that focusing beam as well to allow the rest of the team to get in there, but it's too much damage onto Emerald, who just came into the switch to Echo. That's definitely not where you want to be.
Oh, that felt so good. I mean, if you're King, you're looking great, right? Grabbing Sojourn and saying, hey, you now get bullied out. Again, keeping them at 0. Time has been wasted. This is about 2 minutes gone. I think St. Clair are starting to get a little bit desperate. That was their ult expended. Emerin tried their best to do the same, but Soax, Rezer, all of them are now in the dumps. They only have a few more push options.
Yeah, I am curious actually, as you mentioned the pick selection, because I do think, the lower side, for the maps at least to start things out, we had higher seed picks the map, and then the side selection is picked by the lower seed there, of course, as the games play out. You got to wonder if St. Clair wanted to be on the attack in this one, because I never want to stand up to Maryville's defense, especially on a map like this with so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down Emerin, using that Echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's going to be a nice chance at this capture from St. Clair.
When there is frustration, when there is desperation, you want a Winston on your team. You want that bully. You clear out the entire back row. The entire hallway was nothing. You get 2/3 of it. You need that final. And Squeak ready to chance out. Now a dance. Noxus says thank you very much. Dante is down, and that was a desperate attempt. So great attempt by Maryville to re-engage. St. Clair saying no. We capture this. We give ourselves more time.
It's only a hero like Winston where you can say, yeah, Dante, it was up in my face and tried to deal as much damage as possible. I took none at all, and he is now down. It was a good attempt, and Dante, was trying to also kind of stack up as much of that percentage as he can towards his ultimate, having that nano boost and then the ability to get that meteor strike in on this next engage could be huge for them, but you got to watch out because there you go. You got Noxus is able to use theirs in response.
Oh, and that's going to be a great boost on the top side, but you need to make work, right? You need to make things happen. That's going to be another kill on Squid. Like we said, chasing after Squid. Noxus is so frustrating right now, and Maryville, maybe a little bit of annoyance on their end. You can see they have to regroup, very nicely held by St. Clair, keeping that payload moving.
Yeah, what a solid push, especially coming around this area. You have some good opportunities as Maryville to try to make a drop right on the opposition. This corner is a kind of scary place you can be, so that's why we can see that Dante is actually going to the backside, going to use the meteor strike, but it was so well timed here for St. Clair. Noxious goes down. Squeak will be the next one to fall. The rest of Maryville can move in on this engage. It's Dante at the front. You've also got Transcendence available here. King has the ultimate. Man, Maryville's, hey, they lost it for a second. They're feeling comfortable again.
Yes, and this is what we were saying. Again, in this escort section, there are ways to get around. There are specific trophies. We saw 2 of them. First one fell. St. Clair able to blow through it. Second one here, held at point. Maryville, not only did they expend that Doomfist ult, now they're checking a little bit further. King and Squid are ready to go on their own, and a little bit of slap down. Dante has to back away.
Still have 2 ultimates available for Maryville. St. Clair has the rally right there. Dante peeking around this corner, trying to pull the remainder of St. Clair into the engage, push this one a little bit farther forward and outside of the corner. That's not where Dante wants to be to stack up as much damage as possible. There we go. Now he's going to be able to go in, get some damage down, but against a Winston 1v1, you're not going to come out ahead.
You are not. Emerald sniped out of the sky by King. Dante follows up on Sux, and now they are in trouble. Maryville forced back St. Clair in a situation where they didn't expect anything. Take a look. 3 ultimates are ready to go in the back line, and Tree now on the Hanzo said, I got 85. Let's go ahead and have some fun. Let's get ready with the Dragons if we wish, and Vision on the back end. 70%, you can get that in a single team fight, easy.
And you've also got Squid and King still have their ultimates available. That's absolutely huge, right? When you're talking about the engage, that duplicate coming out of King might be huge, but what could be even bigger is Dante charging up for this engage. There's the meteor strike. Now St. Clair looking to find a little bit of movement towards it. They don't have a lot of time left onto the clock. St. Clair trying to stack things up as the rally comes out. The nano boost not really being able to be utilized there to engage on this fight.
Oh, Tree sending it, says, hey, I might have found him, but doesn't clip anyone. Really great disengage, but King's still giving him the opportunity. It was enough to space him out, and now the chase comes in because of that ult for the Hanzo. You are now afforded this opportunity. The rest of St. Clair do have to split, but they can still fight on. They're hoping to extend this OT, but you need to get back on the payload. Thankfully, they touch it. Dante, though, says, I am a menace. 5-player kill. Strict looking for a bit more, and they have to hold strong. They have to wait for the rest of the team. St. Clair fighting for their life, but Tree and Dante were more than ready. It is GG for the attack as Maryville stop that escort side.
Love that push there at the end. Dante says, that's fine, go ahead. Zap me, deal all the damage you want. I got orbs, dude.
Feels great.
Feels great if you're Maryville.
Yes, not so much.
Not as much, yeah, if you're St. Clair.
And for Maryville, a lot of it came from the original control side, right? They burned so much time forcing St. Clair to try and fight for that control point that the payload, you're only allowed, I think it was like 2 or 3 moments of respite. You're allowed to kind of sit there and try and catch your breath, but you have 1 or 2 mess-ups and all of a sudden you're down in the floor. So very nice on Maryville to stall out early time. Make sure that, hey, they don't go into the escort section with more than about a minute and a half. So getting back with 2, that was about it.
And Dante on the backside too, having the cognizance to say, all right, we want them to come around this corner. You give it a few seconds. They're clearly not coming around this corner because they know that we want to engage. We want to find a pinch play on this. He says, okay, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to go in and get a flank off on them. And whether or not that actually cleans up the play, it does disrupt the play that St. Clair was trying to go in with as they, go around those kind of scary vantage points and areas.
It's reading the opponent. Now, granted, there were some moments, a few little drops by, I think, St. Clair that they tried their best, but it's just like the small miscalculations, right? I think Noxious had, only 1 moment, really, where they stepped up just a bit far to try and chase after Squid. You got Squid, but then you put yourself in an inopportune spot. So, honestly, St. Clair playing about as good as they can. Now, on the defensive side, let's see what they can do. Let's see what Maryville have, because all they have to do is push for about half. Other than that, you're good.
You're good. And yeah, I always wonder, for teams what their preference is on, some of these maps, on whether they prefer to attack, whether they prefer to defend. And yeah, I like this stalwart approach as we were talking about earlier. Get this Winston out of here. Diva's going to be able to at least get in his face, having the presence of mind to be able to get the positioning out here from St. Clair is something that Maryville is going to continue to push.
And the fact that they're already close to this point is actually really scary. The chase onto Winston is a problem. Squeak able to find King early, but now you lost your tank, so Dante has free reign, can't enter into the site. So far, just keep it steady. Now the hunt again for these DPS. Dante getting right into the middle of them and goes ahead and tries to fight, but Noxus gets healed up.
It's a lot of damage. Noxus is able to put out. Maryville, they're holding back, right? They're waiting there. It's a hold, and then they release. And it does have to do with Dante's positioning, right? He's making a lot of these call-outs as the IGL for this team. So St. Clair has to play. It's a weird flux between proactive and reactive play. And Maryville is just a little bit quicker on the draw.
I would say they're good on both, right? There is also reactionary on that defense or on the attack. There's also the proactivity on the side of just either end. And in that situation, Maryville has shown the best of both worlds.
Yep,
That's
exactly.
what we're hoping for. Very quick cap, by the way. Keep in mind, St. Clair, they sat on 2.5 minutes on the clock. We got 5. Like, Maryville are chilling.
And you can see, you know, they did hold back, right? They charged up their ultimates. They said, okay, we can lose a member or two. Let's see what their strategy is on defending this point before we can take it. And now they have a lot of pressure moving forward, almost halfway to the next point. And, I mean, Maryville is feeling very comfortable. We don't want to see any sweeps here today, but this is feeling a little unfortunate.
I respect it, but again, once one team sets up, if St. Clair steps up a little bit further, Maryville's like, I got another tank in there, let's go ahead and add the afterburners in. This is such a fast push right now. St. Clair are having trouble keeping up. Squeak on the top side, switch to that Doom Fist, gonna try and help out the rest of the team, but this is the problem, right? Dante is allowed to hold everyone in place. King went ahead and swapped in with that Echo, but now the challenge, look at this, they are stopping it right at this wall. Same spot that Maryville did last time.
Yeah, same spot, and still 4 minutes over on the clock. A self-destruct comes out. Dante feeling good about using that ult, but the second that it comes through, Squid not able to use. Oh, the Transcendence is used right there at the end as the engage comes through from St. Clair. Can they make something happen here with Squeak trying to find the ability to engage? And Maryville is so spread out here. They're so calculated about when they group up, when they distribute themselves across the map, and blocking off these angles makes it so that St. Clair can't really come around this corner.
I mean, it's such a dangerous spot. At the same time, Maryville expended a lot, but I think this is going to be the challenge. Look at that, the sneaky push forward, and St. Clair were able to read it. There are no ultimates on the side of Maryville, so they're going to get capped out. Tree on the top side, looking for a little bit of extra damage. Yes, you have the Dragon's Call if you wish, but the rest of the team is not ready for it.
That's so unfortunate because it would have been a really good opportunity to utilize that. He was sitting at a good angle. Most of the members were there, but that's rough.
It was a simple lapse in judgment, and I was wondering about that because we saw the sneak. They did it before, and honestly, it was just a moment, right? Yeah. That's what we said. Maryville are so good at finding those weak points, finding those small incremental advantages, and making it go crazy. King here deserved play of the game. I mean, well deserved.
Yeah, anyone can deserve play of the game. This is just a team that is so cohesive. I think that's one of the words that I always use to describe Maryville. In any capacity, any of the games that we see them play, that is something that is definitely, part of their routine, right? Is to try to find that cohesion within each other, have the confidence in your players, and hey, we play enough games, and we know that's kind of difficult to do, and you love to see the support that they all give each other up there. Smiling faces from everybody, hopefully, because hey, it's a fun day here in Boise. It might not be great outside, the weather might not be super nice.
What?
But we don't care about that.
Whoa. I know you're a native here, but I love this weather. This is great out there. I love the cold feels out here. Listen, I come from a place that, let's be honest, the weather is like a giant roulette wheel. It's like spin it real quick, see what happens, whatever it lands on, you'll get that. I mean, we've had some really weird moments, but the weather here has been great. The crowd has been amazing. You see it here on the screen. Everyone really enjoying themselves, and the teams have also been very fun to watch for. I've been personally enjoying getting to meet all these players, get to see the people that I've also watched, and just interested at how far they're going to go. Once again, every team here deserves to be in the grand finals one way or another. St. Clair, they still got another game. They still have more to follow, and I'm expecting Squeaks to kind of go a little bit crazy, maybe play a little bit of hardball.
Yeah, I mentioned it. I said earlier, I was like, we got to see it, right? We're going to see it. I would absolutely love to. Very fitting for his name as it is, having being that wrecking ball player. And certainly something that they can decide to pull out, especially when you're sitting far ahead. You can sort of mess around, and this is a team that will do that. It's not quite playing with their food, but it is a little bit of testing themselves almost in certain situations, seeing exactly what works well for them, what strategies are good, what chinks in the armor they have accessible on their opposition, which today for St. Clair have been quite accessible.
Yes, and not to say that they have not been fighting back. Taking a look at what St. Clair have offered, I mean, we see Noxus really step up. And as you said, Squeak, I want to highlight some of the others, right? Rezer on the back side has also been very impressive. All these players have really stepped up to the challenge. And yes, it does not look great, but they've had their shining moments in the previous match. Go ahead and take a look. You know, Squeak running forward, and this is exactly what we saw the likes of Dante do earlier. Matching pace, especially with a Winston, and realizing that you're not going to have the same opportunities. You fashion that chance for yourself. This right here was a star moment. Why they were able to get that control point. That was all of Squeak.
And great positioning, too, on the engagement for that when you're like, hey, you want to be kind of in the more open area to get the jumps, to get the leaps when you use that Primal Rage, but he knew exactly where the enemy team would be. He used the fact that he was in that hallway to pick up the one kill and surge the rest of the team into essentially a trap that he had laid for them. It worked out great. So St. Clair is definitely stepping up to the plate. Can they do enough of that, though, to push us to see another game, to push us to see push?
I will say yes, because I always bet on the underdog. I always love it. But at the same time, whenever you step up to the plate, there's a pitcher that sometimes just blows you out of the water. And that pitcher right now is Maryville. So, I mean, we take a look at what they have done. Every player should have that type of star factor. You can see here at the start, Dante, again, in the face of everyone, and zero worry about his own backside. Knew that the teams were there, even on the high ground, checking this out. King getting snipe on Emerin in the 1v1s, and then even on the back end, right, we see the factors of Tree as well as Squid and Vision really manipulating the field. We don't see them die as often. Even if they do, it's off on a wide angle.
Right.
This is why they're allowed to kind of play this outlandish style at some points. They can chase when it doesn't feel like chasing.
And that's, part of that proactive reactive that I was talking about, right? We'll see them spread out. We'll see them distribute themselves, and then we'll see them come together. And it's just so, I'll use the word again, cohesive is something that I keep going back to for this team because it's like it's one mind. I sincerely don't quite understand how they're able to keep it up as often as they do and find so much success and have so much support in each other and confidence in their team. St. Clair, though, this is the time to step it up, right? I want to see push. There's a very, the likelihood of seeing Wrecking Ball on push is much higher than anything else here. And so if we can get to push, it's more likely that we get to see Hammond come out.
Yeah, this is, we do have to talk about it because you saw the map flash a little bit quickly there. We're looking at this third here, and it is going to be on that flashpoint. This is the issue that I am going to see, right? Flashpoint is just an extended version of control. Like, there's no other way to put it. You're just fighting for points. Yes, it is constantly moving. 5 different points to fight for. You got to capture 3 of them. I mean, let's be honest. You are going in that back and forth, and we saw how much that benefited Maryville. They are the kings of being able to cause this chaos and make it look chaotic, but not out of control. There is such a thing as controlled chaos that a lot of teams. Yeah, that was it. My brain usually escapes me, but on Flashpoint, I think it's even more so important because not only do you have the factor of you need controlled chaos around the point, as soon as the next one pops, you have to be ready to move. You have to almost be sending players forward in their own right. So, Maryville, we're going to watch them basically move at Allegro pace. They will not let go, and then it will be St. Clair to try and match pace or go even faster. You can see their players all very comfortable no matter what, and I like that from them. They need to be comfortable moving into this third.
And that strategy is something that we've seen even before going into this Flashpoint map, right? Sending kind of one member up and ahead, whether it's just to disrupt the defense line that might be preparing itself, or it's to play the mouse, right? And try to get the cats to chase you and really just throw off the game plan of the enemy team. Maryville does that so well, and they say, all right, where can we poke a hole in the strategy that we can see that they are likely going to engage this, right? They say what's best course of action for them is probably what they're going to run at. Where can we just make a small incision and then completely topple that? And unless you got, you can't have a fallback win condition on an engage like that when you got to wait for respawns. So it's certainly something that Maryville is very used to. But since I want to see push, and it's literally now, at this point, it's just for the Wrecking Ball because there's no way we're not going to see the Wrecking Ball if we get to push.
I like the fact that you keep asking for push over and over again, and yet I do not want to see a robot just like hard, like carry a wall for a while. Like, come on. Well, you got to always enjoy that.
I just want the Wrecking Ball.
Okay,
Let's
well,
pull it out. I mean, maybe he'll pull it out here for Flashpoint. You never know.
You asked about, hey, is there going to be a little bit of a surgical incision? I think if the Wrecking Ball comes out, it will be a Hail Mary play, but it is a possibility. And I want to dive even further into that because we talk about cracks in the armor of St. Clair, and there is very defined differences. And I always have to say this because we are in the grand finals, and sometimes things look a little bit different. When you talk about finding cracks in the armor, sometimes those are unforced. Sometimes those are cracks made by the teams themselves. Sometimes you can't help it. You are getting battered left, right, center, up, down, even from behind. You have to block every. Your shield's not going to hold the entire time. What I love to talk about is the fact that there are unforced errors and forced errors. In these mindsets, I think Maryville are able to fashion forced errors on St. Clair's side that you don't really have a choice but to relent, and those are some of the hardest things to deal with. So I wouldn't even say St. Clair are going to leave an opening. It's just there's going to be a manufactured opening where Maryville literally just like grabbed the sides of the shield and ripped it apart by their hand.
Yeah, because, I mean, like I was saying, with no win condition, right, there's no fallback, it completely decimates the plan that they go in with, and that means that you have to have this mental reset, whether that reset includes waiting on spawns to reemerge, you know, waiting on some charge for your ultimates to come through to try to poke out some damage, or waiting for, you know, maybe somebody to pop their head around a corner and try to take advantage of positioning. There is a lot of patience that you have to have, and when it comes to patience, Maryville are absolute kings and queens of it.
I would posit that they have transcended that at points. I mean, let's be honest. They are ruling across this Overwatch collegiate scene. There is no doubt in my mind. There is no one really that can test them, and so I love it. Oh,
Let's take another look at some of these replays as well.
Oh, this control setup was so much fun to watch. I love the entire part.
It's so hectic here, you know. It's funny because you either get this overhead view where it's like, all right, I'm taking a look at the kill feed, right? I'm taking a look at the silhouettes, or you get this view where it's like, all right, I don't know what I'm looking at, right? It takes so long to sort of kind of focus on these individuals that are going to be absolutely somewhere else in just another moment. So I do think that Flashpoint's going to give a little more opportunity for St. Clair to make use of space.
Yes, and I really want to look towards, and the story so far we've also seen is the fact that Noxious is currently chasing Squid around the map 100% of the time, and it's up to the rest of Maryville to be like, no, we're shutting that down. We're not dealing with that today. Let's take out the Hunter, and we will carry on forward. Right now, I am loving this line. We are, I believe this is an escort that we're actually getting out here. So,
just, you know, we're just taking a look.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit crazy. I think we are actually going there. So a little bit more fun there. Either way, it's still going to be a test, right? It's still a very big test on either end. St. Clair are going to put up their best dukes. This is do or die moment. This is the last chance they get. If they fail here, unfortunately, they're lost. Maryville, they smell the finish line.
They do, but you know what? At the end of the day, no matter what, making it to finals, being able to come out here to the Boise State Esports Arena and play on the stage and have, you know, people in the crowd cheering for you is an awesome opportunity. No matter what, Maryville and St. Clair both very much deserve to be here. We got to see what worked well for St. Clair already in the past, right? We saw that round 2 at the beginning in that control on Busan. We saw them do a really good job with trying to engage, trying to poke out or focus on certain individuals, Dante being a big one of those. I think if St. Clair is able to do that and communicate well enough to have that focus, that could be a big pivot point for them here. But Maryville does such a good job of scattering them out and making it so that there's no real opportunity to find focus with St. Clair.
Yes, I lied as well. This is no escort because I was just watching the players escort each other across to get to this point. We are on Flashpoint already. The Thunderdome is ready to go. And this is Squeak. We were talking about other opportunities and coming out with a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of that burn damage, right? Just say, hey, I'm going to melt you down as quick as possible. Dante's still on the doofus. Really,
I mean, well, you know what? We already said it. If it ain't broke, no need to fix it here.
Right.
We got King going in, though, with the Tracer, so a little bit more burst damage opportunity coming out of Maryville. For the side of St. Clair, of course, Squeak is the one that we've been talking about a lot. Noxious gets taken down right off the bat. Squeak taking a little bit too much damage, is able to get out of there, and it's a huge ultimate coming through from Dante, who has to make up a lot of ground because Vision did just fall. You still got Squid on the backside with King, though, and the mobility is in the hands of Maryville, so that space I was talking about is not going to go in St. Clair's favor to start.
And the thing is that St. Clair are running a little bit closer quarters combat here. You can take a look on Maryville's side for the initial fight. You saw the Tracer in the back by King, just saying, hey, I'm going to get in your backside. I'm going to be a little bit messy, but you're not looking for the actual frags. You're not looking for the actual kill. Instead, you're looking to stack up for that bomb. You're waiting for that chance to have a little bit of explosive impact.
Look how close together St. Clair is as well on this engage. Of course, Razor's going to use the Matrix. Is going to be enough for them to continue on. Vision gets very low, but that's not the target they're looking for. The Pulse Bomb is up and available. Noxious gets taken down. Squeak going to be the next target here. He's able to get out, but Freedex ends up falling very quickly. Maryville find themselves a lot of extra pressure now. Vision has the nano boost, and it's just these smacks into the face by Dante that are making it impossible for St. Clair to navigate.
That was an attempt. by St. Clair. I love the fact that they went in. They tried to fight one last time. They knew that the point was pretty much already captured. You saw it 72, 75. It's unfortunately already gone. But you fight it out a little bit more. Maybe you break your way in. But with this, Cassidy, a little bit of the massive ultimate that can really turn things around, right? You're looking at that. Break it out. Go ahead, line them up, knock them down, one shot apiece. If that is able to be lined up, it is a problem for the side of Maryville.
If you can find them all on your screen at the same time, that is difficult enough, especially when you got the meteor strike that's coming out onto the backside.
Oh,
Tree taking out 2 as well. Squeak gets
Tree.
so low, but they're not gonna fall.
No!
Tree middle way with the headshots, massive damage, and it's a team kill.
You can't do that, Tree. You can't do that. That is brutal.
Back to back. That was nasty. That's one for the highlight reels.
All right, you got to kick Dante out. That just stole the moment. Dante stole the moment. You can't have Dante anywhere like that. I'm sorry. But what a moment, right? You open up, and this is why Flashpoint is so scary, right? The ult transfer is over. All of a sudden, you're in a dangerous moment where, hey, we thought we had that lineup, but Tree was more than ready to go. Now it's St. Clair to try and bite back.
Another flank coming through here from Dante on the front side. They've got Vision on Vision. It's Redex who ends up going down.
Oh my gosh.
Razor instantly after. Nox is not able to use that Blizzard effectively, and Squeak is going to be the last remaining member. Maryville has got their hands on this victory, and they're not letting go.
I love the fact that this time Tree was behind an ice wall. Tree was like, let me in. I want a chance to play. And the rest of the team's like, nah, you had your moment. Give us a moment. We'll clean this up. You can come back and fight later.
Dante already has that Meteor Strike once again up and available. Noxious has the Blizzard, but mentioned earlier, you got to get in close. Maryville is not a team you can anticipate to either be stacked up or spread out. You never know until you go in. Dante on the other side of the wall. That's one that you feel good about.
Oh, it was so good. St. Clair now get a moment to chase in, but it is an OT. You are in Charles. Rez are able to find one really nice frag into the back. Really great kill. Looking for another, though, but you aren't. Look at the scatter. Maryville just gives space. They know they have it at 99. All they need is one more. A quick snipe out. Rez are able to finish off King, who was on that Genji, not allowed to go swinging into the fray.
And Dante had the ultimate before falling in that fight. He's literally just holding on to it to say, okay, where's my best opportunity? It's going to be right there in the middle of everybody, but that might give a good opportunity for Noxious to use the Blizzard. We'll have to see. It's a nice drop there. Still stacking up the points here for St. Clair, so you're feeling good. Blizzard still available.
Very nicely done. Maryville falling back appropriately, but St. Clair, remember, all their job is force the opponents off. You do not want them to get on point. As soon as that is captured, as soon as that flip, that is a problem. Dante now trying to chase him from the flank once again. Are they going to find it? Not so much. Tree, though, said, let me get that shot in. Emerin falls, looking for another. Tree getting smoked out here by that Blizzard. Denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks like they have flipped this Flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out, Emerin activated it, immediately got taken down. I thought that might be the end for St. Clair, but they have made it there. They take the Flashpoint. Maryville was at 99%, but they felt too confident. You can see that in the playstyle and the aggression that they had, a lot less calculated than we've seen previously.
I'm just wholly impressed. Right, I agree. They were a little bit greedy on Maryville's side, but St. Clair, they saw that moment, they saw that chance, and they ran it. This is what I say about good teams, especially against great teams or anything of the sort, even higher. You have to know when to grab these opportunities. They only come once in a blue moon.
Maybe we'll see some more blue moons come through here for St. Clair. Razor has the ultimate available, good positioning. You gotta have a lot of mobility when you're talking about this Flashpoint. Maryville looking for the engage. There's Dante once again with the ultimate, but down goes Brigitte. Squid is the first to fall here. Noxious very low, but is okay with that because on the backside, you got Squeak moving in with the Sigma. Noxious does end up falling here. It's Tree, of course, that picks that one up. Maryville taking their time on this.
I mean, I think they can afford to, but right now they're being forced to. Squeak denies so many, drops 3 in the blink of an eye, and Tree looking for some rebuttal. They lost their tank, they lost the healer, they lost another DPS, and Tree just says, okay, I'll grab a little ult charge, sitting at 90%.
Huge with the Matrix coming out as well from Razor, and you know, a bit of a sacrificial lamb there for St. Clair. More than okay with taking that as a support. Now they have to stack back up. They've got this nice kind of trickle of ultimates, right? You got Squeak, you just use the Gravitic Flux. You've got that sound barrier coming up here really soon, and that should be a good setup for Emerin to try to get the Deadeye and finally get what is his due here.
Dragon.
King, though, pulls out the blade. Is he going to be able to do enough damage with it? There is the sound barrier on top of it. It's going to be enough to prevent at least some damage. Not quite as much as they need the Razor to fall, Ember to fall. Noxus is the next to go down. King and Tree both taking one for themselves, but it's a bit of a trade.
It is a trade, but it lands in Maryville's favor. Honestly, Noxus has been so annoying with those walls, with that storm, with the blizzard available, and Maryville had to force their way through. I don't know if you realize how hard they had to fight. That's why they lost so many. They literally tried to kick in the front door that was reinforced. St. Clair held strong. Granted, they did not hold, but they put themselves at 94. Really nicely done. Maryville hoping for a chance to hold strong as well.
That's a win in the books that we were talking about earlier, right? Hey, if you can throw them off, there's no fallback win condition that you can really utilize. You have to reset your attack. You have to reset where you are coming from, and Maryville had to do just that. Now there's the nano boost that's going to come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Nox is trying to do what they can. Emran has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall for the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage, though, for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time, and Maryville regains control. But for how long?
Ultimate Academy is working in the favor of Maryville, and it feels like both teams are excelling in that fact. They have both been able to utilize their ultimates. Maybe in game 2 is a little bit off, but Maryville has been very on point. And Tree, again, given opportunities. This is not, I grab the spotlight. This is the team saying, we will give you that spotlight for free.
Emran, I want to see, a good Deadeye. There have been so many great chances and opportunities here, especially lining up that sound barrier with the Deadeye to give a little bit of space over to Emran, a little bit of an opportunity to say, hey, you can stand there, don't be too scared. We got to see a big multi-kill coming through because he's been trying so dang hard to be that big player on the side of St. Clair, and he's been dealing a ton of damage.
But if it's just damage and no kills, you're in trouble. That's what you have to worry about. Right now, the chase is on, scrambling for the slash point. That'll unlock in about 3 seconds. And Dante is once again on fight duty. Just be annoying. Wall goes up to stall him away. But Squid says, hey, I'm not just a support. I am a DPS as well. Let's go ahead and get at it. A little bit of chase around as Dante is chasing that Lucio, trying to punch him out of sight. And Maryville go ahead and claim the first drop.
Gosh, this is a scary point too, because when you have somebody like King sitting there with the blade ready to go, you're just waiting for St. Clair to trickle in one at a time to try to find this backline. You do have 3 ultimates available for this blue side, so they're looking for an opportunity, and Maryville has to sort of clutch themselves up and together, trying to find another opportunity to engage, find another vantage point. Squeak gonna win out on 1 in that 1v1. King is the first to fall. No use of the blade to come out just yet.
I mean, this is a little bit of a problem here. Maryville feeling like they got this one. If they deny this fight, it is working all in their favor. Tree gets Noxus again. And Maryville, they smell it 40%, so they are victors until they are champions. But a turnover, St. Clair bite back just in the nick of time.
Just waiting, patience with those ultimate. Squid is going to fall here. Brigida a bit more okay with that than St. Clair might have hoped. Some solid damage coming through, but not enough to actually get the kills. That's exactly what you're talking about there, Orbital. The damage only adds up if you can put a notch in your weapon. Dante is going to fall here. Squeak finding him out. The sound barrier coming through. Beautifully timed there as well to keep Amaran alive. Giving a chance to get more shots in, and Maryville is forced to sort of get through this small, this narrow entryway, essentially. And St. Clair has done a great job setting up themselves a defense.
And they bought themselves time. Those staggering deaths are a problem for Maryville. So now they got to go ahead and regroup. Now they're going to try and get a little bit of an extra back, right? 77 and counting. If you're able to hold it down, we go to the final point. But that's a drop down from the high ground. Dante ready to draw fire, but in comes the chase. St. Clair ready to go. Amaran taking quite low. Rita's taken out as King goes ham. The sword flies through and Tree follows up. Squid is a little bit low, but Tree says, nah, let me plant my roots. Let me show you how it's done. The tree blooms in absolute death. And that will be Maryville to turn the flashpoint over once again.
That I saw the ultimate go down for Tree, and then I saw that, oh hey, King also has his available. That is a combination that is very deadly for St. Clair. It's a nice attempt, but you can tell they were caught off guard on that engage. We're not expecting it so quick and so clean, so they have to be very precise when they go in for this next engage. It's their last opportunity. They need to make something happen.
Uh-oh, this is it. This is the last moment they can get on. That's great, and they do. They reach it in OT time. Everyone able to get the snipe on Tree. Tree is down. Squeak able to find vision. Hey, maybe they can turn around. They are trying to cap halfway, 3/4. One more to go, and they do. It is granted by Maryville, and now they just gotta win to OT. The chase. Noxus says, please do not get there, and they do. They turn it. We are going to the Flashpoint 5.
They did it. They took it. They took out King. They took out Vision. And King had to be on the run there. St. Clair said, we are not going to let you get away from this one, not giving you the opportunity to rehash your engagement on us. St. Clair pushes us out. This is what we wanted. This is what we get. Hey, you know what? The cheers are helping them out. That opium.
I mean, that desperation bred confidence, bred bravery. But they got to do it one more time, right? They got to do it one more time and then across more games. So this is going to be that final test. Squeak taking quite low. The focus is there. The wall keeps them safe from one angle. But they got a little bit more to work with. Maryville trying to cap first, trying to build up steam.
Nice job by Razor there to get out with just a little bit of help. That would have been Redux and Razor down, and something like that is a huge chance for Maryville to just go all in on that. Dante takes way too much. Razor manages to pick that one up. Tree on the other side, though, is going to do what Tree does best, which is hit absolutely every single shot and charge up that weapon as much as possible.
So simple, said this is all me. A little bit of healing comes out. That is going to be a test, but it's not going to work. Squid says, let me get in the fray. The flail denies 3. Squeak is down.
Not where St. Clair wanted to find faltering. Now you've got 2 ultimates, of course, as the rally was used there. 2 ultimates for Maryville. King well on his way, pulling that blade out one more time. And the last thing that you want is King and Tree to both have their ultimates up at the same time. We already saw how much devastation that can wreak, and it's going to be the strategy again if Maryville finds the chance. There is the one. Not quite enough charge of it, but you got the nano boost on top of it. A beautiful wall to come through. That's going to prevent Tree from doing as much damage as possible, but it doesn't matter. They're able to engage onto the backside. Squeak will be their target after taking down Emran, and Redux not able to stay alive for more than a couple of seconds. Just keep giving them to Tree, man.
It's just given the Tree. I think the chase is out, and it is done. Maryville has secured themselves as your grand champions here in NACE Starleague.
Absolutely huge plays coming out of these plays, and not unexpected, right? We came in knowing this is the best team, I feel like people can safely say, after winning CCC, qualifying top 4 in the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. This is a team that you always expect to show up. They absolutely did, but man, was that a scrappy fight we saw coming through from St. Clair. Usually the farther your back is put up into a wall, you get a little bit more nervous, right? The sweat starts to drip. Seems like that's something that actually helps out a team like St. Clair, and I love to see them at least push Maryville out to the final flashpoint there.
Remember what they say? I think the saying is also a cornered tiger will bear its fangs. I think that's what we saw there. St. Clair made it spicy at the very end, but you see, of course, the Saints saying a very nice game, and all of the players really giving respect to each other. I think Maryville, there was a reason. I always say this. There are certain moments where teams obviously give respect, and in some of these matches, it may look overbearing, but that's because they are giving respect. They are not giving leniency at all. They say, listen, we'll fight you as always. If we have to pick you apart till you are rubble on the floor, that is what we will do.
There is a good level of humility, though, that Maryville does have. I will say, while they come in expecting to win, they are very good sports about it, right? They're not going to be waving their flag all over everybody's face. They're not going to be stomping any of these the opposition down whatsoever, right? They also help build everybody up. Sure, they want to be number 1, but that doesn't mean that 2, 3, 4 can't be close behind them, right? And so it is sort of like an establishment almost that Maryville has been setting up over the last few years of trying to engage more so with so many more teams, trying to get these teams, build them up with them. Like, come on, guys, we need the competition, not just for our own sake, but also for the future of collegiate gaming. And of course, whether you're grinding to be a professional gamer or just playing for fun, you gotta have the best gear possible. Mavix is here to bring you top-of-the-line chairs, desks, and other gaming accessories at an affordable price. Check it out at mavix.com. Also, Monster Energy has teamed up with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 by Monster to power up and receive 2 XP, double XP, plus exclusive in-game rewards. Go to monsterenergy.com now to redeem. Plus, look for custom Call of Duty Monsters cans in stores now. You'll notice them from the, Call of Duty on it. And finally, we've got, I mean, it's not final. It didn't take very long. I will say it didn't take very long.
And I mean, it's a good time, but of course, huge shout out to Truth as well. If we are looking to combat some of the things going on, of course, with vaping and all, go ahead and check out truth.com. They have a lot of great information, learning about trying to fight back and curb a lot of what is going on in the area sometimes. Now, granted, it's there, but partnering with NACE Starleague, thank you so much, Truth.
Absolutely. And we got it. We finally got it.
Yes. I am
They
very
ate it all,
excited.
though. They-
Yes.
nah, they ate it all.
No. This is mine. You leave me alone. This is mine.
It's all right. I've got mine. That's fine. I do have a feeling that we will be ordering a bit more pizza as the day goes on, right? These delivery guys are going to be like, what is going on at that esports arena down this street? They've given us so many calls here now. And I love to see the sportsmanship that we saw here on stage. You know what? Let's send it over the team. We'll get that pizza's not for you, actually.
No, it's for me. Stop saying it's not for me. Why is it not for me?
Let's give it to the players. That's not for them.
No. I can take this one. Stop doing this to me.
I suppose. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's check in once again with Septilence. Go down to the NACE Starleague studio with Matthew Corfey for a post game and a presentation of the trophy to Maryville. Actually, okay, wait. We're gonna check some highlights out first.
Oh,
they gotta shine that thing
absolutely.
up, you know.
Yes, I mean there are so many highlights to have. I mean Maryville has been so exemplary throughout the entirety of this that I expect them to have a lot. And St. Clair, like we said, there have been moments where we see glimmers, and the reason that they are still here in the in the finals as well, it was by no slouch. These both squads, I was taking a look at the bracket before, and both teams had their ups and downs. There are some moments where we see a game dropped here and there, and for St. Clair, they're a squad that has battled across so many different titles as well, and I love the fact that in every game they play, they never give up till the bitter end. This is one of the few teams there are. I mean, I've watched some, right? There have been some moments where you can almost see the deflation. You know, hey, we know what's coming. And as gamers, we've seen it happen. We know what's coming. We play the game enough. We know this. St. Clair never freaking give up. I said, I wish I had half the confidence they do. Like, if I did, I'd be so happy.
It's resilience, right? You have to have resilience in a game like this. It can change so very quickly, and then you have to be able to adapt on the fly. You have to be able to have that confidence in the rest of your team, as we talked about before. This is a team that I called them scrappy before. I feel like that's very fitting because they are always going to be fighting for the top, and the best way to do that is to disrupt the opposition. Let's take a look at the top 5 plays, though, from that matchup between St. Clair and Maryville University. Like this, so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down. Ember using that echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's got a nano boost that's going to come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Nox is trying to do what they can. Emerin has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall from the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage, though, for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time.
Emerin falls, looking for another Tree, getting smoked out here by that Blizzard. Denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks like they have flipped this flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out,
Have that. Break it out. Go ahead, line them up, knock them down, one shot apiece. If that is able to be lined up, it is a problem for the side of Maryville.
If you can find them all on your screen at the same time, that is difficult enough, especially when you got the Meteor Strike that's coming out onto the backside.
Oh,
Tree taking out 2 as well. Squeak gets
Tree!
so low, but they're not gonna fall.
No!
Tree, no way with the headshot.
Okay, good. Good. It's a group consensus. Okay. I was alarmed. Hello, everybody. I think I'm live. I don't know. I didn't get the heads up. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals here in the Fall Division 2023. I'm Septilence, joined by the entirety of Maryville Overwatch, who won in a 3-0 fashion just a couple of minutes ago against St. Clair. So we've got the whole roster here with us. I'm just going to take the time to ask them a few questions, congratulate them on the trophy. You guys know the drill by now. But first of all, congratulations, guys. Another victory under the belt, which at this point I don't think is a surprise for you guys. But I do want to ask, and I hinted this already, you guys going to Paraíso, Dante, we're like, Doomfist. That's fine. That's kind of what Dante does. And then a Diva rolls out. And I thought that was very interesting. So I'd be curious to hear, is that something you guys are looking to do more in the future? Do we think Diva's shifting into the meta? Or is it like a, hey, it works well against them, we might as well give it a try?
So I think mostly right now, our plan going into it was we knew we'd be playing against like some Winston comps.
Right.
So I think our overall consensus is that the Doom sometimes struggles into Winston. So we were planning on like playing a bit of Diva instead, just in case, like, because we find that match would be like way better and way easier for us to play. So even though it's like less of a comfort pick, it's something that's like a really good matchup for us. So we were confident we'd be able to pick it.
I like that a lot. And I think that's a word that would be consistently used to describe your guys' play style would be confident. I think that's something Maryville usually exudes pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
I think that comes pretty openly from your DPS lineup. Tree and King in particular, you guys were really finding an aggressive stature on New Junk City right at the end there. And I was curious is the nano overclock, the nano clock, is that something that you guys are consistently running? Is that like a, hey, you're hitting your shots, let's at least highlight you in that moment? Or is that just nano is what nano does and you know that overclock's going to be worthwhile?
Yeah, we usually like to nano Tree because he does quite a lot for us, so we usually go with that. And then sometimes if I'm lucky, me, but.
if you're lucky, depends on the day for sure. And you guys, as I mentioned already, have been, I mean, you're defending champs here. You guys have won the CECC. You guys are towering your way through Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. So what is it that keeps a good team great, I guess? You've got a deep roster. You guys play pretty consistently, and you always show up, and you get the chance to show off. So what is it you think you guys are doing that gives you the opportunity to be this powerhouse, this mythical team within the space of collegiate?
Honestly, it's a lot about Juby. Honestly, he's the
good because he's my next question.
He's the building block of our team. He's the glue. Honestly, it keeps us together. But it's a lot about just good teamwork, good listening. Everyone always trying to be on the same page. A lot of honesty, just being open and honest with each other.
So you go through teamwork. Is there any way you kind of improve or grow on that outside of the game? Because I'm sure there's got to be ways you're doing it. You know, team comms go so far.
Yeah, I mean, we do like all kinds of like team bonding. I feel like our team's like pretty like tight knit. We do a lot of stuff together, like work out together, cook food together. Always like going out.
Cook food. That's like a very specific thing.
Yeah,
I like
we'd
that.
be cooking.
All right, so Juby, hot seat. My next question. You are, as I would have described you before he even said it, the glue of the team. You're a player that we look at very, very often on the field. Your Lucio is notorious in the collegiate space, and you had 0 minutes of playtime today, which was very surprising. I was curious to hear more about that.
Well, we were playing Lucio.
Fair enough. That'll do it.
We recently discovered that Squid is a very talented Brick player, and then I don't play Ana. Vision doesn't play Ana.
Vision fooled me today. I got to say, the Ana was very good.
Vision's a DPS player, though. So
right.
He's got that's pretty good mechanics, so just roll with that pretty much.
So Squid, going into that, looking at Brig, you know, she gets buffed, and okay, that's so great and awesome. Okay, just kidding. They're taking it away in the upcoming patch. Is that something that you guys are going to be shifting away from again? Is Brig still going to be strong enough, especially with Winston's new changes, to ignore damage reduction? Do you think Brig is going to be viable enough to stay on the battlefield?
Well, I think the Ana Brig backline has always been like one of the strongest, but we definitely have been experimenting with other like double flex supports. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to experiment a little bit.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And then I'll ask you guys just another quick question before we let you guys celebrate your victory and, I don't know, go get dinner or something. But looking into the future, we're looking at, we know Maga is coming in. We're looking at some pretty aggressive changes. I mentioned the Winston damage reduction thing is happening, which I'm still very confused about. But overall, do you guys think you're running these same compositions? Do we think Dante's staying on the Doomfist? Do we think we're going to be seeing some new rotations in either the supports with Brig getting a little weird or the tank with Doomfist maybe not being as viable? Or maybe more viable, because he's getting that pretty insane buff soon as well.
Yeah, honestly, we're just going to have to wait and see till like what happens in our scrims and figure it out from there. It's really hard to say right now.
Yeah.
Especially with like no one playing Maga yet. No one really knows like how good he's going to be.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, hey, thank you guys so much for taking the time to chat. A big congratulations on your win, and I'm sure I will inevitably run into you again very soon.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I've got, folks. I don't know if you guys want to see him touch the trophy. You guys want to see him pick up the trophy? All right, fine. I heard a yes. All right, let's see. Congratulations to Maryville on their victory. Defending champions, back-to-back. Our second back-to-back champions today, taking home another NACE Starleague trophy. I'm just going to get all the way out of the way. Check these guys out. Dude. A big congratulations once again to Maryville for their NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals victory. A $2,500 prize, $100 Pizza Hut gift card, and championship trophy. And a big congrats to St. Clair, who will take home $1,250 in scholarship prizing as well. A special thanks to Duncan, Mavix, U.S. Army ROTC, and all of the NACE Starleague sponsors for making this event and scholarship prizing possible. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a bit of a break. We'll be back with Maryville once again, but not these guys, the League of Legends team, as they go head-to-head with Harrisburg in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon.
Toxic therapy from your vapes.
Can't sleep? Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments from Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future Second Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Hey, deal lovers.
I'm coming in.
Here's something new.
Just because we have good taste doesn't mean we don't like a good value. And in this hut, $7 gets you both.
The all-new $7 Deal Lovers menu at Pizza Hut.
I'm coming in hot.
Because it's only a deal if you love it.
Choose your $7 faves 7 days a week. Only at Pizza Hut. I thought I heard pizza up here.
Toxic.
Even further at the top, stay above champions, say the champion of champions, you have to be functioning on all levels. This is a 5v5 game now. It is no longer 6. Everyone knows that. Maryville, you can swap.
Push coming through from St. Clair. Already we got a good tight competition as it is once again in the hands of that blue side.
Like I was saying, St. Clair feel good, but this is the other side of it. King allowed to go off with this sword, said no, you are denied. Squid follows up behind, and it's just brutality. Maryville clean out 3, and it's so easily done.
Almost having his ultimate available. Razor able to use that one if St. Clair decides to engage. A nice little pick out onto Dante once more, though Emeren's not going to come out ahead, but it is some decent damage as the Lucio manages to follow it up. Contest is what you need to keep this one alive. 99% here for Maryville, but Dante is out for blood. He's going to take it. Maryville's defense, especially on a map like this with so many little holes and opportunities for these kinds of attacks. Tree is going to be the target. That's one down as Squeak gets closer and closer to that. Oh, King falls as well. You got Tree going down. Emeren using that echo incredibly well, but Squeak takes out the Primal Rage. It's too much damage. It's going to be farther forward and outside of the corner. That's not where Dante wants to be to stack up as much damage as possible. There we go. Now he's going to be able to go in, get some damage down, but against a Winston 1v1, you're not going to come out ahead.
You are not. Emeren sniped out of the sky by King. Dante follows up on Sux, and now they are in trouble. Maryville forced back St. Clair.
And put out. Maryville, they're holding back, right? They're waiting there. It's a hold, and then they release. And it does have to do with Dante's positioning, right? He's making a lot of these call-outs as the IGL for this team. So St. Clair has to play. It's a weird flux between proactive and reactive play. And Maryville is just a little bit quicker on the draw. Razor's going to use the Matrix. Is going to be enough for them to continue on. Vision gets very low, but that's not the target they're looking for. The Pulse Bomb is up and available. Noxious gets taken down. Squeak going to be the next target here. He's able to get out, but Freedex ends up falling very quickly. Maryville find themselves a lot of extra pressure now. Vision has the nano boost, and it's just the smacks into
Cameron
the...
falls, looking for another tree, getting smoked out here by that Blizzard. Denied entry once, but Squeak says no. Dante is down. St. Clair have done it. They have held strong against Maryville's onslaught, and it looks like they have flipped this flashpoint.
Oh my gosh, honestly, when that Deadeye didn't work out, Emery is very low, but is okay with that because on the backside, you got Squeak moving in with the Sigma. Noxious does end up falling here. It's Tree, of course, that picks that one up. Maryville taking their time on this.
I mean, I think they can afford to, but right now they're being forced to. Squeak denies so many, drops 3 in the blink of an eye, and Tree looking for some rebuttal.
Be able to do enough damage with it. There is the sound barrier on top of it. It's gonna be enough to prevent at least some damage. Not quite as much as they need. The Razor to fall, Ember to fall. Noxious is the next to go down. King and Tree both taking one for themselves, but it's a bit of a trade.
It is a trade, but it lands in Maryville's favor. Honestly, Noxious has been so annoying with those walls.
Nano boost is going to come through. Tree does have the ultimate as well. It's a lot of damage here. Noxious trying to do what they can. Emran has that Deadeye, but Tree takes 2 down. Dante is going to be the first to fall for the side of Maryville. It's not enough damage, though, for St. Clair to stay alive. It's just Squeak right now who is going to be the next to fall. Almost a team kill. Razor with the respawn just in time. Late to come out just yet.
I mean, this is a little bit of a problem here. Maryville feeling like they got this one. If they deny this fight, it is working all in their favor. Tree gets Noxious again. And Maryville, they smell it 40% till they are victors, until they are champions. But a turnover, St. Clair. Bite point, but that's a drop down from the high ground. Dante ready to draw fire, but in comes the chase. St. Clair ready to go. Emerin taking quite low. Rita's taken out as King goes ham. The sword flies true and Tree follows up. Squid is a little bit low, but Tree says, nah, let me plant my roots. Let me show you how it's done. The tree blooms in absolute death. That's great, and they do. They reach it in OT time. Emerin able to get a snipe on Tree. Tree is down. Squeak able to find Vision. Hey, maybe they can turn around. They are trying to cap halfway, 3/4. One more to go, and they do. It is granted by Maryville, and now they just gotta win at OT. The chase. Noxious says, please do not get there, and they do. They turn it. We are going to the flashpoint 5.
They did it. They took it. They took out Kate way too much. Razor manages to pick that one up. Tree on the other side, though, is going to do what Tree does best, which is hit absolutely every single shot and charge up that weapon as much as possible.
So simple. Said, this is all me. A little bit of healing comes out. That is going to be a test, but it's not going to work. Squid says, let me get in the fray. The flail denies.
Not quite enough charge of it, but you got the nano boost on top of it. A beautiful wall to come through. That's going to prevent Tree from doing as much damage as possible, but it doesn't matter. They're able to engage onto the backside. Squeak will be their target after taking down Emerin and Redex. Noxious not able to stay alive for more than a couple of seconds. Just keep giving them the Tree, man.
It's just given the Tree. I think the chase is out.
tell me what you say. Turn the lights on. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Turn the light, tell me what you say. Tell me what to say. Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Turn the light, tell me what you said. Make
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals 2023. I am your host, Septilence, and I am very excited to walk you guys into our technically fourth, but basically third game of the day, League of Legends, where we saw Maryville just a moment ago win out in Overwatch 3-0 over St. Clair. The question, can they win out again, as Maryville is one of our League of Legends teams playing today against Harrisburg, a team that was originally notorious for their Overwatch program, but as it shifted, as things began to change, they have begun to grow in both Valorant and League of Legends, where League of Legends is the game, the name of the game here today. We're going to be jumping into that in just a couple of minutes, brought to you by Orbital and Jolly. Once again, you guys have seen a lot of them today, but I hope you're excited to see a lot more, as Maryville and Harrisburg are unbelievably ready to be our third victors of the day. We saw Stony Brook win out 2-0 in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Overwatch Maryville 3-0. Let's see if the undefeated streak can carry on. Orbital and Jolly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Septilence. Welcome, everyone, to the League of Legends portion here of the NACE Star League Grand Finals. I'm still here. I'll be here for the rest of the day. And joining me on desk now, we got a little mix and matches. Orbital reemerges.
Yes, I am still here. I'm orbiting around the sun, or somewhere. I don't know. I got dropped out of orbit before, and it was just, I fell on some random desk, and, I was having time, but I'm here now, here in the Boise Arena, and it's been phenomenal.
Oh, it's been absolutely exceptional so far. We've had a lot of hype, and there is a lot of hype that comes with games like Super Smash Bros., like Overwatch. But I gotta say that League of Legends is something that a lot of players have been looking forward to. As we take a quick look at the day's schedule, we got a bit of a mix-up. Hopefully, that Rocket League coming in at the end of the day. But Maryville has already found themselves reigning supreme up against St. Clair Saints. It was a 3-0 sweep, and so far today, Orbital, we have only seen sweeps. Now that Maryville is going up against Harrisburg Storm, are we going to see another, or can we put the brooms away finally?
I think we are going to have a taste. And the reason I say that is because even though these were sweeps, they were not by any means easy to get to. I would love to harken back to the fact that, hey, go ahead, watch the series back if you can. Go ahead, check it out, and really see how these matches transpired. Yes, there were some very one-sided favors, but there were moments of sparks, and that's what I really liked. Even in the earlier, even though we were watching in the Overwatch series, we saw those sparks of St. Clair. We were watching in the earlier rounds as well in SSBU. There were so many amazing points. So the idea that, hey, these are sweeps is there, yes. However, I think Harrisburg are going to put up more than enough of a fight. I will say that with 100% confidence.
Oh, excellent. Hey, we like to hear that. All right, do you know what time it is?
Oh, I think I do, because I'm still getting hungry. Like, listen, I have been trying to lose a little bit of weight. No. I'm here to eat.
Oh, yeah. There's also, if you didn't know, the all-new $7 DL Lovers menu from Pizza Hut. So get your faves for just $7 each when you order 2 or more. And why would you not order 2 or more? Or you can try something brand new like chocolate donut bites, roasted garlic cheese sticks, and more. Garlic and cheese together is always amazing. Add in roasted to that, you got me.
Yeah, I think I had a good friend actually go ahead and start putting some of these in here. So I think we got the order going in. I'm thinking meats. Last time we got the meats in, I think we're still gonna try for the oven baked Italian. I mean, like, listen, I want the meat ready on the pizza as much as possible.
Yeah. Let's see if I can use my points here. 15-minute delivery is not too shabby, that's for sure. Fans at home, you guys can go to pizzahut.com/lineup and order from the $7 Deal Lovers menu today. Somebody had better order me something cheesy and garlicky, though, because I'm definitely going to be hungry after this match.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit of cheese in here as well as we get into the draft. Maryville will be on the blue
I see
side.
What you did there.
And yes, I was very proud of that one. Looking at the draft, though, one of the big things that I'm very curious about is, again, we know both these teams have played each other multiple times in the past, and that's always the big question, right? Maryville, I know inside and out, and they're a team that are a very nice planet of superstars. These are all players that have excelled in their craft. Yes, sometimes they get a little bit, I don't want to say ego because that's on the other team, but it's still very comfortable. They have confidence that they exude, and sometimes that can branch out even into the early game play styles.
Absolutely. And when we talk about early game play styles too, I think a big point of contention has got to be how you compose your draft and where your win conditions are. And something that Harrisburg does really well, I think, and something that will stand up to and be able to contest against Maryville is their ability to have not so much fallbacks, but secondary win conditions where you have a plan A and a plan B and a plan C, right? You can go in focusing on any of those, but you have the opportunity to say, hey, you know what? If that first win con didn't work, we have something else. And a lot of teams that went up against Harrisburg had to deal with that because they said, hey, we've got a super powerful team, but you know what, if the early game doesn't go according to us or whatever, Harrisburg's like, yeah, we got 3 of those. Keep them coming.
And the meta actually leans into that as well. We're seeing a lot more fighters in the top side, a lot more bruisers. Yes, there are some teams that do rely on that heavy tank pretty much, one-dimensionally, which can branch out into 3. But these are all players that love to play pretty aggressive if given the opportunity. We're looking at Spyrex. I mean, I love watching Spyrex. If you give him the Jax, hey, there's a little bit of a problem. And looking at Amazo as well, really affording those opportunities. The only place I would see a little bit of the staleness, which I wouldn't even call it stale because it's fun there as well, is the mid lane. The mid lane pool has really stayed the same, and as a mage player myself, I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon.
It is, and you know what? As somebody who's not a mage player, I'm like, gee, this is usually super exciting for me because I don't tend to do that. It has been a little bit lackluster. There's been a lot more focus towards the bottom side of the map and towards getting to the early team fights, roaming towards the top side. But let's take a quick look as we're rounding out this first ban phase here. Maryville has excluded the Ivern, which of course is a favorite here for Kid Beats on Harrisburg. The Maokai, same thing, and the Rel, pretty standard bans against this team. And Harrisburg, of course, has taken away the Callista, the J4, and the Akali.
And the Ivern, of course, tells a very telling tale, right? Kid Beats not wanting that one over there, just, hey, we'll take away that little piece. The fact that you grabbed Orianna first, though, gives a lot of credit to Get Back. This is a champion that is well known as just a simple champion. It is the all-around best, all-around in mid lane, in my opinion. The fact that you put emphasis on it first means that you really like that glue, the synergy that holds everything together. The answers of the Ashe and Victor on the other side, standard as well. I expect the likes of a jungle to come out here. Unless you want to match those ADCs, the Xayah, I think, would not be impossible. I don't know if you want to show the ADC right away. The Varus is a great lockdown tool as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, having watched the NACE Starleague and the progression up into this point, ADC early pick has absolutely been a priority for majority of these teams. And then the rest of it sort of just kind of sets into place, right? You're looking at like the ADC, you're looking at the jungle to be able to support that. And the supports tend to be final picks, which makes sense, right? But that means that you don't have a ton of priority aside from the Rel, right? Because when we're talking about Barlow on anyone, Barlow doesn't get the Rel. We do not allow Barlow to get that Rel. Absolutely absurd with that champion, which is why we see the ban out from Maryville here. And then Xin Zhao, hey, we were just talking about this. You're asking what champs to expect to potentially see here coming out of Kid Beats, and Xin is definitely one that he has found a lot of success with.
When you ban out the J4 and the Maokai, yes, you're going to get these 2 out. Whether it's a sword, whether it's the fist, whether it's even a couple legs with Lee Sin. I mean, you get the chances, but the heavy focus on the top lane leads me into this. I knew this was coming out when I saw the 4 top lane bans. You're going to run that Yone. Like, come on. It's open. It has been the highlight ever since Worlds and even in every single match in this recent side. But this is the other side, right? You're not going to go unchallenged up there. You are going to find maybe another hyperscale, another heavy bruiser. The Fiora has been such a great answer.
Oh yeah, not only that, but when you're talking about the side laning, getting to that early point, the early team fight stage as quickly as possible, it is a great response there. But when we're talking about the breakdown of Harrisburg in general, the fallback consistently isn't even necessarily a plan. Like, plan C is usually Ego. Ego tends to be that player that while the rest of the map might fall apart, he's so stalwart, he's able to withstand winning compositions, whether he's got a losing matchup or not. It doesn't really matter. But he is so flexible with his picks that he is able to wait until after the second pick phase. But the Renata Glass is going to give a little bit of stability here for Harrisburg's bottom lane, especially after picking Ashe to start things out. Very interesting maneuver there to say, let's lock in the Ashe to start, and then we'll figure it out. Barlow, you have to be flexible. You have to adapt.
I don't even think this is adaptation, right? This is a well thought out. This is why they left support to the very end, I think. You understand that, hey, on the flip side, Zyko loves their engage. You are going to look for that engage. The Rakan was just right for the picking.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey, Renata Glass has now seen a heavy increase. A lot of teams put priority in the fact that the hostile takeover can deny so freaking much. And I mean, when it's on certain players, it gets even scarier.
Well, let's take a quick look at those 2 rosters. Of course, we have Maryville, Spyrex in the top lane, Amazo in the jungle, Get Back in that mid lane, and the bottom lane duo Scary Jerry as the carry and Zyko as the support. Now for the side of Harrisburg, the Storm, you got Barlow is in the bottom. Wait, hold on. Barlow's in the bottom lane. We got this one, I think, a little bit. Yeah, that one's flipped around, all right. Barlow in the support, Makel is the ADC, Pain Shell as the mid laner, Kid Beats in the jungle, and Ego down there at the bottom is actually sitting in top lane.
Listen, I don't know what you're you're talking about. I would love to see the, I want to see Kid Beats on that Ashe, have a little bit of fun. I'd love to see Maykel's, Zins out. But I agree. There are some very fun moments here. All the players are getting ready to go, and my eyes are specifically drawn into this bottom lane. The reason for this, and even though we can harp on it as many times as possible, is the fact that whenever you put priority into the bot side picks, whether it be the ADC or the supports, it always has to have impact. It has to be that glue that kind of turns everything around. And with the Renata Glass, you put so much emphasis onto this pick that it actually kind of scares me. Yes, it's a strong pick, but if it's picked off, obviously it has some problems. So I am looking at Maryville to almost target that bot side, have a little bit of fun, maybe try and put him behind as quickly as possible.
And that makes sense. That's probably the expectation for Harrisburg because they put so much priority in getting the bottom lane that they really want. And particularly for Maykel as that ADC, as we saw, the adaptability of Barlow coming in to sort of form a cohesive bond down there. But at the same time, with the Xin Zhao on board, he's not going to be spending forever in the jungle. And my expectation is that Harrisburg has to make some really quick moves, because Maryville is one of those teams that no matter what game they're playing, if they encounter a tough spot, if they're between a rock and a hard place, they will find some third exit that nobody knew existed.
The exits manifest themselves is the best way to put it. And I'm just hoping that everyone has an escape route. You mentioned it all the way at the beginning that these compositions, you need to have your win conditions pretty solid. And the win condition that I saw from the get-go, which is crazy to me, as well, once you see the likes of the Ashe as well as that Victor come out, they're going for team fight on the side of Harrisburg. And I love it. The fact that you're still willing to kind of ram your head into the same factory, you're willing to take them head on, gives me a lot of hope, because Harrisburg, this is a composition that when you float it, when you watch how it plays, there are multiple points of impact, but they're still going to move at you at the same pace. They're more than willing to take these fights, especially, I want to watch a Yone have fun. Yes. But for Maryville, they didn't say we're going to try and peel off. Yes, the Rakan has peel factor. Yes, you have the ability to walk backwards. But a majority share of their champions are still moving forward. The Varus saying, hey, I want to get the Chain of Corruptions down. You have a Vi that quite literally doesn't have an option back out. So you were talking about doors. There's one door for Vi, and it's literally forward.
Hey, you know what? For Vi, if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, I think you can just bash the rock to pieces anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference there. But it's true. The general concept, I guess, of, the organization between these two drafts for Harrisburg and Maryville, they had very similar thoughts going into this, right? Lock down a strong champion, give them a little bit of versatility by saying, hey, it's going to be, the support. It's going to be the support that we can pick finally later on. And then having Harrisburg as well on the red side, giving them the opportunity to try to find some counters. They did lock in, the Victor pretty early, which gives you kind of the chance to get those counters for the blue side, which is always good. But like you were saying before, Orbital, I don't understand it. I'm like, this is such a crazy mid lane matchup, and it will be the most lackluster thing I've ever seen. You have a jungle come in, and the gank doesn't work out. You have a lot of early roam coming from the supports, which is something that I expect to see, especially with the Rakan on board, to be able to leave the Varus behind for a little bit. Both of these teams are volatile, right? Both have a lot of opportunity to all in, but they need to know when to back out and fall to that plan B that we've been talking about.
And when they identify that fact is another crucial part. You and I know the coaches quite well. Clergy is one that's been around the scene for quite some time. Same with Zoo. Everyone's had their history here, and one of the fun things is their specific idea of going into a lot of the drafts. How do we want to focus on this draft? And me personally, I just, if I'm coaching anyone, it's literally, hey, just play the game, good luck, I don't know, like, have fun, don't die, right? Hopefully. These guys have been able to dissect the game over and over again, that the champions themselves are just tools. Yeah. So I'm very, very curious where they do focus. You said the mid lane is its own thing. Hey, you picked the Victor early. Let's talk about the fact that it was a B1 Orianna. Like, there's not much counterpicking there for the side of Harrisburg. They knew what they were going up against.
Yeah, for sure. But as soon as they lock in that Orianna, you're like, okay, we're looking at, shockwave-based chances. We're looking at team fight, easy stability to be able to have that mid lane island, which is so weird to say because the river's on either side of it, right? Usually it's the top lane that's kind of hanging out there on their own. But I can guarantee you, with the way that both Ego and Spirax play, that there is going to be nothing short of a good portion of the fights probably taking place more towards the top side, then even I'm going to go out on a limb and say a lot more fights even towards the top than the bottom or the mid in the early parts of the game, just because of how aggressive these players are. The Fiora and the Yone, they both have a chance to do some damage in the early game and pick each other off. As things go later on, Fiora might have more of an opportunity, but Ego's the kind of player that says, I'm not going to back down, and sometimes that becomes a mental game. If he's going in and you're like, I should be winning this fight, why is he still going in on me? You kind of have sometimes, you doubt yourself, right? You're like, maybe I should be backing away. Maybe I shouldn't be so aggressive into this. And it's something that has proven to work for him time and time again, which is why I kind of address him as like the rock, right, of this crew. Even though maybe he's not going to be making all the calls and all that stuff, if you get to the later game, Ego's at least not going to be feeding. He's not going to be far behind. He's going to be able to do his job.
I like that fact, especially on the Fiora, right? We're saying, hey, listen, you are that steady rock. We know you can get to late game. However, whenever you see a Yone on the other side, it's still that factor of the reason that you're still fighting me at every piece of the game, whether from early to mid to late, is because the Yone has that exact same factor. We can't sit here and say, no, you're facing off against an Ornn that is literally going to join the team fights. No, this is another champion that we're sitting there going, we expect you to 1v1. We expect you to snap back. And yes, the early game maybe not as heavy as much as we want to. They're willing to take trades. The champions are made more for like level 3 and 4, ready with some of the abilities to kind of walk through. Level 6 is the explosive part. No. Let's go level 1. Level 1, have at it.
It's true. That's Ego is absurd. I mean, there will be times where I'm like, Ego, are you Ego? He's going in. He's tower diving level 2. He's Ego. And the cool thing about that too is Kid Beats has done such a good job of being really flexible around this team and supporting that, which is why Maryville, hey, they got to hit the ground running, and that is something they tend to do exceptionally well, especially with a composition like this. If they can get into the mid game early on, like I said, you got to recon. You're expecting a lot of roams. You're expecting a lot of extra pressure coming through from the Orianna, probably focus on the jungle towards the top side, of course. Then you're looking really good for Maryville, and that's going to be their big opportunity to kind of snowball over the face of Harrisburg. But I really appreciate both these compositions. Something that's been said a lot as of late is, oh, comp doesn't win the game. That is true. Or draft doesn't win the game, but compositions can absolutely lead to the downfall or the success of a team later on.
It's going to be quite interesting, and because of that fact, we already get the invade, right? This is the way to do it. We talked about Harrisburg identifying weaknesses or identifying moments. This is one of them. This is also not spotted out. This has not been spotted by the side of Maryville. If they do not counter this one outright, which I think they might because they had a ward on their on the opposite side, on the red buff, hey, we're able to identify that. If you're able to collect yourself forward, then you go, okay, then we're going to go to vertical jungling, right? And now bot side might be having some interesting trades.
Interesting trades. That's not the damage that you want to take as a Varus in the early parts of the game. But yeah, look at the confidence there, too. You've got Zin sitting there. He's like, all right, I can take Raptors as well.
Yeah, take everything. And this is the main point. If Amazo starts roaming down to the bottom side, I'm really scared because that puts him a major beat behind. You are actually going to lose out so much. And I'm just watching the fight, right? Oh, a flash over the wall. Kid Beats is now identified as being in that bot side.
Finally, that actually took a long time. Moved down to Krugs. What a crazy navigation there for Angle, of course, is scary. Jerry coming through saying, okay, I'll just go back to my side of the map. Uh-oh, there's an enemy on my side. A flash expended early on. And for somebody like Varus who does not have easy escapability, even when you have the ultimate up, Chains of Corruption is still a hit or miss, literally. Harrisburg feels really good about that invade in the start to this game. Ooh.
Good little flash there, and it was prioritized as well, right? You knew Amazo was locked out of that bot side farm, so yes, you're going to be in danger of that game. Amazo playing this one by textbook. So what do you do next? Hey, you go invade on the top side. Taking a look at the side of Spyrox, going ahead, helping out, right? Moving over. Let's go ahead and collect. After that early trade, yes, that is going to be Pain Shell, a little bit worse to wear. Everything else pretty neutral.
Yep. Yeah, and that's kind of the expectation here. We're talking about the win cons for both teams. They both have fallbacks, right? They do both have this, if we can get the early game, we're setting ourselves up for an early mid game. They both feel good about that, right? So now, with it just being a few minutes in, these back and forths are going to continue. I would be more than surprised if Kid Beats or Amazo didn't show their faces into a lane, though, soon. Pings are coming out now from Maryville into the red side of the jungle, so maybe cognizance there that Xinjiao might be trying to go for something top.
Well, it wasn't just that, it was a denial. Again, locking out Amazo from all this and now getting a free jump on the top side. It is that difference as they fight.
Ooh. She went in, at least on the mini-map, it looked like she went in.
It wasn't too bad. It was just a test, and I think I do think Spyrox is more like, yeah, I'll go ahead, burn that Ghost. You're not running Flash, so a lot more dual-centric in that top side. It might not be the Ignite teleport that we see sometimes from like a Camille, but it's enough. You can dance pretty well. It also gives you great escapability if you know it's coming. It's great runaway factor.
And not just, I mean, great runaway factor. Also, we were talking about side laning. You gotta have that, right? Ghosts for side laning, something to where you can either continue to engage, because the teleport allows for you to continue a fight around Baron. You know, push down the bottom side, get an extra tower, get tier 2 if you want, and then have a fight around these objectives, like the Dragon and like the Baron. Nothing too crazy, though, to start. That's the expectation, but I love how much, I mean, these fists are going out, right? There's already so much damage that's been laid down in less than 5 minutes in this game 1.
And the fact of the matter is, we're looking at the bottom lane. We're looking at Scary Jerry and Psycho to try and lay down the pressure, because the Ashe is a very safe thing. Ashe is not going to ramp up. It can, but you're not going to ramp up as heavy. You're going to try and farm up. You're going to play for that late game a little bit. In this situation, though, that is going to be a nice cleanse to come out here. It was a test to slow things down, but Mako said, I want to keep going, burn that Ghost. So a little bit of testing back and forth.
Testing ego as well towards the top side. He is not used to being stuck under his own tower. He's used to diving the enemy tower at this point in the game. Psycho's going to take a lot of damage there, because Kid Beats has decided to set up a tent in the opposing jungle, says, this is mine now. You guys just have to deal with it. And there's not been a lot of retaliation from Amazo. Not that it's necessary at this point in the game, as long as there's a little bit of recovery elsewhere on the map.
I mean, I would actually say it's great recovery, right? This dive is going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, so much damage on a Barlow. The first blood, it goes to Varus. The flash away from Psycho's not going to be able to get out of that one. Kid Beats falls for the flash as well, but no way. Mako goes down too. That's 3 flashes out.
Oh, that's a problem.
Psycho picks up the kill, though.
It is nice, but that's such a problem, right? You set up that dive so heavily, and the fact that Kid Beats has actually been drifting, you said, on the bot side, trying to give so much pressure over. The fact that Harrisburg got a 2 for 2 instead of a 2 for 1 and maybe some plating means that now Kid Beats is behind. We're actually taking a look at the CS differential, and Amazo has come back in a major way. We're seeing about 5 to 6 cans up, 40 CS versus 28. Kid Beats was planning on that bot side going well. It is not. It went okay, but that is the risk you decided to run.
I mean, hey, Kid Beats is like, I didn't die, I'm 1-0-1, we're good.
Right.
You do lose the first blood, it goes to the Varus, right? You do end up losing 2 members as opposed to 1, but things are tied up now, and no big surprise, we have swords just smacking back and forth up here on the top side. I mean, Yone has 2, still Fiora has a parry, so it evens out.
Of all of them, really, Spyrox is just waiting to farm up, right? Like, we're taking a look at the side of this Fiora. Man, my brain doesn't want to work. The Fiora coming out here wants to get into mid to late game in good standing. Like he said, being able to fight back game, being able to be that little, I want to say heavy hitter with that split push, and we're looking at the whole breaker setup. So you just need to farm well. You've already drawn pressure from Kid Beats as well, so everything's actually going in an okay manner for Maryville.
Hey, as long as you're looking forward to the mid-game team fights, like early mid-game team fights, which technically both of these teams are, but they want to be the ones that push for it, then yeah, Maryville's plan is going accordingly, and Harrisburg still has some good opportunities. Really, neither has faltered in terms of their objectives, what they're going for. Sure, Maryville has a little bit of a better grip on this one, and they do have more priority in the top and the bottom lanes, but it's just going to be consistently these smacks back and forth. And you know, one of the things I anticipate as well is the second we see either Kid Beats or Amazo hop in for a gank, the other jungler is now specifically tracking movement and the ability to kind of have a counterplay to that.
I mean, they're already doing that. You can see here the call that Maryville is on Dragon, which Amazo started up about 20 seconds ago, is for Kid Beats to actually try and roam down. They're trying to match face for face, and it's appropriate, but the arrow!
Oh, there's the storm! Too much chaos here for the side of Maryville. That means the Duckman is going to come out ahead. That was a counter pick. You know?
It was, but look at the answer right now. Amazo's trying to get something bot side.
He's trying to. Barlow near enough to tower, though, that there shouldn't be a huge problem.
Oh, poor Barlow. I mean, the way he's crashing in, I think this is a done deal.
Hey, you know what? You do what you can. One tower shot is all that went off there. It's Amazo who's going to pick that one up, but you know what? At least you got Mako out, right? There was no attempt to dive towards the second turret for them. they're going to pick up some extra gold and some plates for their victory.
And I would say that actually leans into Maryville's portion a bit better, right?
Yeah.
The arrow across town was a nice little piece, but it was a guess. Whenever you play Ashe, it feels like this moment of, have at it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it does leave that window open on this top side, though. We're seeing Ego get a little bit chased out.
Oh, no way. There's the parry. It's still a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Ego makes his way out. No longer has Flash, though. That's Ultimate Summoners down.
I mean, that was so well read. You're looking at Spyrax to be able to start dominating the top side and really, and this is the challenge, right? A lot of teams will actually, hey, we need to apply a lot of pressure on that top, take down that Yone early on. No, if you get a good dueler, if you feel comfortable enough, the 1v1 actually works in your favor, so very well done there. You're now extending that CS lead, and the Yone that we thought was going to be super impressive may not be as heavily contested into that mid game.
Yep. And just as I expected as well, you do have Zyko, who's already doing that early roaming, right? Which, if you're a Rakan and you're not doing some early roam, you're definitely doing something wrong. Unfortunately for Maryville, he hasn't been able to make much of that. But like I said, nobody's plan is faltering at the moment right now. Both of them are in a pretty solid position. Both of them are feeling good. And now at this point, I think they both realize nobody's really going to snowball into that early mid game. We're just going to play it out. We're going to wait and see what we can stack up on the top side on this Fiora for Maryville.
And they've been happy about it, right? Maryville has looked very, very good and solid. Really, I don't want to say steamrolling, right? They're not steamrolling or anything like that, but getting the early dragons, second to dragons, and keeping those objectives clean. Yes, the Herald was taken by Harrisburg, but the other side of it is, where are you going to drop it? Neither side, there has been no lane that you feel like you can actually draw a lot of pressure, maybe the bot side if you wish, but the mid lane feels even better, right? You got the kill early, you get the Victor rolling in, maybe you get the plates, and get that very annoying burn champion into that great state.
Yep. Annoying burn. I hate hearing those things in this game.
It's not a burn, at least.
Yeah, that's true. That is exactly what we're going to get. Another fight. Ego going in here. Ends up coming back with that heartbreak. And I'm not sure if he's aware about Amazo. Ultimate now down. But a good, at least, perception there from Ego to make sure they didn't go a little bit too far, right? It was a risky play. You don't have eyes on the jungle. You don't know where they might be right now. Let's not take that risk.
I like it. Tempered aggression, tempered understanding of what could happen. You lost track, other junglers, the camps aren't up, so you're not going to follow through.
Yep.
Instead, hey, I'm already a little bit behind. You've now matched pace back with the CS, so you're in a good spot. And especially since Kid Beats is leaning on that bot side, you see there builds up an answer coming from Amazo, so everyone feeling like this bot lane is about to explode, and you have to be aware, Mako with that arrow should be able to kick things off if they so wish.
It also kind of looks like there's almost this concedence or something of, you know, we'll put down Vision, but we're not going to really focus on Vision. There's the engage, though, a beautiful battle dance. It's followed up with Barlow trying to come in with as much as they can with the ultimate, but no, the hostile takeover, I mean, misses absolutely everybody. It's glowing too brightly.
The fact no one died is stupid. That was the moment, right? Everyone's trying to throw ult, everyone's trying to get in their face. No one died. Everyone walks away. Amazo's like, I don't know how I lived. And looking on the other side, you're looking at Mako like, I don't know how I lived. I was ignited. I don't know what's going on. Yet the problem is they expended pretty much all their summoner spells right before Dragon. That fight broke out. Everyone was hoping they got that lead, that bot side advantage. They don't have it anymore.
And granted, you know, let's take actually, whoa, the best replay ever. It's a replay within a replay. But, you know, you've got the summoner spell advantage on the side of Maryville now. You have two summoner spells. Ego just poking in a little bit of damage, but there's just way too much.
Oh,
now it's coming out of this top side for Spyrax. Rift Herald comes through the second, or in the middle lane. Some extra plates, some extra gold for the side of Harrisburg, at least evening out those objectives.
It was starting to time out, so you don't really have that chance to really focus down, right? Yes, it was just a little bit of plate exception, which is great. I think that was granted over to the side of Kid Beats as well as I want to say, as well as Pain Shell. So they're happy to collect. Right now, the next objective is this dragon. Harrisburg lost it without even trying to contest it. It was a mountain. This time around, a little bit more power behind it, a Chemtech to drag, and they're the first ones on it.
They only kind of have to be at that point, right? If you give Maryville Dragon priority, I was chatting with Zoo last night for Harrisburg University. He was saying one of the things that they noticed is one of their constant fallbacks is if they don't get at least in the top, like involved in the first two dragons, the fights. Whether they get it or not, they need to be a part of it, and that is a huge grand entrance coming through from Zyko, but it's too much damage onto Amazo. Out comes the quickness, literally just to get in there. Save Mako is about to go down and will fall. Oh my gosh, it's the able to make it out alive. He's sitting at a single health and only one member to fall from Maryville. They're still going to continue the chase. You got to be careful if your kid beats, though, because you are behind a tower.
I don't think they have a chance to follow through. Harrisburg don't have a chance to rebuttal. Kids Beats wants to, but your mid laner is almost dead. It was a challenge between Get Back and Pain Shell off on the flip side, and that dive over. Honestly, Amazo knew it was going to be a sacrifice, said this is our opportunity, we just lost Dragon, and the absolute gall from Scary Jerry to flash over caught Mako and Barlow by surprise. That takedown on Amazo coming very close to saving Mako's life, just not enough.
Just not enough, and this is a huge win con for Maryville, is if you get Varus early kills, I mean, hey, there are very few champions, or at least ADCs, you could say, you know, pre-15 minutes, we want them sitting at potentially bounty ready. That is the situation. Look at that quickness going in.
This right here, look at this. You'll see Mako come back alive, and then Scary Jerry's like, okay, well, I'll get another kill. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and keep ramping it. And it feels good. This fight, though, Get Back chasing after the likes of Pain Shell, that negated everything that was going to fall behind. You can see Kid Beats. He's like, I want to fight that, but I can't. That is the crucial difference that this mid lane is going to afford. We got to keep watching that.
And that means that we've got even objectives across the board. Now, one Dragon, one Rift Herald apiece, and only a 1-kill lead here for Maryville, but they do find themselves over a 1K differential here. The flash to get at, you know what, if you gotta do it, you gotta do the shockwave. So much damage, Barlow is gonna go down. It's Get Back who picks up one, and the first tower falls, but it's for Harrisburg.
I think that's a given. They're gonna try and get more. You can see the jump down, a little bit of jump forward, and now the TP coming in.
Let's see it, the TV comes in, and oh my gosh, poor Ego just cannot move. That was like 3.5 seconds of crowd control. Everything was layered right there onto that top laner, and hey, I said Ego can win in any, or can be okay in any matchup, but things are looking a little bit dangerous for Harrisburg right now.
The call was TP, Ego said okay, and then everyone realized they were outnumbered. It is the unfortunate scenario. You really wish you were Echo at that point to get back. However, at this point, Maryville, they say, hey, we'll take that mistake. Thank you very much. We drop our own Rift Herald. We are now in control. Everything's matched up. Gold is still leaning in our favor. And everything is leaning Maryville's way. They are now allowed to expand out. Next chance is most likely this mid lane. Try and knock down that tower. Start looking for setup around, I want to say, this bot lane once again.
And what Barlow's doing now is certainly going to be something that Maryville needs to be sort of staunched on. They have so much solid vision, and when we look at the minimap and look at how much Harrisburg has layered down, it's not comparable. Very, very little vision that they have, and hey, this is a good example of what they can do with that Abyss Watcher going in. This Fiora, Spyrax gets to decide, who is my target here? Let's make it Barlow to start things out. Kid Beats on the backside, but who else is in the fight? It's also Scary Jerry. Zyko's going to be able to pick up that kill, though. Poor Fiora.
I mean, you're okay. The fact that you're able to live, and now you get the flash out of Mako.
Oh,
I mean,
my
Amazo
gosh.
said this is our chance. Maryville backing away when they knew Ego was coming around, but Harrisburg put their ADC in a rough position. And because of this, you lost a crucial safety net. Mako is now not allowed to really get close to these fights.
That was so slick. Hold on. That was so slick with Spyrax right there saying, okay, you can take my vision ward. That's fine. I can use the half second that I still have vision after it's gone down to get over and instantly get 3 hits onto yours. So it ended up actually being a trade for vision, even though Ego set himself up to get out.
Such little things are what is going to make or break this game, I think. But Maryville so far in these scraps, in these scrambles, have been on point. The fact that we got a Dragon coming up once again is going to be the main breaker. It's Hextech as well, right? This is a major Dragon that everyone wants to fight for, and you get 3 stacks of it. If you are in control of those Dragons, you get such a boost, ability haste, as well as attack speed. Maryville looking to hone in here with Dragon up in about 30 seconds.
There's patient. They pick the patient girls. You gotta be patient with the Vi, you gotta be patient with the Fiora, right? And so that top bush is definitely a place that Maryville has kind of found a mainstay. Ego clearly not really phased by it, but has to be careful because the farther back you get on this Yone as this game continues on, the less you'll really be able to do when it comes to the team fight stage, which both teams are looking forward to. But when you got damage like this on this Varus and on this Orianna, Harrisburg has to be very precise about how they engage these fights. They're not crazy far back. They're less, it's a 2K differential between them technically on paper, but in the overall, Maryville has huge priority on these team fights.
they have all the priority until we see Barlow step up and step forward. That hostile takeover, I think, is going to be the crucial plan. You're waiting for an arrow launch out of Mako. If you can get the arrow launch, that's great, but you need to keep Beats right behind. And we still have not seen Ego be allowed to join these fights. So this 4-person combo coming out of Harrisburg will be very identifiable by the side of Maryville, right? Like, you know they're coming. There's no other option there. Dragon sealed away by Maryville. Harrisburg aren't even going to try. But at this point, the seeding of ground by Harrisburg, they're still trying to push Pain Shell into a comfortable spot to start laying down this consistent damage. So right now, give, ready for the next fight.
Always ready for the next fight. Especially if you're Ego, because you're wanting to engage on these. So this is where we actually get to see the rare Ego having to hold himself back. Normally, I'm so surprised. It's like, wow, Ego was actually able to pulling that one off. But at this point in the game, he's going to find it more and more difficult with the Fiora as the final pick as well for Maryville, having the counter ability. And now we see them, they have to decide exactly how they want to engage, what they want to move forward on. Almost wasted time here spent trying to position themselves around this top side. It's Maryville writing the script at the moment, though.
They are, but at least the script is being read at pace, right? Harrisburg are like, okay, we're reading the script. We know they're top side. Maybe we can get something else. They rotate 4 up there. They knew they want to get, again, Pain Shell in a comfortable spot, and they're still trying to draw out Ego, right? Ego is sitting at 0, 1, and 0. Decent farm at 172. Not enough. Still waiting for that 2nd and a half to 3rd item power spike, and then you can start rolling over your opponent. Looking at the side of Spyrex, though, already has a Divine Thunder, still looking to chunk out. This is more than enough damage to flaunt your own pressure on your side.
And that's where Harrisburg is trying to find some advantages. They keep themselves away from a full team fight. They're not grouping up. They are playing in a reactionary way. They had to respond to Maryville collapsing on the top side, but they are able to at least stop the Shockwave from coming in. I guess he can't stop Amazo from following up. Zyko goes in, the quickness comes out on just one member, but it's A-okay. Ego now trying to take down Spyrax. He's not going to be able to do it before time runs out. You got to reposition this Harrisburg.
They tried. They tried to respond on the other side of the map a little bit slow, and Spyrex knew that. Also well done, expending the ults just to secure the kill. Pain Shell didn't even have a chance to flash. You need to secure that kill. They gave you the tower topside, and now that's a chase in mid.
Ah, I love it. The hard CC, they hit back on each other, but it's going to be enough on to Angle to get him taken down. Scary Jerry falls. Lots of damage now from Maryville. Harrisburg trying to take advantage of it. No, it's going to be Kibbeats who has to use the Crescent Guard. There is the hostile takeover, but it's not at all where Harrisburg would want it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here. As we can see, over the wall is where this buy is going to go. Amazo engaging on Barlow. A lot of damage. Far too much. You get that shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them the run around over the walls. Maybe you could try to be able to seal out on that Grump, but it won't be enough, and Maryville has now really reinforced their lead.
You know who's scary? It's not Jerry. It's when the rest of the team decides to collapse in on him and get revenge. So well done. The fact that he even chased up, preps them for Baron, and Harrisburg are like, man, we thought we had a pick. It's just one of those gambles that you took. It was a great call, I think, because, again, it was the likes of Scary Jerry to start that fight off. You thought you had a pick, you fell down. Now it's Baron and Maryville, who are already starting to steamroll ahead. We saw the kills go forward. We saw the likes of every player starting to ramp up. Now this is the icing on the cake. We are going to see them take the next few towers as well as push for that inhibitor.
Absolutely. It's actually really interesting because Maryville just, you're right, they took it so well, right? Because when you have Scary Jerry get ulted like that, and you have Harrisburg in a position to say, hey, it's 3v1, we're going to take out the ADC, we can then pressure this forward, instantly Maryville goes, all right, spread out, right? They all split into different directions, and they made it so that Harrisburg actually wasn't really able to gain anything off of that. In fact, Maryville was able to retaliate and sort of corral Harrisburg onto their own side of the map. Just, I mean, I said they're writing the script, right? It sincerely feels that way now, and it's purely reactionary gameplay coming out of Harrisburg, which is certainly not what they want for this comp.
Of course, they still have 1 or 2 opportunities. It's slightly improbable. I wouldn't even say out of the question, but this next Dragon I think will be very important. I don't think you can leave the Dragon at a sole point. You need to find these kills. You need to fight for it. And Zyko says, oh, I might be in the wrong spot. Gets over the wall with a chase.
Oh, definitely in the wrong spot. Tries to use the Garen Answers to come out. Uses the quickness. Gets over the wall, too. That blue bump, but it's going to be Heartbreaker to come out from Yone. Securing that one, cleaning up all of Harrisburg's jungle.
That felt good. That felt good for Harrisburg. They're like, okay, you've been such an annoyance in our side right now. Stop dropping wards. stop getting away for this almost for free. Very nice catch, especially right around this dragon. It does give credence to Harrisburg. Maryville will feel comfortable fighting this if they so wish. They have the TP on Spires. They could drop into a 4v5 pinch and still take the fight. Of course, do you actually want to have that happen?
You see the pings coming out, of course, and that is Maryville saying, hey, we're going to secure this. Barlow trying to play a little bit of proxy to stop Amazo. In the meantime, it's also the mid lane that's getting a lot of pressure. If you have a Varus who's able to solo push the mid lane, you are not in a very good position.
No.
And that is where Harrisburg is right now. They got their tails tucked between their legs. They have to head back to tower and respond to now this Baron pressure as well that they're receiving.
Yeah, it's only up for another, I want to say, 2 minutes, maybe less so. So that's why you can see Maryville. They already got what they wanted, right? They took 2 towers off of it, and I think that's a fair trade. You were the one, again, Soul Point is so dangerous to either one of these teams. Both teams have flirted around the danger of a full team fight. That Soul Point is going to be so scary. This is very important. Take a look at how this is spaced out. Barlow does the one thing that they needed, gets a grab, throws the jungle away. That immediately negates any sort of steal attempt. In the mid lane, as you said, this is Scary Jerry allowed to farm up. At this point, I think it's an even trade. You open up the rest of the map. You say, okay, no other chances to be able to play inside your own jungle. You know how to play to us.
I mean, I might disagree and say Maryville took a pretty big handful away from Harrisburg there, because what Amazo did, while it seems like, oh yes, you have Barlow who has prevented Amazo from getting in there, Amazo was just a distraction right there.
Gosh.
He's going to be able to get the kill underneath the tower. That tower does not end up going down, but now in the meantime, you got the bottom lane, Classic Spirax, who absolutely will be split pushing for the remainder of this, finding another turret, more gold under Maryville's belt, and that gold lead is starting to get exponentially too large for Harrisburg to genuinely deal with.
And we're seeing it in those item power spikes. I want to say Maryville's sitting on about 1,000 to 1,500 each, and they're going to go back spend. You can see the Rabadons coming out on get back, ready to go. Shockwave is going to be crazy. This is Harrisburg realizing they may or may not be on their last leg. They got maybe one more major team fight to get the playthrough, and then their base is gone. They need to win it out strongly, and they really hope to keep Pain Shell alive, right? And Ego needs to get in. We've seen Ego off on the side flaunting, and again, trying to keep Spirax in check. At this point, I almost wonder if you just split off, let it go, drop a tower, and just win a team fight out.
Yeah, pick the 4v5 essentially, and you know what? If you do catch Spirax out, that is something you got to take advantage of, because he's going to be doing so much damage now. We're past the 25-minute mark. We're past the 50,000 here for Maryville University, and everything's kind of gone, everything's Millhouse for them at this point. Feeling really comfortable. The places that they wanted to ensure they didn't fall behind in, they did. And not only that, but they actually got an advantage where they said, hey, this is a risk that we're willing to take, a little bit of lax that we're willing to give to the enemy team. Harrisburg just doesn't have a lot of options right now.
Those options are extremely limited, and I 100% agree. There are some problems that were in there, and it did spiral from the early game, and you can't really fault them, but you're still going to try. 100%, you still have the composition, you're still going to fight it. Again, at this point, Ego going second item Hullbreaker, I get why you would want to, but I do feel like you could have gone for a little bit more team fight. You know things are looking rough. Third item Hullbreaker if you get the chance. Right now, this is dangerous time. Maryville, they're pressuring in. They have pretty much all the waves collapsing at the same time, which is perfect. Harrisburg, they need to pick their fight very, very carefully.
Yeah, and in fact, you know what? It's kind of at the point in the game where it almost feels like they don't get the chance to pick the fight. They have to wait for an opening to say, we can make this our fight, right? Not that they decide on the engage, but that they see a mistake maybe that Maryville is willing to make and then slip through the cracks as Harrisburg. They have the potential, the opportunity to do it, but the longer this goes, the more gold is going to go in the pockets of Maryville as they're now able to secure the entirety of the jungle, as we're getting closer to more dragons where they really are going to force the fights out of Harrisburg, and that's not where Harrisburg wants to be.
I don't think Maryville would actually wait for the Baron. Would they like force a Baron fight and then move in? Because they have an open inhibitor top. They're keeping Sparks on the bot side just to keep that wave in check.
They can.
I mean, it looks like they are going to. I feel like they had enough control that they could have forced a fight in that mid lane or that top side and really try and push. But they are going to look. They are going to try and bait Harrisburg into the dark. Keep them completely blind. Everything is Maryville's lights.
Yep.
And you see it. They're so scared. You see it. Hear the pings go down. Amazo's somewhere close. Okay, run away.
It's true. It's, as you were saying, do they wait for the Baron, right? They don't have to, but they can. At this point, they're not losing anything for it.
Right.
They're just gaining some ground. They're giving themselves a little bit more space to work with.
Oh, no.
There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's just barely going to a miss. And Amazo only takes the tail end of that hostile takeover. A beautiful grand entrance from
the TP.
Psycho. And the quickness to follow it up. What a dressing guard to send away those members that are trying to engage, but it's too much damage. A beautiful flash Spyrex, the shockwave on top of it, the double kill. I can't even keep track of Spyrex, dashing all over the place now, looking for the quadra here, and he will get it.
That's it. That's the watch. That's all they needed. Maryville. It was a force out of Mazo said, hey, I found the pick. But Harrisburg, they tried to bite back. It was a good attempt. But Maryville just had stronger wallets at that point. They were able to drag the fight out, and it is done.
What a fight. Maryville, knowing how much more damage they can deal, how far ahead they were, willing to sacrifice almost their full health bars before they were able to fully engage. And they take game one, not quite decisively, but they definitely had a lot to say about the direction that game was going from the very start.
There were some key changes that I really like Harrisburg for doing. First, the hard invade in. It was a late invade, but a hard invade, right? The full commitment to say, hey, we're going to try and steal away some of these jungle camps, really try and put Amazo behind. It almost worked. I would like to say it almost worked. And for that reason, it's just the brand truth that it just fell away a little bit too quickly.
Well, let's take a quick look at one of our sponsors here for the Starleague event. Thanks to Truth. Truth aims to empower you to make informed decisions about your health, both mental and physical. And that includes making sure that the risks of smoking, vaping, and nicotine don't slide under the radar. Learn more at thetruth.com. We also have Mavix. When you're in need of comfort tech built to outlast and outperform the competition, Mavix has your back and your butt. Get the most quality, customizable, and comfortable gaming accessories at Mavix.com.
Listen, if I'm in a gaming session where I've lost 3 in a row, I'm going for that 4th, 5th, and 6th, okay? Listen, I'm having a rough time. I need comfort. I need to stay awake. It's also like 2 a.m. I'm not having a good time. But getting back into it, I do just want to mention that Harrisburg, I love the idea that they had. They said that they were coming out, and again, we got to speak with some of the coaches and the players, obviously not giving away strats or anything because I can't give away strat that I don't know of. But the idea is, hey, focus on that bot side a little bit. We knew that they were trying to pinch. It's really just that bot lane dive. If that had gone purely to Harrisburg, we could have seen a vastly different story. It just went 2-2. Really, really well played by Scary Jerry and Zyko, realizing this is going to be the problem after finding him first. Said, okay, we're going to be in trouble. Let's go ahead and fight back. And Maryville just ran away with it after that.
Yeah, that was the other side of it. You know, when we're talking about the win conditions, the fallbacks, the plan A's, B's, and C's, it's not as though Harrisburg didn't have them. It's just that Maryville was saying, okay, you know, if we do poorly in this lane, then we have to focus on this. And Harrisburg says, okay, if we do poorly in this lane, everything kind of faltered for them in the early parts of the game. So for Maryville, they're like, all right, if the top and bottom do well, top and bottom are doing well, mid lane, how are you? Excellent. All right, we're good on all counts.
Right.
And that was just something that Harrisburg didn't have really much of an opportunity. They still fought well for it, but we'll have to see how things play out because this is a best of 3 here for the NACE Starleague. So we're going to take a very quick break. You guys get your snacks, get your drinks, stay hydrated, and we will be right back with some more League of Legends here at the NACE Starleague Championship.
I mean, I would actually say it's great recovery, right? This dive is going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, so much damage on a Barlow. First blood, it goes to Varus. The flash away from Zyko's not going to be able to get out of that one.
Oh,
Kid Means falls to the flash as well, but no way. Mako goes down too. That's 3 flashes out.
Oh, that's a problem.
Zyko picks up the kill, though.
Answer right now. Amazo's trying to get something bot side.
He's trying to. Barlow near enough to tower, though, that there shouldn't be a huge problem.
Oh, poor
here.
Barlow. I mean, the way it's crashing in, I think this is a done deal.
Hey, you know what? You do what you can. 1 tower shot is all that went off there.
Down was a nice little piece, but it was a guess. Whenever you play Ashe, it feels like this moment of have at it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it does leave that window open. On this top side, though, we're seeing Ego get a little bit chased out.
Oh, no way. There's the parry. It's still a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Ego makes his way out. No longer.
So, wish.
It also kind of looks like there's almost this concedence or something of, you know, we'll put down vision, but we're not going to really focus on vision. There's the engage, though. A beautiful battle dance. It's followed up with Barlow trying to come in with as much as they can with the ultimate, but no, the hostile takeover, I mean, misses absolutely everybody. It's glowing too bright.
Even trying to contest it. It was a mountain. This time around, a little bit more power behind it. A Chemtech to drag, and they're the first ones on it.
They kind of have to be at that point, right? If you give Maryville Dragon priority, I was chatting with Zoom last night for Harrisburg University. He was saying one of the things that they noticed is one of their constant fallbacks is coming through from Zyko, but it's too much damage onto Amazo. Out comes the quickness, literally just to get in there. Save Mako is about to go down and will fall. Oh my gosh, it's the Varus damage, and Scary Jerry is living up to his name. No way that we get this Victor Page shell able to make it out alive. He's sitting at a single. So much damage. Barlow is going to go down. It's Getback who picks up one. And the first tower falls, but it's for Harrisburg.
I think that's a given. They're going to try and get more. You can see the jump down, a little bit of jump forward, and now the TP coming in.
Let's see it. The TP comes in, and oh my gosh, poor Ego just cannot move. That was like 3.5 seconds of crowd control. Very, very little vision that they have, and hey, this is a good example of what they can do with that Abyss Watcher going in. This Fiora, Spyrax gets to decide who is my target here. Let's make it Barlow to start things out. Kimmy's on the backside, but who else is in the fight? It's also Scary Jerry. Zyko's going to be able to pick up that kill, though. Poor Fiora.
I mean, a little bit slow, and Spyrax knew that. Also well done, expending the ults just to secure the kill. Paintail didn't even have a chance to flash. You need to secure that kill. They gave you the tower topside, and now that's a chase in mid.
I love it. The hard CC, they hit back on each other, but it's going to be enough on to Angle to get him taken down. Scary Jerry falls. Lots of it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here, as we can see over the wall is where this buy is going to go. Amazo engaging on Barlow. That's a lot of damage. Far too much. You get the shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them the run around over the walls. Maybe you try to be able to seal out.
A Scary Jerry to start that fight off. You thought you had a pick, you fell down. Now it's Baron and Maryville, who are already starting to steamroll ahead. We saw the kills go forward. We saw the likes of every player starting to ramp up. Now this is the icing on the cake. We are going to see them take the next few towers as well as push for that inhibitor.
Absolutely. It's actually really...
Next dragon, I think, will be very important. I don't think you can leave the dragon at a sole point. You need to find these kills. You need to fight for it. And Zyko says, oh, I might be in the wrong spot. Gets over the wall, but the chase.
Oh, definitely in the wrong spot. Tries to use the Grand Answers to come out. Uses the quickness. Gets over the wall, too.
Okay.
That blue buff, but it's going to be Heartbreaker to come out from Yone. Securing...
Good for Harrisburg. They're like, okay, you've been such an annoyance on our side right now. Stop dropping wards. Stop getting away for this almost for free. Very nice catch. Especially right around this dragon, it does give credence to Harrisburg. Maryville will feel comfortable fighting this if they so wish. They have the TP on Spyrax. They could drop into a 4v5 a pinch and still take the fight. Pinch and still take the fight. Of course, do you actually want to have that happen?
You see the pings coming out, of course, and that is Maryville saying, hey, we're going to secure this. Barlow trying to play a little bit of proxy to stop Amazo. In the meantime, it's also the mid lane that's getting a lot of pressure. If you have a Varus who's able to solo push...
No other chances to be able to play inside your own jungle. You know how to play to us.
I mean, I might disagree and say Maryville took a pretty big handful away from Harrisburg there, because what Amazo did, while it seems like, oh yes, you have Barlow who has prevented Amazo from getting in there, Amazo was just a distraction.
Oh
right there.
Gosh.
He's going to be able to get the kill underneath the tower. That tail end of that hostile takeover, a beautiful grand entrance
the
from
TP.
Zyko, and the quickness to follow it up. What a crescent guard to send away those numbers that are trying to engage, but it's too much damage. A beautiful flash coming out of Kidneys, who just takes too much. Spyrax, the shockwave on top of it, the double kill. I can't even keep track of Spyrax, dashing all over the place now, looking for the quadra here, and he And we are still here, NACE Starleague at the Boise State Esports Arena, and hoping, Orbital, to not see a sweep coming through, because we've already had 2 sweeps today. Maryville primed and ready to take that, but Harrisburg, hey, they're looking for the reverse sweep, right? With a double-sided broom. I don't really know what that would be visually.
Be very interesting. You just throw in your hand like I was having a wee.
Some Jacks would use.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It would be there, and then it's just like, why? Why do we give this over? I like the lamp more. Give me the lamp. Taking a look at the matchup, though, the drafts were very interesting to watch for, and the Ashe came out very early on. However, it really did feel like everything hinged on that bot side fight. So at this point, maybe it goes differently. Maybe they try and fight again on the bot lane for Harrisburg, get that dub over Zyko and Scary Jerry, maybe with a more aggressive ADC that has a bit more firepower behind it.
Yeah, that, and then also, allowing for the counter pick for Maryville on the top side, going with the Yone. You like to see it. It's a spicy pick, right? But at the same time, the Fiora fit perfectly with the rest of Maryville's comp, right? They're like, oh, excellent, a side laner who's like good at these duels, while the rest of our team is looking for these big team fights. It worked out really well for them. So maybe trying to prioritize a couple more counters for Harrisburg would be good, but it does look like Maryville is still on the blue side, Harrisburg still on the red side.
Oh, and I like this change up. So changing out that Akali ban, I believe, and moving into that Rakan. So that was another point. Zyko had so much power over those lane matchups. It was so painful to watch at points because you're like, man, the Renata class is doing well. Nope, Rakan's in your face. But of course, because you ban out the Rakan, you identify that bot side as more important. It still leaves Get Back Orianna up. And that was another point. Because they were left so far along, we saw Get Back actually started winning those 1v1s.
Oh, yeah. It was absolutely a fantastic choice. Right now, Maryville is looking for consistency. We've talked about it a bunch. Orianna offers so much of that. She's going to be, solid in her lane. If you have to leave her alone, if she's in that mid lane island like we've been talking about, she's going to be doing just fine. But then when it comes to that team fight stage that Maryville always looks forward to engaging early on, nothing is as satisfying as like a 4 or 5 man shockwave that enables the rest of the team to clean up the damage, or even you pop the W after that and you clean it up yourself.
Ooh.
So for Harrisburg on the other side, they're going to say, hey, Maryville, we saw you do this. Let's see if we can do it better, but prioritizing more the jungle than that top lane.
And this is the other side of it, right? This is what I was saying. Hey, let's go ahead. If you're going to go ahead and see the likes of an aggressive composition come out here, if you're going to see the likes of an aggressive jungler and aggressive ADC, that can be a good hover. It's not locked in, though, so it is going to be that Wukong to challenge and be able to disrupt a lot of formation. And it still falls within the range of that Orianna Shockwave combination. You can still say, hey, we can have that power. Wukong, in my opinion, I personally don't like Wukong, mostly because I have never seen, at least in my games, a good Wukong player. Here in Collegiate, it's perfect.
Play with me, and not that I'm in Collegiate. I love Wukong. I like the aggression. I like the wombo combo ability. And maybe Maryville is also, they're doing another kind of spicy pick here for themselves because they have that 1-game buffer. They are looking at the potential for a sweep if they continue on and do well in this game. But it's going to be a Sivir lock-in. So a response to the Varus, still allowing themselves a little bit of leeway with the counter picks. And that Victor is once again picked up for Pain Shell.
Keep it simple, right? The mid lane did not go awry too quickly, I will say. As we have pointed out, it was a more stable lane matchup. You already know that this Victor can output power, but how much favor are you actually going to place into it? At this point, it is a staple backup. It is not the main battery. So you're going to try and help out. You're going to try and eliminate some of those engaged tools. For the side of Harrisburg, you go ahead, ban out the Nautilus. I like this call. You already took out the Rakan, so just keep running down that list. Maybe you push Maryville into a safer support. I still don't see it. I expect aggression, but the Ashe ban from Maryville's side, very surprising that you go ahead and say that could come out support role. Maybe they decide to have a little bit of funkiness with it.
Yeah, that is actually quite interesting. I'd like to know the thought process about it. That ban in particular just makes me kind of scratch, because Barlow can't really play much of anything, but we've seen him pull out things like the Alistar, the Bard do well with. We saw the Glask in the past. Glask in the past. I don't know if Ashe is so much up his alley. The Blitzcrank as another ban. So Maryville is narrowed down for sure on these engaged supports. Clearly something that they're going to want, especially when you're running a Sivir. You're able to speed up an Orianna and a Wukong to get in there with the Wombo combo. You want to be able to follow that up with that front line. Some sort of engagey style champion in the bot.
If this gets banned as well, this is heavy respect to the bot side of Harrisburg. The identification that, hey, they were running this before. They wanted to focus on that bot lane. We really, really, really want to make sure they don't get this safety. So not only that, you were mentioning before, the Renata Glask, even though it might not be the favorite of Barlow, it did have power. There were multiple times where that hostile takeover, if it had landed, was going to be very difficult to play through. So ban it away, just take it off the field, especially since you have kind of this rush forward. You don't have the versatility to bounce around. The On the Hunt is great, but the Sivir's still going to run forward. There's going to be the Bard. There's something that you were talking about.
As I was walking up on, I'm like, I want to see the Barlow Bard. I'm like, I like the Renata. When I think of Barlow, though, I think of this heavy aggression, and it was going off of what you were saying there. The Renata Glask was fantastic for the situation they were in. If you are far behind, if your enemy is doing a lot of damage, make them deal it to each other. It was perfect, but Maryville was so patient. They waited out for that hostile takeover. Either they waited for it so that they could move away from it and stay on the outskirts, or they forced it out so it was only used against one champion who wasn't even within range to really do much damage, and then they were able to collapse. So they just played that well. The Bard gives a lot more flexibility over to Harrisburg. And, we were just talking about him. We were just talking. He heard, Jackson's ears were burning on this one.
Just go fishing. Just go fishing, Spyrex. Don't do anything else. Have fun. Collect your 3 gold over the course of a minute. I think that's what it is. At this moment, though, this is one of Spyrex's most played, if not the most played champion in just like solo QS styles. Like, we see this Jax come out, and now you need an answer. And Rumble is, I think, a pretty good one, right? This is going to be a nice one to try and challenge. It's going to be a little bit of a skill difference, though, because Rumble, you can get caught by just about everything.
Yeah.
And it's Spyrex on the other side. But you bring a bit of overtime damage. I really like this call to go ahead and just say, this is what we're going to play with.
Yeah, and this is something that Ego has also been running pretty consistently, I would say, over the last few weeks at least that I've been watching them. It's something he's found a lot of success with. I said he likes to engage and not let go, and Rumble is certainly a champion where you can engage and not let go, or you can just say, hey, I'm going to throw this out there. Team, you do whatever you do. I'll be here just in case I need to fully engage. So it does give Ego a little bit more space, right, to say that island, they're going to try to maintain that instead of being overly aggressive in the early parts of the game, right? Because as a Rumble, you can't take that risk on a Jax. But this looks better for Harrisburg if they end up falling behind in the early parts of the game. They have a lot more of a fallback. They also have the potential for a whole lot of damage, though, if they do get an early lead.
It's a surprising damage as well. Now you can influence the lane without actually being in the lane. We're talking about the long-range equalizers coming in. You're talking about so much that Maryville is going to chase after you, so I agree behind that as well. The problem now comes in is we saw how quickly the likes of Maryville can scatter, so my eyes are actually leaning onto this Varus and the Bard and the Rumble, these 3 in tandem, mostly because I know what Vi's going to do. I know Vi is going to chase one target, but you need the follow-up behind.
Yes.
And if Maryville is good at scattering, which on the hunt, you're looking at the box from that Thresh, you're looking at the Wukong to disengage. They have so many tools to actually bounce back against that, yes, it looks engaged, but when they're falling away, you're not actively and accurately going to chase after them unless they're funneling themselves. So as much as Harrisburg have laid down so much utility and so much availability, depending on how close or far they are with that Rumble, with the Varus, with the Bard, and Bard in particular, I am just a little bit worried, especially with how game 1 went.
I agree. It's not, ideal for Harrisburg. I can look at both of these compositions and say, okay, I'm not uncomfortable with it, that's for sure. I'm not expecting things to go completely awry for Harrisburg here. But we were also talking about the supports that are going to go along with a Sivir. Hey, if the Nautilus is banned out, if the Blitzcrank is banned out, guess what? There's 2 more hooks available, at least right there. You can either go with the Pike. The safer option, though, because we're talking about heavy engage and the frontline ability, is Thresh. Once again, Maryville says, okay, this is kind of what we're leaning towards, and it fits perfectly into what our composition sort of revolves around, which ends up being, in this instance, Get Back and Scary Jerry, who really wasn't able to show just how scary he actually is in that last game.
And at this point, if you cross the threshold of about 35 minutes, you're going to figure it out. You're going to figure out that this Sivir is going to run you down. It's going to be a problem, maybe even 25, depending on how many kills go through. With that Thresh, I love the fact that you pointed out, hey, there can be bounce back. There can be 2 little pieces to it. It's a great engage, defensive, everything. We know Thresh is basically the util of the bot lane. Hey, have some fun with that. The fact that they also had a lot of pressure down there, Zyko is going to have a lot of fun.
Yes.
And then Get Back enjoying the fact that, hey, you even threw him a little bit of a bone. Hey, have a bit more fun in this game. Have the shockwaves overpower, and you can also follow up behind the likes of that Wukong. The secret ball is what I like to call it.
The secret ball.
Yeah.
I do like the wombo combo names that people have. It's always
it gets
Shockwave
different
and
every
something
time
else,
too.
You're right. There's like the bounce house with the Zach. I do like it when somebody's able to come up with something clever here, but I do think that Harrisburg has to be kind of clever about how they play this one out. You just mentioned a moment ago that bottom lane had priority. Really, pretty much all the lanes for Maryville had priority. The mid lane was a bit back and forth, but we saw Ego was stuck under tower the whole time. How many fights did we see take place where Maryville was able to dive between tier 1 and tier 2 towers? And that was with Kid Beats being the one that was engaging on the enemy jungle, right? And it wasn't even like, oh, we're responding to this invade. It was, Maryville was just like, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. Yep. And if we see something along the way that is going to disrupt our route, we'll adjust accordingly. Worked out really well. So even though Amazo didn't immediately recognize that they were being invaded, even though they lost the buffs, some of their jungle in the early parts of the game, they took it all in stride, right? They took that and said, okay, well, you know what? If that's the case, I'm just going to hard pressure your bottom side. Then you're not even going to be able to have a jungle at all.
Yep, that was the appropriate response. Whenever a team is making a move, what you want to do is ensure that, hey, you're giving up something on the other side. And once that pressure flips, if Harrisburg is the aggressive side, hey, we're making the plays first, that's great. But all of a sudden, if you get behind that lag, and if those early ganks don't work out, this is why I was pointing out, it goes back to the beginning. There was a slight pressure over to the sides of Harrisburg in that bot side. They made that. They crafted that for themselves, that overall pressure. This time around, they can do it again, but it's a little bit scary in the back end. I'm not sure it's going to work out as cleanly to gain control of that bot lane.
And this is where we get to see how much of an ego Maryville has, because we got to watch, because there's one of basically 3 things is what I'm going to be looking out for, right? Either they place a ward to try to prevent the early invade on their jungle, just so that they have eyes, or they decide to do an invade of their own, or they don't even worry about it and literally say, do it again, it's fine, we can deal with it, right? And 2 of those picks, if they do decide to do the invade themselves, or if they decide not even to worry about it, right? Those are kind of those flexy options of well, we can figure it out, right? We will, like I said, go accordingly. But if they put down a ward, then you at least know it's more of the respect side of it, right? It's more of them saying, okay, that's not really something that we necessarily want to deal with right away.
We don't want to touch on that. We'll play it out. And yes, the bots, there's so much to talk about. And I want to not harp on the bot lane as much, because as the current game goes, I think we know how that's going to pan out. So with that being said, we now take a look at where Maryville can actually put their pressure behind if they do decide to go with option number 3, which was give. We already gave it once. It goes straight back towards that top lane. Even though Get Back wants some action, this top lane is now another aggressive point. You talked about the fact that Ego was stuck under the tower the entire time. The Rumble affords a little bit more overtime damage. You can get through the counter-strike. But, it's like Spyrax Jax is going to be another bully. If you mess up 1 or 2 trades, all of a sudden you're still stuck in that situation. And I think Jax actually hits harder than a Fiora. It can spike so much quicker, and you're giving up so much space for it. I'm actually very, very scared for Ego. I want to see those trades go extremely well. I also want to see the likes of Kid Beats join that top side, maybe not focus on that bot lane as much, but if Ego falls behind again, the Rumble actually falls off, I would say, harder as well. You start realizing, I don't really have as many slip-out maneuvers. It is as many doors, as you have pointed.
Yeah, and it's not something that I know I've seen Ego thrive on. When I see Ego absolutely decimate, it's on the Aatrox that he gets 3 early game kills. It's on the Cassante that he's able to say, hey, I lost that, I'm 0-2-1, and yet I have done this well enough. I've recovered covered my bases well enough that I can still be the frontline hard carry when it comes to taking aggression and also dealing damage. So with the Yone, with the Rumble, it's less of the general playstyle that I'm used to him doing, of having this sort of sustainability, right? The Viego style of, you can deal damage to me, but I'm going to recover some. I'm going to make it so that you're annoyed with how much damage you have to deal to actually get me down to 0. Rumble doesn't quite offer that. And we talk about mobility. Yeah, he has some mobility innately in his kit, but it's kind of it's still sort of you're either in it to win it or you're not going to come out ahead.
What I will say is game 1, it was very quiet up there. For how much it actually went down, yes, you're down CS, but you were actually matching pace even when we saw Ego under tower. So that's what I'm actually hoping for. I want to see the Rumble farm up, because if you're farming up and keeping pace, at least the Equalizer's still going to challenge just about every roam. So really, as long as it's not a hard fault, I'm happy.
And it was, in regards to that first game and how the top lane went, you're absolutely right. What really happened that pushed Spyrex over the top was more his ability to roam really early, and that dictated where Ego had to go.
Yes.
Ego had to respond to the positioning. And Spyrex, that Fiora is going to have more mobility, obviously, than a Yone, which is kind of crazy to say. Like when he's another one that either you're in or you're out, right? Fiora can kind of pick and choose, and there was a lot of opportunities for Spyrex to say, what do I want to eat? Where am I starting here? You know, which course will I engage upon, and then continue on in this 5-course meal of the enemy team?
I can go for course 3, I can go for course 5, whatever I want to do. It's the truth. Spyrex had the pick of the litter there, and in this current moment, maybe you get another one. You're on a signature champion. This is one that you have played very, very well. But now we get to look towards that bot lane. Once again, it is that Bard. Can something crazy happen? Can we get some silliness? And if it works out, those stasis moments are going to be so impactful and crucial in the backline.
Yeah, Barlow, I said Barlow's not going to get the rel, right? We saw it banned out again as that first ban. Barlow on Bard, though, that's my follow-up, right? If I want to see something really good where I know there's going to be solid consistency, I know there is going to be a lot of understanding of how well this champion plays out, Barlow's Bard is just rude. Honestly, it's just rude. And if Bard is able to get that pressure early on, just feed up that Varus like we saw in the last game, but from the other side.
Just go ahead, give him a little bit of a nibble. And the fact that we're also not seeing the explosiveness in the jungle is a whole different story as well. It's the nice, okay, you go ahead and hold it. That's a ghost coming out though. Is that the flash? Wow, okay, really giving respect over.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you know what? The ghost on the Sivir, she's like, it's fine, I'll have my ultimate eventually. Like, we'll be good. When I go on the hunt, you guys can't do anything about it either. But I like to see Zyko on this Thresh as well. Did a really good job of being patient with the play, waiting until the last possible moment for the play pull. No way that hits! What is that hitbox? All right, hold on. Front facing, though, is Makel, who's going to say, well, you can't continue with that death sentence. You have to back off after it. Barlow just gets disrupted a little.
The problem now, of course, is the fact that Amazo is roaming down, so Harrisburg need to be a little bit cautious of how over-aggressive they want to be. They have the damage factor, and Makel hits level 3 first, so yes, you can ramp up, but if you're not tracking that jungler very quickly, if you're not tracking Amazo, you might be in a world of pain. So I want to see them track it. They know their own jungler is on the top side, so they're okay for right now.
Yeah, they're okay, and they also can see, you know, Varus and Sivir are both ones that are going to be expending a lot of mana. Right now, we see that Scary Jerry is a lot further behind in mana. Has to be super careful about when to throw out. Oh no, when to throw these out. The engage with the death sentence. Oh. It's a burst blood going out of Barlow. That ignite should do it. No way, Zyko stays alive. The ignite as well coming through from Barlow.
This is why I was saying you got to be very careful about how far you want to push up. And you didn't even hit the hook, right? You hit a minion, but you knew what was coming. It's the Thresh Lantern, and just very well done by the side of Maryville to understand this is our moment to go. And again, you don't actually have to hit the champion. You can just say, as long as I get my jungler in range, we know Barlow doesn't have flash. You know they're not really going to respond with aggression. It's easy work. And Barlow says, almost I can get it. Nah, Zyko, I live, I'm good.
You know, it's funny too, actually, because Zyko, he didn't even wait to see who he hit. He just spammed the Q there.
Yep.
He knew he would hit something because it was in the direction of the minions and the champions. No matter what, I'll be in the position to get my play off. And that was maybe a bit of a misstep by Barlow, being a little confident. Makel did have the mana advantage on that one, and the positioning, had it been better for Harrisburg potentially in that one, it might have been a different story. But Maryville is feeling very secure about these win conditions and how they're going to come out ahead in these 1v1s or 2v2s.
And I think giving the kill over to Amazo means that it now transfers between. So yes, it is now that dangerous zone. You got to be really careful. Kid Beats, though, starting to ramp up in their own right, so I expect the Vi to start joining in as much as possible, but for right now, still struggling to find options. Gonna try and answer on the bot lane in their own valley as we watch, as these two kind of duke it out in the top side.
Gotta watch that rage bar. I guess as I don't have to deal with mana, but I do get angry. I'm always like, why can I not hit? Why am I not hitting anything? Or why am I not blowing fire? Where is this? Don't realize that bright red bar at the bottom of it does overheat. So, a little too much fire for Rumble, never too good, but maybe an angle here for Scary Jerry to potentially take some damage and go down. If Maykill and Barlow get ahead like you were talking about, that's a huge bonus for Harrisburg. I think the expectation is not necessarily that they will come out ahead in this lane. They just need to last this out towards that mid-game stage. Not give too much over.
Be patient. Wait for the opportunities, which also I feel feels into Maryville's pocket as well. They're like, yeah, we can also wait too. But this hook is a problem. Barlow should be fine getting out. I say that. Okay, yes, there it goes.
Oh my gosh.
And with Dragon going on behind it, Maryville are more, hey, we can aggress this a little bit. We know our jungler can come over, so have a bit of fun with it.
He just wanted to take a trip, man. He just wanted to get into his magical journey. He got pulled out of it. Really good hooks coming from Psycho. And that's another one I've been talking about mana, or touching on mana. As a Thresh, if you miss 2 hooks, you're like, well, there's my mana bar, cool. You know, no more death sentences from me. Just wait until we're in a team fight and I don't have enough to throw out the box. But they have been so good coming out of Psycho. Maybe another one there. Maykel getting lucky with the positioning. Probably realizing that that blind bush likely has a Thresh in it.
This is what good players do. They understand where most of the players are, even without seeing them on the map. It's very, very important. You need to start predicting where they move, how difficult it can be. Mako also realizes you're playing with a Bard, and 100% you know the Bard's going to roam, so most of the time you're in a 1v2. You need to hide behind your minions. It's so easily played. So really, we're watching those CS numbers, those differentials between there. At this point, I expect the likes of Scary Jerry to start ramping it up if you identify that the Bard is roaming. For right now, no roaming though.
For now, no roaming, but you know, Scary Jerry does have to realize that right now he's got the advantage on damage. He's got to feel good about that, wanting to get a little bit more pressure here on this bottom side if possible. We got to see Kid Beats try to take a bite out of somebody somewhere though. Vi can eventually leave the jungle. That is something I've heard, and she kind of needs to relatively soon to be able for Harrisburg to make some sort of impact to the point where Maryville doesn't just take over this game.
I mean, I expect the pacing to continue at this rate, especially with the likes of Dragons and most objectives just taken at a very natural, leisurely pace. So, for right now, Maryville just more secure in getting that farm. Right now, Get Back holding pretty steady at about a 10 CS lead. We're really watching both junglers as well, just like, where do we really want to chance these angles? But the shield goes down, and if it dodge, I mean, that was as simple gets there on the dodge.
I swear, so you know what? When I see Chains of Corruption, I don't even count it as like a dodge. It's either it hits or classic Chains, it doesn't. It's not even that they dodge it, it's just that it doesn't hit. That's one of those ultimates where I'm far more impressed when it lands because it is so easy to dodge. It's so easy to get out of the way. You see it coming. You know that Varus is turning around. If Varus turns around in that instance, he's doing it so that he can get crowd control on you, right? Especially with Barlow navigating up on the back. So not as great, and Maryville says that's okay. On the hunt that we have, you know, potentially for a responding play can be followed up with a lot more damage if the jungler decides to participate.
Junglers at that point not participating in the bot lane in any sort of capacity. That was Amazo saying, I get this Herald. And last time, it was Harrisburg that were able to pick up the first Herald. This time around, Maryville with control in mid, and with Get Back, unfortunately missing out on that plate, still very much in control, has an item in pocket, doesn't have the 2-piece, but has the boots. You're more than comfortable saying, if anything, in a 3v2 or in a 3v3, we are going to have that advantage. So really, really liking this phase, waiting for Amazo to decide which lane you want to drop this Herald in. This Herald could be that breaker, right? Break that stone wall that's been sitting for the last about 9 minutes.
I feel like at this point, I sincerely need to see Kid Beats participate in something.
Yes.
Whether it is trying to do something in the jungle, whether it is trying to maybe put some focus on going towards another objective, right? Like the next dragon. I need Kid Beats to engage somewhere. I would prefer it be, you know, helping out one of these lanes, get a kill or two so that they can even things out. It's only a 1-kill game, so it's not crazy. But the longer Kid Beats just tries to stay in this jungle, you're not going to outpace a Wukong at this instance, especially when he's been able to, you know, Wukong's been able to invade onto a couple lanes, throw a gank or two out, and still be ahead in CS. So as Vi, you need to start making plays right now, otherwise you're never going to be able to.
It's also another factor that I don't know if you saw it, but we just watched Spyrax walk from top to mid, not seen at all, and force a flash out of Pain Shell. If the top laner is allowed to gank, and your jungler is still kind of running, it shows a little bit of conservatism there, and it's very dangerous, especially for Vi, who hit level 6 a while ago. I want to see that wall breaker in, even if you expend the flash. yes, it has not been a good 70-30 chance. It hasn't been that optimal percentage. You got to start taking that 60-40, that 50-50.
That's like the shot, you know, hey, Michael Jordan, you miss 100% of the shots
Yeah.
you don't take, right? It's so basic, but it's true. And at the end of the day, you're just going to keep giving things over to Maryville. Like I said, the objective focus has already been for Maryville. I mean, also the vision. The vision's another thing I gotta touch on. They just now laid down some wards towards that bottom side, but look at how deep the vision is from Maryville. They're anticipating finding a pinch here. They're anticipating finding success. There you go. A nice trail from the bottom lane. The death sentence to follow it up. Hand a kill over to the Jax. He's able to use Grandmaster at Arms. Let's try to respond here in the mid lane, but it's a flash away from Get Back, who's able to escape.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
multiple summoner spells coming out of Harrisburg, and they don't get anything under their belts for it.
And they expended 2 ults when Dragon is coming up in a short factor. They were trying to respond to the top side, and now Amazo knows, hey, they don't really have much. The Chaos Storm is down, same as the Stasis. You don't have that safety from Harrisburg. You don't have that setup ability. Honestly, if Maryville decide to push, if they can get back to TP in very quickly, you have control over this Dragon. I don't see, even with the wards up, you don't really have the damage there. So right now, it is scary, Jerry, to be like, yeah, I know you're coming for me next.
Yep, and you don't have the Bard ultimate either, right? You do have Chains of Corruption, you don't have the Chaos Storm, and Kid Beats can't decide to ult unless he wants to go in. Now on the other side, you've got Shockwave Cyclone combination that is up and available. Hey, y'all are grouping around Dragon? Excellent, that's right where we wanted you, right? We'll step onto the plate. There is the equalizer that's gonna come up on the top side as we get a double fight going on. It's a flash away from the Sivir, who's going to get taken down by the mid lane in the meantime. We have another fight going in favor of Harrisburg as Kid Beats finds a kill.
It's not over.
That's what they needed.
Oh no, it's not over. They still want to go.
It's a flash away though. Kid Beats managing to get out of the shockwave. Orianna still has a consolation prize.
It was a very small consolation prize though. Take in fact that Maryville said even though they have all this down, we're not going to go for that Dragon. We're going to try and use it to push advantages in the jungle inside of these laning phases, get more CS. It actually ended up backfiring a little bit. The TP combination on the bot side, hey, 3v2, really nice collab, said, hey, Scary Jerry, you're not going to have it. And then the force in the jungle on the top side was a 2-piece hitter. We see the fight break down, and on the top side, we see this consolation prize, as we said. The fact that you were not able to catch 2 feels bad. That right there felt like it was supposed to be that resounding answer. You were supposed to be able to grab 2 back. Kid Beats lives and tells another tale.
And not only that, but you know, you're talking about Spyrex ending up using the flash to have to secure that 1 kill. So you take a little bit more for yourselves. A lot of that engage that's going to be available for them. You know, he's still got the jump, but he now doesn't have a flash jump engage, which is a big part of him trying to find these picks. Here we have some more roam, though, coming through as Get Back goes in. He might not be able to use the shockwave just now, but he can still do a ton of damage. He's going to have to deal with that overheat, and he can't do much damage there. More success for Maryville.
I love the identification. Hey, look, top lane's winning. Don't worry about it. We don't even have to worry about this Dragon. Give it up. Focus. Let Spyrex take over this game. And there is no real answer right now. Oh, man.
That's not what you want. The hook into the box to take that. The shockwave on top of it. You do have a bit for Chains of Corruption, but what more does that get you? Nothing other than a pat on the head. Maryville, they might be sitting down, but they are getting their steps in today because the roam that we've seen from everybody, they've been all over the place. They're just jaunting. It's like a leisurely jaunt for them.
And they've been allowed to for free. I want to point that out as well. Look at this. There is no response. And granted, this was around the Dragon. I understand that factor, but one of the big things is this right here. What was thought to be a safe route for Pain Shell ended up in death. Yes, he responded to 1, but the shockwave drew him back. And Maryville say, thank you very much. I'm a little bit worried about oh no, it's happening again.
Oh, it's happening. I look down for half a second and we can see that Harrisburg is once again fallen. Now 15 minutes into the game and a 3K goal differential it's not massive, but when it's been taken really in like the last 5 minutes of the game, that is a big deal. Harrisburg need to layer down some vision. They need to be able to see what Maryville is trying to do because right now they have to respond accordingly. And it's once again Pain Shell that's going to get caught out here. Barlow trying to do something. They want to get the Rift Hero, but they can't even stay on the objective. And now Maryville says, thank you so much for the leash, Harrisburg. Let me clean that one up. More tasty treats for us.
At this point, the Herald it's just a crab. And crab is good. I enjoy crab. But
she's cute.
This is, well, now I'm just sad about what I just said. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Don't. It is so simple, and it's scary because it feels like Maryville have been uncontested in a lot of their roams and a lot of their advancements and a lot of their proactive moves, and it started at the beginning when we saw the likes of, I say Spyrex moving down, but it really wasn't that. It was Zyko being allowed to free roam into the mid. It was Amazo more than willing to just take free farm and leisurely walk into that bot lane for a gank at the bot side. It feels like it was granted almost too nicely from Harrisburg. We need to see them, again, start getting for those gamble-heavy movements, go a little bit for fun, see what you grab from there.
Yeah, and now, you know, it has kind of changed. I will say that. I really needed Kid Beats to engage earlier. That was what I wanted. I think if we had seen that, Harrisburg would have had a lot more of a chance here. Now that Kid Beats is doing poorly, let's see if they can maybe take down Spyrax here. He's doing, it's too much damage. The teleport coming through, he gets stunned down. Jackson's gonna take one. There's the Cyclone as Amazo does so much damage in response there. Pain Shell having to run away from this, and Maryville, once again, they're thanking the opposition.
Oh man, they're enjoying. Like Zyko's even a hex tech over the wall. Said, no, we'll keep going. You brought this to us. Let's keep going. And Kid Beats now. At this point, the Beats are way too far behind. I mean, you saw the record there. You spun it, and it did not spin the way you wanted it to. You are now losing tower for free. Get back knows it, picking up free gold, and Maryville are now going to break over the map. We see the wards already down, and would you know, it's another Hextech Dragon Soul. Oh my lord, everything working in Maryville's way.
Harrisburg at least does have that Drake. Amazo is going to be locked down here. You gotta watch out for the damage. So Amazo popped up as well, and the shutdown goes to Barlow.
That's like the catch that we wanted all along. We wanted to see, hey, go for someone, go crazy. And then Barlow's like, I kind of like kills. I like having fun. You are now the carry.
Most kills on the team.
Barlow is like, where y'all at? I got two. I got my two. I'm done for the night. No, it's Maryville still. That was a catch that you're like, okay, it's worth it. It's not the worst thing in the world. Nothing else really to grab. This is the kill that you like.
Yeah, that is definitely a decent one. Zyko actually preemptively, though, recognized there was probably going to be some movement over the wall, so just slightly off on that pull. We've been talking, something I kind of want to touch on is we've been talking about, like, fallbacks plans, ABC. For Harrisburg, the problem is their plan, like, they do have a fallback for this game, right? But it's so different than plan A that they kind of have to recalibrate entirely, right? Plan A is, all right, get some pressure somewhere, right? We saw Pain Shell do really well in this victor. He's going to do a ton of damage in the late game, maybe make it so the ego doesn't fall too hard, so the Jax doesn't get too far ahead. But now their win cons are completely different than plan A, and that means they have to pivot entirely. It's just too much pressure now at this point in the game. We're starting to look at about a 4.5K differential, which again, under 20 minutes, not massive, but when it has been gained in less than the last 10, you can't expect to keep winning here. Maybe find somebody on your territory. Maybe find somebody on your turf here. Barlow taking a lot of damage, though. But the flash comes out at the end, and the ultimate was set before the flash or as it went off, so it does not. Did it hit him? I don't think it did not hit him.
You were on the edge already, and because of that, again, everyone went topside. Now you got mid and now bot side. You gotta run away if you are this Victor, and you draw back.
Draw back with the shockwave. Victor could be a saving grace potentially here for this team, right? The late game damage that you're going to be seeing on somebody like that, and the ability to throw out the Chaos Storm and have a decent range on it as well. Plus, you've got the equalizer, right? Like, being able to get those two down, the fire and the lightning on top of each other could be spectacular. Harrisburg is not able to find cohesion within their fights, though. They're having to burn things just to maybe get out alive.
When you're burning spells just to survive, you're in trouble. However, I like the idea, Harrisburg, hey, what's the first stepping stone that we got? Okay, go for a small kill. Maybe we can get it, maybe we can't. That's fine. You burn the flash, maybe you can look at this dragon to have a little bit of power behind as well, but I mean, this is also a little bit of desperation. You're all funneling in, and Maryville relenting, saying, we don't have to worry about that. We can just push mid lane and feel really comfortable as well.
But Harrisburg has to move as a 5-man squad.
Right.
So it's once more feeling like Maryville writing the script, strictly reactive play coming out of Harrisburg. There's so little that you can do with that, especially when you are still lacking vision. And Maryville has made it such a huge priority to say, not only are we going to layer down some offensive vision, we are going to ensure that you do not have any defensive vision for you to potentially counter any of these fights. Harrisburg, it's looking rough for them. Out comes Barlow's ultimate. Kid Beats is in there. It's a lot of damage. damage and a big shutdown. Finally going to one of these carry potentials.
What do we say? Hey, listen, if you're gonna mount a comeback, grab the easy part first. What's the easiest thing in League of Legends? You try and get a kill. How do you do that? Well, you got about 4 or 5 ults that you can set up. Sure, go for it. And that's actually a setup. Barlow sending out that ult, getting the safe, and then you drop behind. It's like a guaranteed setup. However, the response is a little bit more damaging.
Nice with the chains of corruption, and it was so close. Amazo ends up getting the kill. Wow, this bar is in there. Psycho goes in hard, doesn't end up getting taken down. Not enough for the ignite, but the response coming here out of Harrisburg is going to mean that Amazo, Psycho, and to get back have to get out of dodge. And get back, you gotta get back. He's like, maybe.
I can't believe that. Mako played that so well, by the way. Knew the thresh was coming over the wall, said, hey, I'm in danger. Flash at just the right time, dodging out on the hook that came afterwards. And honestly, it was jukes upon jukes upon jukes. Let's watch this one more time. I want to see this. Take a look. Mako said, okay, no real else, knew that was there, predicted the flash, and then danced back towards tower. It was the right call to make, and then this right here. Great response. It did not result in a follow-up kill, but Kid Beats trying to match pace with the likes of Amazo. This is Maryville getting a little bit of reality check. We can roam pretty free, maybe not that free.
Exactly, and it feels kind of like part of that is due to Harrisburg. Finally, it feels like they're really respecting the differential that Maryville currently has over them, right? We have to make these flashes. We have to do, I've been saying, Harrisburg is forced on reactive play. That is okay. Well, reactive play is more than okay. You can make it go for you as long as you have the wherewithal to say, we need some vision, we need some eyes on who we can go in on, we need to know that we have the man advantage, the numbers advantage, and that's what Harrisburg has done so far. As I say that, of course, the shockwave comes out, the hook comes through, Zyko says, can you say my name some more because you haven't said Zyko death sentence enough? And it's just going to continue as he looks over the wall, waiting maybe for somebody to grab onto, while the rest of Maryville, 2 members, to start out this Baron. And look at the chunks.
I mean, at this point, maybe an arrow across the wall, piercing arrow would work wonders. And wow. Okay, so you see the fade away. I don't think Maryville actually want to contest this. They're saying, hey, we're buying enough time. Maybe we continue, but we don't. We have to chase kills.
It's a bait. It was just a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right now.
Stop.
The Harris, no way that only hits one member. The hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Zyko falls. In the meantime, that gives space for Spyrax to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they could decide to engage on that Baron.
I love it so much. We saw Maryville saying, we don't actually need this Baron. We're not looking for a Baron. Let's just keep getting kills. Let's keep them down in the dirt in that way. And they've shown it throughout the entire series, right? Objectives are not there for them to take unless it's free. They're really looking to just put the final nails in there. They just say, hey, get this kills, get our carries ahead, get Spyrax ahead. I was watching Spyrax on the bot side. How far are you going to push? You push pretty far. TPN, get the extra kill. It's going to happen again. You're looking at Harrisburg and you're like, unfortunately, that's their game plan for the next couple minutes.
Yes, and that's where for Harrisburg, it's a very small opportunity, right? But they do have the opportunity to kind of psych out Maryville. Right now, Maryville they're being the one saying, come and get us, come and find it. And unfortunately, Harrisburg isn't trying. It feels like they're not trying to set anything up themselves. There's the follow-up engagement. Mesa goes in with the Cyclone. Chains of Corruption coming out from Mako. Actually, no, chains are not even up yet.
No.
It is a big shutdown that Mako manages to get the hook. Comes through from Psycho. I can't say his name enough. He gets a double buff in the meantime. And Barlow, I still can't believe the shutdown went to Barlow.
Psycho is freaking psycho. This is ridiculous. And not just that, Maryville are ridiculous for being able to play on 2 fronts and win it out. Spyrax on the far side won a 1v1 situation, and because of that, you're now in danger. Take a look at this once again. This catch has been Zyko all day long, and then the follow-through behind Kid Beats realizes they're in trouble. Meanwhile, on the bot side, an engage came out from Spyrax, said, I win this 1v1 all day long, and then the shockwave prediction from Zyko said, I know where this Varus is going to land. It's an easy wash across the entire front, and it's a problem. At this point, Harrisburg are on their last leg. Maryville are opening that door wider and wider.
Definitely. We're looking at 6 towers to 1 tower, right? So at least Harrisburg has one locked in for themselves. They do have 2 of those dragons, but what difference does that make when you're talking about a 7K gold lead that Maryville has at less than 25 minutes into this game, to the point where Maryville is literally baiting Harrisburg because they're like, we're going to get another objective. No, we're not. We're just trying to get you guys. Something needs to be anticipated by Harrisburg, and they need to go in with a game plan of, hey, we're going to juke out Maryville, and this is our response. This is our reaction. That might not be the engage you want, though, because Gibby's going to take a lot of damage. The equalizer drops down, but it's right on top of Bard's ultimate. So the damage from the equalizer is not enough. Same thing to be said about Pain Shells. Chaos Storm, Barlow, the heavy carry on the side of Harrisburg, is now running away, and Maryville does not care. They're going to flash for it. They're going to use everything that they have and try to clean up now what little is left of Harrisburg's base.
What did we say? Maryville, they don't care about objectives. They care about taking your life, and they do it again. The hop over the wall from Spirax. The teleport's back now through the gates, having a bit of fun. They say we can't end just yet, but it felt like if they wanted to push for it, they could have taken a Nexus Tower. There is not a moment in my mind that Maryville are in full control wherever they decide to go.
They honestly, if they really wanted to, they could have, they could have all stayed on that, taken a tower, and all died, and they would still be fine.
Yeah.
Based on what is recoverable by Harrisburg.
Oh no.
At this point, it's not even anything that you can do in particular. Harrisburg has a list of 5 things to do to just get them a little bit of traction. Not to get them ahead, not to get them even with Maryville, but to just get them somewhere better than they are right now. Maryville has not just written the script, right? They've already, they've directed it, they've produced it, the filming is already completed, it's in editing right now, and they are just waiting to take home the trophy and put more brooms in the hands or in the faces of us here at the esports group. It's the same place every time. He death sentences, he catches them in the same exact place. Why do they keep going back to that push?
Because it's manufactured chaos. You draw the vision away from the Baron. You know they're going to go for Baron, and you just find it. Kid Beats didn't have a choice, and now another little hook. Psycho getting ready to fight.
It is on Psycho. It's a lot of damage on him.
Oh my
He does
God.
fall, but the damage and response from Maryville is just too much. Ego tries to get in there, throws down the equalizer. Maryville navigates away from it. They don't even need Spirax to be part of the fight. They say, hey, are you doing good up there, buddy? He says, yeah, no problem. I got double buff. I just stole it, and I've got another tower to be taken down. Chunking away damage from the base of Harrisburg.
I mean, Spirax had a great time as well, just like off on the side doing my own thing, but honestly, Harrisburg did not have another option. They had to go for it. This is a last-ditch effort, just try and pad the KDA, but I think it's all done here. This is that moment. Maryville take the series.
Done and dusted. It's another sweep, and it's in favor of Maryville University. They are used to winning. Look at the smiles up there. Harrisburg did put up a really solid fight, but my goodness, when you are backed into a corner that quickly and prevented from playing any part of the game that you want to, there's not a lot that can be done there. So props to the Storm for putting up such a good fight here, and I'm glad I got to see the Bard come out. You know, that was the one thing I was requesting. Let's see a little bit of that. Let's see a little bit of a classic Harrisburg. And Barlow did a great job, but just was unable to execute things because, hey, I keep saying it was written by Maryville. Apparently, I didn't catch that script. I didn't get the hook up there from NACE Starleague, but Maryville apparently they're writing my day out.
Yes, they are, and I mean, respect all the way through for the side of Harrisburg. We saw what they wanted to do, and again, it felt like they went from heavy proactive, and it just didn't pan out to, okay, now we got to play conservative. Now we got to play safer. Now we got to really think about all of our options. And Maryville identified that, I want to say, in about 4.5 minutes. They were like, oh, we're not getting that ultra gank-heavy situation in the bot side. Oh, we're not really seeing Kid Beats anymore. And it just kind of fell away. As soon as Maryville felt like they could stride with confidence, they did. Zyko roaming out. The fact that Spirax, even though you didn't have multiple kills at the time, felt comfortable to roam mid and draw a flash out of Pain Shell, it all worked magically, and they walked through the Fog of War the whole time.
Fog of War, not only that, but, you know, I only touched on Vision a few times. I could have talked about Vision that entire time because when we saw what Harrisburg was able to see, the second they put down a ward, the second you got a little bit of roam ability from Barlow who says, okay, I want to kind of give us a defensive situation down here, instantly you had Zyko going through. Instantly you had Amazo coming in and saying, nope, let me replace that with something of my own. The investment is absolutely worth it there for them because, hey, not only were they able to write the script for themselves, but they also were egging Harrisburg on. They're like, oh, come on, we're starting Baron. Oh, where could we be kind of thing. And that just meant that they couldn't find any escape route. Everything was sort of sealed off. Maryville comes in so confident. There's a reason for it. There's a reason we know all these players' names, and we are so familiar with Maryville in collegiate esports. We're going to continue to see this team excel incredibly well. And you know what? I can talk about Maryville all day. Let's talk about a little bit of some other cool things that we got going on here. Extra Life is something I absolutely adore. A program of the Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. More than 120 players from over 25 teams active in our super team page have worked together to raise $33,596 this year. Let's go.
That's amazing.
Join the growing list of NACE Starleague schools. Already created an Extra Life team. Connect with us on the NACE Starleague on Discord to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. Wow. Love to see it. $33,000. And hold on.
Oh.
Do you smell that? Do you smell what I smell? Because I think our Pizza Hut has arrived again. Maybe it's time to throw in the trophy presentation. Yes, so that I can dig in.
I was sitting here the entire time. I was like, I smell this so far. I've been so hungry on desk. And shout out again. Oh my gosh.
I got my one topping medium.
I don't even want to get. I don't want to show this. This is mine. I'm gonna. I stole one earlier.
Is it cheesy and garlicky?
Yes, it is. Okay, fine. You can take a look at it. It's so good over here. This is phenomenal.
Yes.
Hopefully, yeah, we can see it there. Yes. I love it. And again, shout out to Pizza Hut for doing this for us, getting us very nice, because really, no one out Pizza's the Hut.
It's absolutely true. We love the support from, of course, all of our sponsors here. But you know what? Let's throw it over to, I think we might have an interview ready with the Maryville crew and Septimus. But actually, before we go there real quick, let's give them a moment to get all mic'd up. Let's take a look at the top 5 plays from that previous series for that game that we saw between here Maryville and Harrisburg University.
Burn the Flash, maybe you can look at this Dragon to have a little bit of power behind as well, but I mean, this is also a little bit of desperation. You're all funneling in, and Maryville relenting, saying, we don't have to worry about that. We can just push mid lane and feel really comfortable as well.
But Harrisburg has to move as a 5-man squad.
Right.
So it's once more feeling like Maryville right on it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here. So we can see over the wall where the spot is going to go. Mazo engaging on Far. A lot of damage. Far too much. You get that shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them the run around over the wall. Maybe you could try to be able to seal out. Just a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right now. The Harris, no way that only hits one. Remember, no hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Psycho Bolt. In the meantime, that gives space for Spyrack to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they can be the engage you want, though, because Gibby's going to take a lot of damage.
Shockwave.
The equalizer drops down, but it's right on top of Bar's ultimate. So the damage from the equalizer is not enough. Same thing to be said about Pain Shells, Chaos Storm, Barlow. The heavy carry on the side of Harrisburg is now running away, and Maryville does not place. Why do they keep going back to that push?
Because it's manufactured chaos. You draw the vision away from the Baron. You know they're going to go for Baron, and you just find it. Kid Beats didn't have a choice, and now another little hook. Psycho getting ready to fight.
It is on Psycho. It's a lot of damage on him.
My
Does
God.
pull, but the damage in response from Maryville is just too much. Ego tries to get in there, throws down the equalizer. Maryville.
Hey, who is that? Can we trade?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Fall 2023 Grand Finals. I am Septilence, joined now by the Maryville League of Legends team. They win in a very impressive 2-0 fashion, so we're going to have the chance to talk with a couple of them, the whole team here, but questions mostly for Scary Jerry, a.k.a. Jerry, and Get Back players, of course, of the team. So my first question is we see early on, and actually, full disclosure for those at home, League of Legends is a game I don't know a lot about, but I watched enough. I took some notes. I learned some things, so we're going to see how much I actually learned here. But early game, I feel like you guys were seeing little resistance. You guys got to get away with things that we don't traditionally see moving forward or getting away with. So what do you guys feel like you were able to do? When did the snowball really start in the game to get a victory? Did it start with something like an early snowball with a lack of resistance, or was there something that maybe an unknowledgeable viewer like me may have missed?
Well, their draft was really early game focused compared to ours. So we were thinking that if we just get to the mid and late game, we'll win. So Ryan was like smurfing the whole game, or Zyko on Thresh. So when we got that kill on Bard, bot lane was over, meaning that mid lane was over. Therefore, top is over. So that's when the game became pretty easy.
Most definitely. So I definitely think that the game becoming a little bit easy comes from the snowball, right? You clear one, turns to two, turns to three, game's over.
Exactly.
But when you guys were moving into that second game, or when we saw the bans of Varus and Vi being taken away, those bans coming through, those options no longer being capable or able, how did that impact either team momentum, team synergy? What kind of shifted on your side? And then how were you still able to find a victory through it?
I think for us, we felt confident anything they ban or anything we'll pick, we'll be able to do well.
Sure.
We have really big champ pools, so there was nothing that they could ban or do that would make us really that stressed. So it didn't affect momentum at all. It's just you have plans and you move on to the next plan when they ban that. So that was all it really was.
Sort of. When I saw the Varus spot, I was like, we're going to game 3.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys were able to find a 2-0 victory there, even with that disadvantage state, right? Plan A thrown out the window, but I think Maryville's kind of notorious for that. Plan B is already in play well before Plan A was taken out of the way. So moving in, were there any other points through this, maybe during the second game, were you guys worried about that game 3 coming through?
I never felt like we lost control of game 2, but there was definitely a point where we started to make it a bit longer than we needed to. We died a couple times in the mid game and probably slowed down the game a couple minutes more than it needed to be. But to speak for myself, I felt very in control of the game the entire time. We felt like we were doing really well. Things were going the way we wanted to in general.
I like that a lot. And I think Maryville is kind of notorious for that, the level-headedness of playing their game, being successful afterwards. At least I know your Overwatch team much better than the League of Legends team, so I'm trying to take some comparisons here. But going through, I think a lot of people in esports would associate Maryville first with Overwatch. That's where you guys were the loudest early on. That's where you guys were able to become recognizable in the collegiate scene. So I wanted to ask, how do you guys feel coming in, making names, winning trophies, taking grand finals, and proving that Maryville's a lot deeper than just Overwatch?
Well, not us, but I think his iteration, they won just as much.
Anyone who's been around collegiate esports for more than 4 years, I don't think that's necessarily
true.
Yeah.
When League of Legends CLOL first started being competitive, that's when Maryville League of Legends won multiple championships. And we've had finals appearances. We haven't been able to take back the trophy since 2019. But I would just say, every year I think we're getting more and more competitive. The landscape is changing a lot, and we're going to have to change with it. I think we're adapting well, so I'm not going to say this year's the year.
This is the year.
It's not
the
year.
It's the year.
Right?
It's the year. It's the year. It's the year for second.
It's the year. It's the year. No, I like that a lot because I think you guys are bringing a lot of energy to the table. As I mentioned, I'm not familiar with League of Legends, but I always like what Maryville has to bring. And what does this mean? You guys mentioned, fighting for that trophy since 2019. This is another trophy under the belt. Does that just kind of increase that courage, increase that confidence toward the future?
I think at least for me, I'm not going to feel satisfied until we win multiple tournaments straight. Winning any tournament for me feels like nothing. I want us to clean house and then not be close. So it's just one stepping stone onto the next one, onto the next tournament. And when we string together a line of tournaments, then I'll be pretty happy.
So are you guys pretty harsh in your gameplay then? Even if a win is a win,
we're all pretty depressed. It's been 3 lands in a row. We beat the allegations this land.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we need a
we have
few
very high
more
expectations. We expect to win everything.
Absolutely. I think that's fully reasonable. You've got to win. You're putting the strings together. You guys are feeling good this year. Hopefully this year's not the year, but it's not the year. So there's a lot of growth for Maryville League of Legends. But if you guys want to grab the trophy, do a bit of a trophy raising, perhaps, we can give you another great congratulations. That's fine. We'll fix it. We'll pick it up. But a big congratulations to Maryville on their League of Legends victory here today. Feeling good about their chances moving into the future. So a big shout out to Maryville for making everything happen. We'll be back soon with some Rocket League coming in the near future. So stay tuned. Rocket League coming up in just a little bit. NACE Starleague Grand Finals Day 1 not over quite yet.
I'm sorry, Doc.
The answer right now. Mazo's trying to get something bot side.
He's trying to. Barlow near enough to tower, though, that there shouldn't be a huge problem
poor
here.
Barlow. I mean, the way it's crashing in, I think this is a done deal.
Hey, you know what? You do what you can. One tower shot is all that went off there. It's amazing.
Even trying to contest it. It was a mountain. This time around, a little bit more power behind it. A Chemtech to drag, and they're the first ones on it.
They kind of have to be at that point, right? If you give Maryville Dragon priority, I was chatting with Sue last night for Harrisburg University. He was saying one of the things that they noticed is one of their constant fallbacks is coming through from Zyko, but it's too much damage onto Amazo. Out comes the quickness, literally just to get in there. Save Nico is about to go down and will fall. Oh my gosh, it's the Varus damage, and Scary Jerry is living up to his name. No way that we get this Victor Page Shell able to make it out alive. He's sitting at a single health. So much damage. Barlow is going to go down. It's Getback who picks up one, and the first tower falls, but it's for Harrisburg.
I think that's a given. They're going to try and get more. You can see the jump down, a little bit of jump forward, and now the TP comes in.
Let's see it. The TP comes in, and oh my gosh, poor Ego just cannot move. That was like 3.5 seconds of crowd control.
A little bit slow, and Spyrex knew that. Also well done, expending the ults just to secure the kill. Paintel didn't even have a chance to flash. You need to secure that kill. They gave you the tower topside, and now that's a chase in mid.
I love it. The hard CC, they hit back on each other, but it's going to be enough on to Angle to get him taken down. Scary Jerry falls. Lots of it. Now they're running into the enemy jungle. Can they actually escape out of this one? They're going to get pinched by Harrisburg here. As we can see over the wall where this bot is going to go. Amazo engaging on Barlow. A lot of damage. Far too much. You get that shockwave, and it will be enough to clean up this team. Ego giving them the run around over the walls. Maybe you could try to be able to seal out.
A Scary Jerry to start that fight off. You thought you had a pick. You fell down. Now it's Baron and Maryville, who are already starting to steamroll ahead. We saw the kills go forward. We saw the likes of every player starting to ramp up. Now this is the icing on the cake. We are going to see them take the next few towers as well as push without inhibitor.
Absolutely. It's actually really
good for Harrisburg. They're like, okay, you've been such an annoyance on our side right now. Stop dropping wards. Stop getting away for this almost for free. Very nice catch, especially right around this dragon. It does give credence to Harrisburg. Maryville will feel comfortable fighting this if they so wish. They have the TP on Spyrex. They could drop into a 4v5 a pinch and still take the fight. Of course, do you actually want to have that happen?
You see the pings coming out, of course, and that is Maryville saying, hey, we're going to secure this. Barlow trying to play a little bit of proxy to stop Amazo. In the meantime, it's also the mid lane that's getting a lot of pressure. If you have a Varus who's able to solo push, tail end of that hostile takeover, a beautiful grand entrance from Zyko, and the quickness to follow it up. What a crescent guard to send away those members that are trying to engage, but too much damage. A beautiful flash coming out of Kidney, who just takes too much. Shockwave. The shockwave on top of it, the double kill. I can't even keep track of Spyrex, dashing all over the place now, looking for the quadra here, and you can see, you know, Varus and Sivir are both ones that are going to be spending a lot of mana. Right now, we see that Scary Jerry is a lot further behind in mana. Has to be super careful about when to throw out. Oh no, when to throw these out. The engage with the death sentence. It's a burst blood going out of Barlow. That ignite should do it. No way, Zyko stays alive.
No, we'll keep going. You brought this to us. Let's keep going. And Kid Beats now, at this point, the beats are way too far behind. I mean, you saw the record there, you spun it, and it did not spin the way you wanted it to. You are now losing tower for free. Getback knows it, picking up free gold, and Maryville are now going to break over the map. We see the wards already down, and would you know, it's another
massive, but when it has been gained in less than the last 10, you can't expect to keep winning here. Maybe find somebody on your territory. Maybe find somebody on your turf here. Barlow taking a lot of damage, though. But the flash comes out at the end, and the ultimate was set before the flash, or as it went off, so it does not. Did it hit him?
During the flash, maybe you can look at this dragon to have a little bit of power behind as well. But, I mean, this is also a little bit of desperation. You're all funneling in, and Maryville relenting, saying, we don't have to worry about that. We can just push mid lane and feel really comfortable as well.
But Harrisburg has to move as a 5-man squad.
Right.
So it's once more feeling like Maryville, right? Just a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right now. The Harris, no way that only hits one. Remember, the hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Zyko falls. And in the meantime, that gives space for Spyrex to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they can. Fortunately, Harrisburg isn't trying. It feels like they're not trying to set anything up for themselves. There's the follow-up engagement. Mesa goes in with the Cyclone. Chains coming out from Mako. Actually, no, chains are not even up yet.
No.
It is a big shutdown that Mako manages to get. Comes through from Psycho. I can't say his name enough. He gets a double. Be the engage you want, though, because Kimmy's going to take a lot of damage. The equalizer drops down, but it's right on top of Bart's ultimate. So the damage from the equalizer is not enough. Same thing to be said about Pain Shells. Chaos Storm, Barlow, the heavy carry on the side of Harrisburg, is now running away, and Maryville does not place. Why do they keep going back to that push?
Because it's manufactured chaos. You draw the vision away from the Baron. You know they're going to go for Baron, and you just find it. Kid Beats didn't have a choice, and now another little hook. Psycho getting ready to fight.
It is on Psycho. It's a lot of damage on him.
My
He does
God.
fall, but the damage in response from Maryville is just too much. Eagle tries to get in there, throws down the equalizer. Maryville chunking away damage from the base of Harrisburg.
I mean, Spyrex had a great time as well, just like off on the side doing my own thing, but honestly, Harrisburg did not have another option. They had to go for it. This is the last-ditch effort, just try and pad the KDA, but I think it's all done here. This is that moment. Maryville take the series. Saw me on my phone a good like 50% of the last game.
Yeah, I was trying to kind of extend because I saw that you had your phone out, so I was trying to extend what I was saying. Yeah, I just
won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Yeah, I know it was hilarious.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. Follow there. Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are.
No, I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in. 'Cause my flies were too good to deal with. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Starleague Grand Finals Fall 2023. It has been a long day, but it is going to continue to be a lot of fun here in the highest caliber of collegiate esports. I'm your host, Septilence, and I'm going to walk you into our fourth and final game of the day, but not quite the weekend. Tomorrow, we've got our FPS day, and there are 3 more titles to be gained that day. But first, let's wrap up day number 1 with what else but Rocket League. Going up against head-to-head, we have West Virginia versus Akron, 2 incredibly recognizable teams, 2 very decorated teams in the space of collegiate Rocket League. They have punched it with the best of the best, and they have lost to the best of the best as well. Both these teams have beaten the Giants, and they have been the Giants slain. But tonight, 2 Giants go head-to-head, and who's going to win? Well, there's only one way to find out. We're going to throw it to Jolly and Vincent on the desk as we take a look at Rocket League.
Welcome to the NACE Starleague Fall Grand Finals, live from the Boise State Esports Arena. All right, we have crowned multiple champions. We've seen many sweeps come out. Let's see if it's going to be the same for Rocket League. On the desk, of course, I'm Lisa Jolly Malhaus, and I got Zachary Vincent here with me. So, for what we're looking at, there was a bit of delay, right? Our Steam, we got kind of deflated. We were so ready for Rocket League, and then Epic said, not quite, but you know what? We're telling Epic, hey, you can shut us down for a little bit, but not forever, because we're here until we hand out all of these trophies before setting up for the FPSs we have tomorrow. So, what are we going to see for this best of 7, Vincent? Are we finally going to see some back and forth play?
Hey, listen, there's some history that suggests that we might just be seeing that. 2 times these teams pulled up in this season, and it was a bit of a split. We got West Virginia up against Akron, and I cannot wait to see what they have to roll, and particularly with West Virginia coming back, hey, they made it here last semester. They weren't quite able to make it to muster. Now they have a chance to do it once again.
Speaking of mustard, they got to be hungry for the win, right? Like, I always think that's something that, hey, if it was taken from you in the past, you really have something to prove. It's almost more motivation than if you won the previous one and you want to maintain that title. So let's take a look at the schedule and where we have been so far today. We started out the day with Stony Brook and Michigan State. 2-0 for Stony Brook for Super Smash Brothers. We immediately went over, we did a little skippity-doo, over to Overwatch 2, Maryville versus St. Clair. Maryville 3-0'd on that one. Maryville found more success immediately after, of course, with a pretty decisive 2-0 against Harrisburg University. So now we get some new faces, we get some new games, and we're going to be seeing a best of 7 between West Virginia and Akron here. And we get to kind of chill out on this one, I think. Yeah. I hope so, but I also hope I hope to start chill, and then I hope it ramps the heck up.
Hey, well, listen, there is some past to suggest just that. Yeah. Akron, they've been making their way through these playoffs, and it's by no means been an easy feat. 2 times they have had to do it in final games. First time, 3-game comeback, then a full reverse sweep in the quarterfinals. I mean, this team has had a rough time of it, but they are here, Akron ready to play.
But on the other side with West Virginia, they have been ready to play since the start of this because they've have not dropped. Not only have they not lost a series, they have not dropped a single game. 27-0, if I'm not mistaken, for them here. So then the question becomes, right? If in these first couple of games in this best of 5, Akron is able to take 1 game, is that it? Is it going to take just the 1 bullet, and then do they have that comeback ability, or is this a situation where West Virginia can say, hey, not only can we go undefeated, if we falter a little bit, we can still recover?
I mean, I think both things are true, actually. I mean, Akron, they've shown that they will not falter when they come down to the wire, when they're up against the wall. But West Virginia, sure, they haven't had to do that, but at the same time, a team that doesn't have to do that clearly has some chops under their belt. And you and I both know it's not just in the NACE Starleague that they've been gaming. They've been playing well elsewhere as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're talking about West Virginia in general, over the course of the last couple of months, right, starting from July, they've gotten either first or second in all of the tournaments that they have been involved in, right? So, but that is a very good point, right? You don't need to lose to know how to come back from losing, right? Just in case, I guess all of the victories for the wins give you a little bit more of that momentum momentum forwards. But real quick, just to break down what we're talking about for the prize money and all that here, the total value of the prize at the grand finals, $31,000, right?
Whoa.
So $3,000 on the line right now for Rocket League. First place is going to go home with a sweet $1,500. Second goes home with $750, and third and fourth each go $375, and that's going to go to Maryville. They got enough already, and Nichols College. So let's talk about West Virginia Akron Esports as we hop into this best of 7 and our games or series that is going to round out today's initiation of the NACE Starleague.
Indeed, getting this thing underway, and I gotta keep it a buck with you. I am so excited to see where these squads go because, like I mentioned, they played twice already over this season, first in CRL and then in the Space Station Gaming Tournament. One victory, that was for CRL for Akron, and then in a BO3, West Virginia took it, and that was only a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, that's absolutely true. Yeah, you're looking at the East 2 Conference, taking down some notables for West Virginia as well. I mean, second in CRL East, right? Of course, Northwood's the one that's like, whatever, Northwood, get out of here. It's about time that Northwood falls, right? We'll see who's capable of doing it as we get into game number 1. Boise State and Ball State, both BSUs actually dropped into the lower bracket, but Mountaineers still made their third consecutive CRL finals. Love to see that. Of course, shout-outs to Director Nate Beaker and Coach Hunter Walls Woods. We got to see if they can do what they did to West Virginia here for the side of Akron in week 1 of CRL, where they did take them down in that 3-1, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's so crazy, right? It was only a best of 3 in that second matchup as well. We talked to Akron. They said, hey, listen, we're not great in BO3s. BO5s, though, that's where we shine. And BO7s, well, that is where we're at our best.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the reverse sweep potential for a team like this is absolutely massive. In fact, it's almost as though they do better from behind. So if both of these teams, if the game plan works out for both of these teams, the start will go to West Virginia. And Akron and West Virginia are going to feel good about that. Akron says, hey, our backs are to the wall. We might have that advantage. So we'll have to see how these players go through. Of course, we didn't really quite cover the names. West Virginia, we got Angel, Daunt, and Tool. And then Akron, we got Tristan, Patty, and Bullseye.
Hey, but we didn't really have to. You know these guys.
That's
I mean,
true.
If you're a fan of the Collegiate Rocket League space, like, you're fully on board, and we're fully on board already.
Patty's in it to win it right now. Oh, look at that deke. Oh, my goodness. That was a beautiful play. Not a lot of opportunity for defense on that one. And, hey, Patty, as the IGL for this team, definitely has a lot to say. And when it comes to communication, this is probably the game. We're used to hearing people shout up on there.
Yeah.
It's crazy how we'll have teams of 5 or 6. Nice save. We'll have teams of 5 or 6 that are quieter than teams of 3.
Yeah, it is kind of insane. There is, listen, the hype of a Rocket League squad is like no other, and well, that was nearly like no other. Tool doing some phenomenal work there.
Oh, no! It was a good attempt. You can't reposition that many times when you're in the defensive zone. Whoever decided that blue and blue was a good idea, though, does not like me as a caster.
No,
because,
not at all.
I'm straining my eyes to see that light blue and then slightly less light blue. But I do kind of want to talk about for some of these teams as we get into this one. I want to talk about some of the players and what they've gone through, and particularly I got to point out Daunt as our baby. You know, it's so funny to call an 18-year-old a baby. He's the youngest player that we've seen here. He's only 18 years old. He's a freshman, and he has been making some waves for himself.
Hey, making moves on a team that, you know, has some of those older names and the likes of Angel, right? Starting to get that, and Tool pretty much as free as it gets.
Yeah. Tool's feeling good. Look at all the assists on that one as well. We're going to fix the stats so you guys can keep up with those. In the meantime, hopefully I can count past,
let's keep it.
Hopefully I can count past 3 because we're at least, you know, getting to that point. That's what West Virginia's looking forward to here. I mean, when Patty is on, this is a situation where Akron feels good. And they've been waiting all day to play. All right, they have been ready since right after Smash, just around 2 o'clock our time. It's several hours later now, and Patty is certainly showing up. But don't discount the other 2 members on this team. We'll say their names plenty.
Oh, yeah. And I think we maybe have held back a little bit with regard to Akron because, like, this squad, they have experience as well, right?
Yeah.
And under the tutelage leadership of Tristan, I think that realistically, this is a team that has continued to impress me throughout the playoffs of this NACE Starleague.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're also, you know, they're cool dudes. They're fun to be around. We got to sit down and chat with them.
Are you saying that West Virginia aren't cool?
No.
How could you say that?
Oh my God. Well, yeah. All right. I don't want to eat my words this late in the night. But no, West Virginia obviously is feeling comfortable. I was really surprised at how quietly humble. It was quiet confidence, I think, is what I called it for West Virginia.
Good words.
We walked in, we're like, how are you guys doing? How do you feel? They're like, yeah, we got it. We got this. It's no problems. If we falter, we'll still be fine. We're not scared of Akron.
Well, and there's a little bit of a revenge arc going on.
Yeah.
I asked the question. I was like, hey, is this something where you're coming back in with that loss last time? They're like, no, but that CRL loss, man, that hurt.
Yeah.
We want that back right now.
Exactly. I love the touch on that because it just goes to show you how long-standing these rivalries can be, whether or not you have new players like Don hopping into those. Oh darn, we don't have the time, of course. We'll get that overlay figured out, so we're just flying by the seat of our
90
pants on this one.
seconds-ish. A little less than that.
How'd you figure that out?
I have magical powers called the production in my ears coming through.
Production. Who are they? Are they giving you info that they're not giving me?
You know, it is what it is.
Oh, yep. No, they're giving us info. I'm just not listening.
This has been just a little bit of conversation, like specifically what we've been seeing, though. I feel like we've seen a lot of back and forth, and outside of those very clear-cut goals, like where there was just an open opportunity, a mistake was made, there's not been a lot of scoring options. Like the shot totals, I don't know, but I feel like it's not that crazy high.
Yeah. No, it looks like only 1 to 2 per player, and you know it's funny. There will be play-by-play in this game. It's when the first round almost is like it feels like a warm-up. Sincerely, it's like how is everybody doing on their mechanics today? You know, do we see any vulnerabilities in these players that we are familiar with? Who's really on their game? Who is hungry enough to take that win home? Both teams looking very good, actually. And honestly, if we start this one out where West Virginia loses their first game in NACE Starleague, game number 1 in the best of 7, I mean, that's the shakeup that we've needed.
Yeah, I mean, and we asked about, like, is that pressure going to be getting to you? And they're like, no, what pressure? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'm like,
So
okay.
true.
I wish I knew that, knew how to do that. Oh, just off the crossbar there. Angel with a nice attempt, and unfortunately, that will indeed do it. Akron coming away with that first one. It is, as you mentioned, WVU losing out for the first time in this Star League.
Making NACE Star League history right here at the last opportunity to make NACE Star League history if you are in the Rocket League portion, because this is, like I said, going to round out our day. But that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
We got to mix it up. And I did say, we talked to West Virginia. They said, hey, if they lose a game, no big deal. They don't feel the fact that they haven't lost one so far. It's all just been, floating nicely for them so far. So now it's up to Akron to see if they can kind of give them a taste of their own medicine, right? How much more can they grab?
I think going back to something that we were talking about, some of those tournament placings, placing well that West Virginia have, I think that probably gives them some of that possibility to just, shirk it off. No problem, no worries, even if they go down. That being said, Akron starting out strong is something that, listen, we've talked about how they haven't had to do that. They've still been winning. What happens when they do start out strong? I mean, my mind going back to the semifinal where they 4-1 over Nichols College. Like, it was pretty dominant, and if you watched that game, you would have seen there's some close ones in there, but honestly, the gameplay spoke for itself.
Hey, yeah, it might be like one of those, Rock Lee dropping the weights kind of thing. They're like, oh my God, actually, we haven't played from ahead in a little while. We're so used to playing from behind
this is so nice.
and recovering, right? Like, hey, yeah, all right, this is an easy climb up this hill. But it is still a climb because West Virginia still has a lot under their sleeves. Inside their, I don't know.
Somewhere.
I don't know where they hide things. I do know that we have one player, and I want to figure out who it is. Somebody will eventually at some point probably tell me. We do have an M&K player, which is always fun to point out, just because I can't.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't. I cannot play this game with mouse and keyboard, and the players that do it, I am always very, very impressed with. I can't watch your gameplay because it gives me a little bit of a headache from your POV, but it is fun to kind of point that out. And I think a lot of Rocket League players
with both
note that.
mouse and keyboard and with the controllers. It's kind of rough out here. That's why I'm sitting behind the booth.
I always say, because they say if you can't teach.
Yeah.
If you can't teach, you just talk about it.
Yeah,
that's what we do, right?
Exactly right. Talk a little bit.
It's always a fallback.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more as we jump into game number 2. Akron with a lead here at the start after West Virginia putting together an undefeated season right up until this point right now.
Hey, you know what? Okay, hold on. we heard Akron mention the fact that, oh, you know, a week or two ago they were teasing about, like, not quite sandbagging, but like, hey, what if we like got really far behind?
What if we
and then they
were
got the
gonna win?
reverse sweep. So maybe West Virginia's like, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine, and they are the current ones that are holding those broccoli weights that I mentioned, just waiting to drop them off and see what they can do. We do still have blue and blue, but we got that HUD. We now can see no time. Oh, there's the time. I just can't read numbers.
Reading's hard.
It's been a long day.
I'll give you that. You know, you've been a few games for you. I'm just jumping in here. I got the time anytime you need it.
There we go. Excellent.
Fantastic work, though. I mean, here, what the game plan, I would ask you maybe, like, what West Virginia going down one, like, is there a game plan coming into to game number 2 that's different from game number 1?
You know, watching that first game was like a classic game 1 in a best-of-7 series. It did feel like both teams just kind of feeling each other out. There wasn't anything that I felt innately wrong that happened with West Virginia, aside from that very first goal that got lobbed in by Patty, where, you know, there was just a single deke and maybe a bit of a misrotation on that defensive side.
Yeah, I think as well, we didn't quite get to see like the players shine individually. Like there was a lot of good team play attempts, but it wasn't always quite working out. And I think that's going to change here. A little double demo there for Bullseye. That's going to keep him on the back foot for the moment. And Patty, we're ready to feed that ball in, but this time not going to work out so well.
Already 4 demos that have come out in just over a minute of gameplay, so we can see that the speed of gameplay has picked up just a little bit. As we watch from Patty's perspective, he's going to pick up that 100 at the midfield. A nice rotation back as well. In the meantime, Angel finds a demo. Let's just keep adding bombs to the scoreboard. And it is almost like these, not quite like they're conceding. It's not a concession or anything like that, but it is constantly these bows back and forth of, all right, okay, you have control, let's play it safe.
Yeah, and the reality is you don't need to play ultra aggressive even when you're getting knocked back. It's taking a moment and resetting a little bit, taking that moment to rotate correctly. That's the way that you can recover from a situation where things aren't going so well your way at the very least. And we are seeing that physicality of the gameplay though coming in from the Akron side. And I think that's something we're probably going to continue to talk about, I have a feeling.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that also kind of, oh my gosh, Patty, all right, let's give him another. Hey, not that I mind saying Patty's name over and over again. Tristan and Bullseye, I want to be able to say their names as well. West Virginia, they're hitting their stride. So this currently feels like Akron coming out of the gates running, whereas West Virginia, they're ramping up. Now the question is, does the speed that Akron has coming out of the start give them enough momentum to outpace West Virginia? Or is West Virginia just kind of biding their time? Either is a potential here.
That's a great question. I also want to touch on one other thing. Oh, wait, we'll get back to that. That was a nice touch from Don. Fortunately, someone able to get back there. One of these demos, everybody down. Little 1v1 right in front of the net, and some great movement there. A little flick over to give Tool the shot on goal.
Alrighty, Tool has hit his stride, and I'm assuming that it's not going to be a broom that we see as the Tool here today, because putting themselves ahead and now start this one out. Sorry, tied up. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't really know. I was literally trying to picture a reverse sweep, and I'm like, does that mean that you just like take the dust that you swept up and push it back over to the enemy team side?
Just spinning around?
No, we'll have to see though. Both of these teams feeling good, and both of them are really excited to play on stage as well. They all said they have their stage experience, right? They kind of got it broken in really easily or really well with CRL, so they're not phased about that. Hopefully they're not exhausted from having to wait, and hope that the Epic servers would work out for us.
Hey, that just means well practiced, well prepared, and ready to roll. Yeah. So,
I get it. I see what you did there, bro.
I appreciate that. Somebody's on the same page as me. Oh, that's a great little 50 from Angel in the midfield. Just able to regain control. That was nearly a good turn towards the opposite side of the pitch, and no longer.
And good numbers being put up by everybody, of course. You know, you got both Bullseye and Angel have 3 demos apiece. You've got shots coming out of most of the players. Bullseye has kind of been on the strong defensive side for this one. Tool with a great shot. It's just going to be a little bit too far over the side, though. Patty having a little bit of control here. Doesn't have the boost to continue, but Bullseye picks it up and stalls at the midfield line.
Speaking of, though, I really like the intentionality that we've been seeing from the clears, particularly, I think, from Akron specifically, but I feel like West Virginia have been doing a good job of the same thing. The issue is that trying to get these finishes has been so difficult. Defensively, have been really strong all the way around.
And that's something that, I'll say I prefer to see kind of a slower pace game. Oh my gosh, no way! Already. I was going to have to argue with the ref on that one. It's got to get more than 50% through, and Tool was able to make it happen.
Give Tool, any sort of 1v1 right in front of the net. This guy is going to connect. It's absurd. That's twice in a row that we've just seen that come down. And now, I mean, West Virginia with a lead, sitting pretty. 48 seconds left. That is the key. You don't have some insurance on this, as my friend Septilence likes to say.
Well, the insurance is that even if, the enemy team scores one goal, there's still potential for overtime, right? That's kind of the insurance that you have of hey, we got the lead. If we drop it, as long as they don't make two back-to-back,
we couldn't let that happen. That'd be crazy.
You're still in it. Well, I've seen much wilder things, especially from teams like this, but we're down to the last 20 seconds of the game. It was a good opportunity here as Akron tries to keep the ball in favor of themselves. West Virginia is fighting hard, though, wants to really secure their win. And oh my gosh, I swear in the last 10 seconds, Dot comes in, saves the day. Baby Don. I'll stop calling him a baby. I'm sure he hates that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all good. West Virginia here able
close
to close it out. Yeah, nearly got that equalizer. Could have been a problem, but instead, 1-1. It is indeed going to be that split scoreline. We're already here.
We have it. We have a back and forth. Excellent. Oh, thank you guys so much for sticking around. I know a lot of people were waiting for Rocket League earlier. Well, hey, we at least get to satiate that there's at some point during the day. And not only that, we actually get a contentious match, which we haven't seen a ton of today. And I find that that's kind of common at LANs, right?
I'll
find it'll be so close when it comes to the online play. When you have to go to a different, screen, you've got different setups. Some people have a different ping that they have to deal with. Yes, you bring your own peripherals, but it's still not the same, right, as sitting at home at your computer. So not that I want to attribute a win or a loss to, something so simple as that, because all 6 of these players up there, both of these teams absolutely deserve to be here. Only one can come out ahead, though.
That's very much the case. And I think that Akron, when we've talked about them, we've kind of set them up as the ability to kind of make those comebacks, whether it's necessary or not. Now, I think we get that opportunity to see that start to come in here. Not down by any means, but a nice little split of the scoreboard. And just talking of where we were in that game, I feel like defensively, both squads playing really well. It's a question of the offensive chances that we've been getting. Not so many of them.
That's actually a good point. And maybe not only that, it was not very many fast shots, right? We saw a lot of clears that kind of led to good setups, good potentials for carries. We saw the dribble and the deking, coming out from Patty, but we didn't really see these really quick shots that we're very used to at such a high level. That might come into play here. Again, Rocket League is such an interesting game because there's no other game that I can really compare it to with saying the first couple of rounds sincerely are like a warm-up. Even though they're not, it just, one team, no matter what, will absolutely ramp up. Or both teams will ramp up, but it's going to get faster.
There's no other game where you feel your opponent out in the same way. I think that's what it is for me at the very least. And you're right, we are seeing them kind of get started, get a couple more of those crazier plays, some more of the aerial work that we didn't really get to see in Game 1. It's a little bit more of that in Game 2, Game 3. I got to imagine we're going to see just that.
And this is a game, too, that, there are some games out there that are not back-to-basics games. Overwatch 2 that we saw earlier, you can't really just go back to the basics. Rocket League is absolutely one of those where you're like, hey, you know what, if we don't have boost control, let's try to get back to that. That doesn't mean to not mind your rotations, but you have to sort of find a proper flux between essentially 3 or 4 things that you have to kind of always prioritize. Now, I would say that boost is definitely something that's going to come into play because we have seen over the last couple of games a lot of these players fall down to very little boost while being in control of the ball, and I think that's why these fast plays haven't come out there. Nice save coming from Tristan. Can they get it out of their side of the field? It's a big pass from Bullseye. Another pass mid-air to Patty. Can he find the double touch? He does! But it's turned away here by Don.
Bullseye thought he could get a handle on that one as well. Didn't quite get there in time. Tristan trying to clear away, but That 2 doesn't go quite to plan. Daunt with a nice setup. That's right to Tool, who overshoots just a little bit. Can't get the read on that one. Patty will stop the attempted shot there. And dropping right into the front of the net. That's a little bit scary. So always is. And great clear.
Yeah, there was only one offender on that one. So 3v1, generally, you kind of have that expectation. We'll have to see, though, if Akron is planning to, find a big transition coming out of this one. And, when we're talking about best of sevens like this, too, we also mentioned that Akron does really well playing from behind. And as this continues on, maybe we will see a bit more of that, a bit of the scrap coming out, and a bit of sort of recalibration between these teams deciding what they need to focus. Because so far, I haven't seen a major weakness from anyone, right? I haven't seen anyone doing one particular thing insanely well or not very well.
Well, let me pull in on that, though. Yeah. I've seen Tool. I feel like Tool's, I don't know what the right flag league term is, but field vision? Listen, I was a soccer player, okay? I'm sorry, you can't.
That's why it's car soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
I'll get back to that. Patty doing it once again, and finding these angles has been so impressive. Watch this one back.
That's just these team plays, too. Tristan coming in to try to get a little bit of disruption in there as well. And when you have a defender stuck trying to reverse, three-point turn in the goal, it makes it really difficult to regain positioning unless there's a clear. All right, okay, what were you saying about Tool?
Tool, I feel like the field vision, like the planning there, like knowing where his teammates are located and like how to get the ball, get that feed into them has been phenomenal. Not only that, but the fact that whenever he's been in front of net, it's just been phenomenal. Get the 1v1, he's been getting it. So, standout player for me, I mean, outside of Patty, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Patty has secured a lot of these goals. I do think it's funny, though, if you look at the statistics, you got all these bombs on one side and you got all these halos on the other side, right? So we'll see who can actually pull ahead in this one, heaven or hell. Either way, it's a lot of aggression right now that Patty has to deal with. He's going to get this turnaround. He does manage to find the 100. And it's a return play as well for Tristan to recover some boost. But was it worth it as a demo comes through? Daunt and Patty each taking a member themselves. Patty now trying to rotate this one down. It goes over to Daunt. We find yet another ping pong clear.
And I think, kind of touching on that again, we've seen a lot of that ping-ponging back and forth, and not because it's been like crazy 50s, it's just been, these clears have been answered beautifully. And every single time, we just see, good rotations back in and finding that space, whether it be in the midfield or whether it be deep on your opponent's side of the pitch.
Let's see if Don can get this carry over here. Gets past Bullseye. The double touch is there. And he manages to secure it. Beautiful play right there by West Virginia.
This is Bullseye just doing the very best he can. And, well, Don getting a little bit fortunate there. Let's be real. But
plans, calculated.
All part of the plan.
Look at Patty's stats right now. He is on all bases. He is pitching, catching, and then also covering all of the bases. Doing incredibly well. Bullseye, it looks like, has been on that physical offensive, right? Daunt, however, has shown up in every single aspect. Angel and Tool have gotten their bites, of course. We got to see if this aggression can continue, though, as West Virginia finds a little bit. But it's looking at 1-on-1. We might be seeing overtime, too. Not only do we have a tie game right now, but we might be doing a tiebreaker in overtime.
Ye old golden gold. Oh, maybe not. That's fantastic shot, just barely off the crossbar, and Patty will take it away. The loses the touch for a moment. Daunt's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one tap, but that's Daunt to score in the final second. Zeros on the board, and Daunt delivers.
The freshman says, no, I don't want to see any overtime. Not yet, at least. They keep the ball up. I love when we get those angles, too, where it seems like all is lost, so the ball's going to touch the ground. Wait, there was somebody there. Daunt picks up both of the goals for that game, and West Virginia has now taken the lead. But it's the best 7, and we're only 3 games in, so expect 4 more. That's what I want.
Yeah, lots still to play for. And let's talk. I mean, we were discussing it. I think it's fair to say, like, weaknesses, there hasn't been a ton of them. But I think Daunt's hit on something here clearly.
Yes.
That second, it's not the first opportunity, but it's that second and third opportunity that is going in. And I don't know what the right call is, how to adjust necessarily, but it's something that clearly Akron are struggling with.
Yeah, and actually, you know what, it's funny because that is something that I was going to touch on myself, in that it feels as though it has not really been like full pressure on offense, right? We haven't
Right.
seen any mistakes made, which is not always okay. I say mistake. That is innately bad.
No clear, obvious
But
ones.
yeah, there hasn't been a really far forward push from either team, right? There have been multiple times where I see a good opportunity, and if that third player had rotated up, it absolutely would have been a goal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's almost like they're moving forward with trepidation, right? They're taking it easy, and they don't want to risk too much at this point because, again, we talked about the big bucks, 1,500 going to team number 1. Hey, between 3 people, that's pretty good.
That's not bad.
The other advantage of Rocket League, right?
I was about to say, a lot of teams are split between 5. That's ideal. Yeah, and I also think that, listen, you can call it trepidation. I think there's another side of that is just like trying to play safe. At some point, though, I always say it, and this is such an obvious statement, but offense wins games.
Yeah.
Defense cannot win you the game. It can save you the game, but it can't win you the game.
Yes.
And I think that Akron need to be a little bit more aggressive in their offensive maneuvers at times.
Yeah.
Not all the time, just at moments.
I've seen both of these teams be more aggressive. Absolutely be more. It almost feels like every single player up there like has kind of one hand held back. They're like, all right, let's all wait to drop the ball at the same time kind of situation, which is not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, you don't want to be the guy to make a mistake.
Yeah, you really don't want to be the first one to do that. And it all comes down to, the communication, the cohesion. You have to have confidence in your team. And it is a big risk. High risk, high reward. We talked about it already. But if you're going to commit to a full play like that, you have to guarantee that somebody can rotate back or you will get the goal.
Don Alfred Demo first of the game, instantly coming out. And
nice play.
I feel like, once again, I just come back to Don, like just the physicality on that play in the corner is just so fantastic.
It's funny that I mentioned boost too.
Yeah.
Now it feels like you don't get points for getting boost or anything. It feels like collecting boost is incredibly important.
I'd win all my games if we got
Right,
points
just
for that.
drive in a big circle. You pick up all the boost that you need, but it feels like so much of this boost can be utilized for really aggressive plays. Instead, it's used for like a setup, and then there's no real follow through. And I'm saying these things, they sound kind of innately negative, but they're not. It's just a slower paced style that I'm used to from these players.
Well, and those like set plays and stuff, they're great because they aren't risky. And when they do work out, you just collect goals like they're candy. It's great. And you're like, oh, well, this is fun. I'll just score all the time. And I mean, but it's also a part of communication as well, which I felt like Akron were really hitting on the communication. A couple of those goals, there was some good moments where it was like calling for the ball, who can get take that touch. That was great. I feel like we've lost a little bit of that in the game for it.
I do, and I feel like also that is the reason that these games have been so close. I mean, you saw it. 0 seconds is when oh my gosh, what a save from Bullseye. 0 seconds is when the tie was broken at that last game. Technically, it would have been like -1-2, right? Because they held it for a moment. There's another shot, but it's the crossbar player number 4 there on the side of Akron that comes in. Still no goals, and halfway through regulation time. Yeah, that is definitely a reason that we're seeing such tight games here.
There's a lot of scrambling there for Akron, a double commit there that I just saw, I believe, and then we are seeing West Virginia just dialing up the pressure as these games continue, and I think Don is leading the charge on that one.
He really is. He's an incredible player, especially with Angel and Tool. Ooh, another one! Can he turn it away? It's Patty! Follows a Bullseye, saves. Man, those halos are stacking up here onto the side of Akron. Can they turn it into an offensive play? Maybe, but it's Tristan who has control.
Okay.
Oh, it was an attempt at a pass right there to Patty, but the angle was just slightly off. Can't get it past 2 defenders every single time. Not quite an open net, but you got to be careful if you're Patty. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
These saves are amazing.
Yeah, I think Patty did the only thing possible he could have done to save that. That was like, there was one right answer. Patty found it in seconds, milliseconds, really.
Yes. I couldn't have made that play if I played a million hours into this game. That was beautifully done, and you can tell it was actually due to the fact that he braked, right?
Yep.
He went forward, he saw the angle, he had to break at the perfect moment, and he did. And you even had the double bounce off of that crossbar, which is a scary situation, but still, nothing. Oh, we got goose eggs. We got a lot of goose eggs here. Contentious matches have goose eggs, though. I'll say that.
Yeah, and let's change the narrative here, because we talked about the back and forth, the ping-ponging that was happening a couple of games ago. This is no longer what's happening.
Yeah.
This is West Virginia full out, just trying to dominate the offense and doing it perfectly. But the defense of Akron is standing up to the task.
Occasionally, there are these tearaways that Akron does have. But then their recovery to kind of rotate back to the defensive side gives the opportunity back to West Virginia to put a bit more pressure there. So, we've been facing the blue side of the field this whole time. I want to see the blue side of the field. No, I'm not gonna lie. It sincerely is throwing me off. The light blue and the dark blue. I'm just gonna guess who that player was. It could be anybody. I don't even know what team it is.
No shade at all. You are absolutely right.
Hey, no shade. 2 shades. It's 2 shades. Same color,
You're right. 30 seconds on this clock. Actually, far less than that. Now, as we pass the 20-second mark, and now, I mean, listen, if you play this defensive style, it is golden goal, right?
Yeah.
1 goal and you win it. Problem is that works both ways. Don with the shots already. Angel, I thought there was no one there, but Bullseye gets a handle on it just barely.
Come on. I do want to see an overtime. I don't mind an overtime, but I definitely don't want to see. I don't not want to see like that last second goal. That is very exciting as well. We just gotta. That's interesting. Let's see if we can break another record here. We just heard from production.
Indeed, yeah. Longest overtime, 10 minutes, 32 seconds on the broadcast this semester. Those poor gamers who were in that. I don't know who it was, but
what's the longest overtime you've had?
For me, only 7 minutes. So
what? I think for CRL last year we had a 16-minute Tool. He's gonna start this one at only 25. That's all they need. They don't need extra time.
Yeah, and listen, Tool, I'm going to say the word quiet. That's not really meant to be a negative, but wasn't as explosive as we saw in the previous games. Steps up right there when it matters the most. And, hey, bad news here for the folks over at Akron. They're in some trouble now.
They are in some trouble because we're going into Game 5 now, and while Akron started things out really well, you know, they said, hey, we took down the big bad boss that has been undefeated this entire time. Their journey may have ended there because now it is match point moving forward. At the very least, we don't have a sweep. I am so grateful for that. Thank you so much, Akron, for the fact that, yes. And they have been really good games. We saw in overtime, the fact that one team hasn't really found like a firmer footing than the other gives me good hope that this entire series, no matter how it turns out, whether it ends after this game or continues on, is going to be incredibly tight. And we might even see another overtime to end this one.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu, though. I'm getting some deja vu. Listen, this is the same scoreline that it was for Akron up against King in the round of 16. It was down 1-3, and they made the comeback.
Right. You are absolutely right. They took that first game. They lost 3 in a row, and we said it already. Backs to the wall. This is a team that plays very well. They've been waiting for this moment. I already said it's the game plan for both teams, right? West Virginia's like, cool, we're leading. Good stuff. Akron's like, cool, we're behind. Good stuff for us because we play well from that position.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking to us. There was like, I asked, like, is that kind of like the plan for you guys? And the answer was, no, we thought it would be a little bit simpler, actually. But, hey, when you have a winning combination, you don't change it, do you?
This is also the team that told us that, you know, during the series after that where they did have the reverse sweep, they're like, what if we just, like, didn't play well? The Tristan's gonna kick this one off. Well, this is it. This is the potential turnaround. They get the momentum in the early parts of that game, and that can really change the pace of this right now for West Virginia.
No, I didn't even realize I was looking at you. That was an incredible little pinch off the side of the net. That's incredible. I mean, like we were talking about, though, and that's one of those momentum things where, hey, you get your leader involved there on those shots, and you just the whole team just gets better around him. I've seen it happen a million times in a million different esports.
And right there, we got more aggression coming out of them. They can maintain this. They're doing a really good job, and they're not really allowing West Virginia to find a solid clear. They stall this one at the 50 line. West Virginia is going to be the first to make a move on it, but Bullseye really gains control over this. This is a good opportunity for a passing play. It's a nice drop down. It bounces a little high. And unfortunately, they did not have an offensive member to follow that one up.
It's always that third guy that if they were there and it's not even that like a mistake was made, it's just the time to get into position or just rotating back, finding the boost, making sure that they can play defensively. Whatever it is, they are missing that third leg.
Yeah, it's more patience than it is like hesitation, right? It's not like a missed opportunity so much as it is forward thinking, saying we could make this goal, but you know, on the off chance that we don't, how much does that expose us?
It's a backup plan.
Yeah, exactly. That cognizance is definitely good to have here. And maybe another good opportunity for Akron because they do have a bit of an opportunity to get the pull as they have the advantage on boost. Patty now carrying this one over and across, gets it past one defender. No, so close Tristan tried to find the follow through and just barely moved to the side of that one. Bullseye keeps it alive, though, follows up with a demo.
There's certainly a difference, it feels like. Tristan getting a lot more actively involved, I feel like, in these offensive opportunities than we saw in the previous 2 games specifically for Akron. I think there was obviously a bit of a conversation there. I mean, and hey, why wouldn't there be? You're down a couple of games, you gotta try and change things up, and I like what I'm seeing.
It definitely feels like Akron is just getting more into the vibe, right? They're getting more into the mode. That was another good one. Was like, I considered a shot on goal. He's got the 3 shots on goal, looking for more here. You were talking about in the last game how we spent so much time on Akron's defensive side. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Right now, West Virginia has to consistently find ways to try to clear this ball. They're expending a lot of boost to do that, so they don't have enough really for the follow-ups. And that, it's this vicious circle with boost, right? If you, no
nice
way!
drop. Did you see that
No
drop?
way!
That was absurd. Watch this one again. The setup for Tool was absurd.
I love it. Hey, you know what? If you need an obstacle, just use your ally's rear, right?
the bump
it
as
went
well.
into Daunt. It went into Daunt's, like the rear end of Daunt's vehicle, and that was the perfect angle. That was absolutely fantastic. You had 3 targets to go through there. Past 2 defenders as well.
And Daunt gets the bump on the other defender as
Yep,
well.
Yep, exactly. Perfect positioning right there. And that's going to tie things up with, once again, about halfway through this game.
Man.
Patty and Daunt taking each other out, man. This has been a Patty-Daunt battle,
It
sincerely.
really has, yeah. It's been a bit ridiculous. And even when Patty isn't scoring, we are seeing the defensive, the offensive demos coming through as well. But I love this different look from Akron. This is the way, hey, we're going to see a reverse sweep. This is the way they're going to have to be playing. And they continue to do this. We've got about 2 minutes to find another goal.
A lot more challenges that maybe in the earlier games in this series, they were a bit more hesitant about engaging upon. This demo's still stacking up, though. Angel gets one. Daunt with the shot. It's a little bit high. Can they follow it up? No, it's just over to the side. Angel trying to secure, get an assist there for Daunt. Still, lots of good numbers being put up. And when I was talking about that control earlier in the game, it's not kind of evenly distributed.
Yeah. And I think that's the obvious end of that battle is eventually, you know, adjustments are made and we get back to that middle ground back and forth we've been talking about seeing. Daunt, that was a really patient play, maybe a little too patient, but he almost had him beat.
Yeah, I mean, that's you know, there's a lot of different names for it. You call it patience or you call it, you know, missed opportunities. Right?
I was being kind.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of different angles that we can see that from, but our POV right now is Patty with only 1 minute left on the clock. We may just see yet another overtime, and hey, based on history, on statistics, West Virginia so far out of the 1 has come ahead in only 35 seconds of overtime, which is a great sign for them moving forward.
True, indeed, and well, with some time left, that shot, very nicely defended. Patty was ready for it. Those backwards rolls can kind of be hard to read sometimes, and it's a dangerous place to put that ball. Good placement.
It's a flashy though. If you can get one of those bicycles in, man, that feels really good. Tristan taking this one up and around the edge. He's completely out of boost. Maybe waiting for that back one to spawn actually, but gets a little bit of a misposition and has to respond to Angel. Taking this one around the corner. Bullseye might be trying to drop this one off the ceiling over to Tristan. It does end up going to Tristan on a pinch between him and Angel. Now only 10 seconds left, and this is where the big plays come through. Daunt with another massive shot. Patty with a huge save.
Tool's gonna try it.
No way!
Tristan, he got all the way back. Incredible work, and now Patty's gonna be trying to take it forward. Angel couldn't get there in time. I thought that touch could have cleared it away, but overtime required a second time here in the 5th game.
Alrighty, this is where it starts to heat up, right? We've been kind of casual about this cast. Oh my goodness, Daunt wanting to really make a name for West Virginia in terms of these overtimes. Does that give the chance, though? Over to Akron for that shot, and it's Bullseye from the corner.
They're doing it here. That's a comeback goal and a comeback game right now. Bullseye delivering when it matters most. You know what I've written down? I told you earlier.
Yeah.
In my notes, right beside Bullseye's name, he's the vibe keeper.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It's true. I mean, we were talking with the players. Bullseye had a constant smile on his face, right? He's definitely happy to be here and be playing for this team. And that was, I mean, everything was on the line, right? I should put a bit more emphasis on the fact that we were literally watching overtime on game point, right? It didn't
championship point.
It didn't actually feel like that much tension, though. It's almost as though I knew we were going to be seeing a game number 6 here because things are very tight. Still match point for West Virginia. But things are looking good based on the history of Akron as a team.
Yeah, I think that despite that history, West Virginia, I'm not saying that they can take their foot off the gas, figuratively or literally, but what I am saying is that there is some space for them to work with still. It's not panic time just yet.
Yeah,
Akron,
one
though,
game extra.
yeah, I know, right?
1 game buffer.
Exactly. Akron, though, we've seen how quickly things can get out of hand, and that's what's so terrifying. That's why I'm like, as soon as I see that first game on the comeback trail comes to Akron, I'm like, uh-oh.
But now we've seen both teams secure an overtime goal in less than a minute. And at this point in the series, almost every time, I'm like, okay, the momentum's in favor of this team. It has been so flip-flop, so back and forth, and I think the best part about all of it is you can tell those teams are having a really good time up there. Even though there's a lot on the line, it sincerely, that's not the vibe that I get from this room right now.
I don't know if it picks up on the audio, but they have been screaming, and I love it. What I also think is that in those overtime periods, we are just seeing the gloves come off, like offensively. It's just like utter chaos. Hey, I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's what I want. It's true. I do want the chaos. And a lot of these, plays towards the end have kind of come down to the ability to use this boost and the force of repositioning yourself to get something there. Oh my gosh, Don skating right across the surface of the goal right there. Even as an active play, though. Bullseye trying to get a little bit of control here. It's Daunt, though, who I got to talk about, and it ends up being a pinch pass over to Angel. Bullseye's there just in time. He's the king of the defenders as of right now.
That was Daunt getting that aggressive touch, and then he's back for the defense at the 50 and mid. I'm like, and he has the boost to be on the ceiling? What? How?
On the defense, Daunt. Now on the offense, Daunt.
Yeah, I know. It's like, this guy just teleports across the pitch, I tell you what.
Hey, that's something that is definitely going to come in handy. I mean, Dawn, again, a young player. There's so much promise in young players. Dude, Rocket League's one of those that makes me feel old. I'm like, oh, wow, it's an 18-year-old player. They're so young. And everyone's like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, I get beat by 12-year-olds all the time. And it's true. But Dawn has a lot to prove now for himself. He's going to try to get this carry over. He gets it past the one. It's a big challenge that he wins. Angel, though, has to go up against the remainder of Akron. It's a demo midair. Tristan's got the carry over, and it's turned away with a perfect save from Dawn.
Yeah, guess who? It's Dawn on defense once again. This guy's everywhere. And Tristan had the moves, ran out of boost there at the end. Couldn't make a move onto Dawn. Tool this time with the defense. And goodbye to Bullseye. They're trying to transition that onto offense. And Daunt trying to do it once again. A 50 towards mid, goes easily towards the West Virginia side, and maybe some control here on the West Virginia ball as well. Instead, Patty gets a handle on it for a moment.
Certainly feeling like things are coming to a head, right? Less holds being barred at this point in the series. So, less trepidation moving forward with these plays, right? They realize how much is on the line, how much they can prove, and it's these really standout plays, these explosive plays that are making a big difference in these games.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, these saves, the saves have been way crazier than shots so far in this series. That is very rare.
It is indeed very rare. I feel like every time I'm like holding my breath, like, whoa, okay, not for the shot, but for the potential save that's coming in here. And I will say that the offense for Akron started this game out incredibly strong. We have seen West Virginia just kind of take over, and I think a lot of that is the way that West Virginia has been able to transition from the defense onto the offense. Yep. That's been a strength of theirs throughout, and it's continuing now.
Rotations, rotations, rotations. That is definitely one of the staples, one of the basics they have to fall back on. And, something that I caught myself off probably to talk about in regards to boost. It ends up being kind of this vicious cycle of if you are low on boost, that means that you have to get yourself out of the way and get ahead on boost. On the other side, if you have the lead on boost, that means you can boost in front and steal the boost from the other team, and you can maintain that lead pretty easily. So Akron has fallen behind a few times where West Virginia has had a good control on boost, but it hasn't translated out into plays, and that's what you need from big boost control.
Yeah, and from here, now we're approaching the very end seconds, 90 seconds remaining here, and 0-0-0. This is still anybody's game, keeping in mind West Virginia, the possibility to take the championship right here and now if they can find something, but it is cleared away. Bullseye doing the Lord's work right now. Angel, of course, defensively going to be there just in time. These rotations have been sublime as Daunt tries to feed it towards Angel, but it's knocked down right in midfield, and he can pick it right back up.
Still trying to find its mainstay, this ball going back and forth. Kind of stalling here at the midfield line as we get down to the last 60 seconds of this game and potentially of this series if West Virginia find themselves ahead. But Akron is looking poised to make another shot on goal. That drop down wasn't quite where Patty wanted it. He had a really good chance at a shot there, but the play stays alive. Akron takes it around the corner here. Daunt with the challenge. It drops down just in time for Angel to take a bite.
Look at how far they're fighting for that 50, just all the way up. Every bit of boost being utilized. They know that winning these 50s right now is the key. And Daunt's done it!
Absolutely massive! Okay, he gets the reset off the ceiling. These are spectacular to see, let alone to be able to get it over the top of the defender. And you had somebody ready in the goal box. Now only 27 seconds left if Akron want to continue to see more of themselves playing NACE Starleague.
They have to do it right now. We were talking about the goals, not seeing the flashy. I found the flash. It's right there. Oh my goodness.
Been Daunt this whole time, and Daunt has really shown up, especially towards the end of this series. I will say the last couple of games, we already talked about him covering all the bases. Is he going to be able to reinforce the lead?
Yes, he will!
He is! Daunt scores a second one! It's going to be almost impossible for Akron to get ahead on this. I don't want to call anything till the fat lady sings, but oh my god, this freshman is taking names for himself.
Just the bounce play, they're so incredible. And Patty, bless his heart, I mean, that's just an impossible ball to read, isn't it?
Yep, you can't, once you're in the air, right,
it's
the
over.
Control, you can't force yourself down. You can try to get some sort of jump, try to get something. Angel says, I want a piece. I want something. And it was almost the opportunity for a similar situation that Akron saw in the past. We almost got 7 games, but we certainly didn't get a sweep, and we certainly didn't see a one-sided series. West Virginia, though, gets to see a one-sided scoreline because they did not lose a single game throughout all of this NACE Starleague tournament.
Yeah, and I think that the reality here is that West Virginia, based on their performances throughout the regular season and the playoffs, like, they deserved to make this run. And after losing in 4-2 fashion, by the way, to Northwood last time, now they're showing, hey, listen, we can do that too.
Yep.
We're right there. We are those guys.
Yeah, before we were saying the 27-0 stat, now we're just saying like the 8-0 stat, right?
It's
still an undefeated. It's just in series as opposed to individual games. But it took a team like Akron to bring that down a notch and to put that first loss onto the scorecard of West Virginia University. We almost saw a full series. I'm so grateful that we at least got to see some back and forth. And we also got to see that, hey, the top teams right now are real close to each other, right? There's no massive gap between 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that the biggest thing to talk about as well, though, is Daunt. I want to real fast just take a moment and sing this guy's praises because you were hitting on it all the way. Young guy, like freshman coming in, and our expectation coming into this game was like this is a really strong team. As a team, there are some stars. I don't feel like Daunt was in that combo, but he wasn't there, and he really did make those plays. Like, he was the guy to take over this game, and I think that can't be undersold.
No, not at all. If you're the standout when we're also talking about players like Angel and Toole, that's saying a lot. So a lot of opportunity for this player to grow, and West Virginia feeling really good. But we got other things to talk about, like sponsors. And I wish I had this, the Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. I want to try it so badly. I have to find it somewhere. We want to give a very special shout out to one of NACE Starleague's latest sponsors, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. Boost your game with Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. It's your journey. And then of course we also have Truth. Thank you to another sponsor. Truth launched a new gaming Discord focused on helping you win in-game and in life. Join discord.com/truthgaming for prizes, giveaways, community events, and more. And then, of course, finally, can't not mention Dunkin'. NACE Starleague runs on Dunkin', just like me. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. Unfortunately for me, there's no Dunkin' near me. I still have dreams. I used to live on the East Coast. I still have dreams that I went back to the East Coast, and the one thing that I remember from the dreams, I'm just trying to get to a Dunkin'. I'm literally trying to get to a Dunkin', and in the dream every time, I'm like, dang it, I wasn't able to get there. I'm like trekking across valleys and crevasses.
You're on a journey.
Sincerely, yeah. It
See,
makes that much
my
of a
journey
difference.
is like 5 minutes down the road to get some fantastic donuts. All right.
Yeah, whatever. All right. Okay, all right. Well, that's enough about food because I am getting quite hungry. I can't get any dunks. There was some Pizza Hut there I think I can see left over. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at some of the top 5 plays before, of course, Sepulence takes it over. And this is us with an interview with that winning team, West Virginia University.
lead here at the start after West Virginia putting together an undefeated season right up until this point right now.
Hey, you know what? Okay, hold on.
I don't know what the right waggly term is, but field vision? Listen, I was a soccer player, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't.
It's car soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
I'll get back to that. Patty doing it once again and finding these angles.
Feeling like things are coming to a head, right? Less holds being barred at this point in the series. So, less trepidation moving forward for this player, right? They realize how much is on the line, how much they can prove, and it's these really standout plays, these explosive plays that are making a big difference in these games.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, these saves.
Touch for a moment. Dawn's going to regain control and has one more opportunity. This is very dangerous. Not good for the one time, but that's Dawn to score in the final second. Zeros on the board. And Dawn delivers.
The freshman says, no, I don't want to see any overtime. Not yet, at least. They keep the ball. What's the longest overtime you've had?
For me, only 7 minutes. So.
What? I think for CRL last year, we had a 16-minute tool. He's going to start this one at only 25. That's all they need. They don't need extra time.
Yeah, and listen, Tool, I'm going to say the word quiet. That's not really meant to be a negative, but what was it as explosive as we saw on the previous game?
A lot of boosts to do that, so they don't have enough really for follow-ups. And it's this vicious circle with boost, right? If no
nice
way!
drop! Did you see that drop?
No way!
That was absurd. Watch this one again. The setup for Tool was absurd.
I love it. Hey, you know what? If you need an obstacle, just use your ally's rear, right?
How much? Hello, everybody, and welcome back just one more time to NACE Starleague Grand Finals here today, 2023. I am Septilence, joined by Tool, Daunt, and Angel. West Virginia, who just emerged victorious in what was almost a Game 7 series, but you guys do bang it out there in 6. So I do want to ask Angel, longest standing member of the team, the one that I personally have gotten to see the most, one we've seen in the collegiate scene very often. How rewarding does it feel to be in a circumstance where you've moved on with a new roster and you guys are still finding just as much success?
Feels great. I think last year we had some struggles, and I think this year, obviously, as you can tell, it's
Sure.
going a little bit better. So I can definitely say I'm happy that I moved on. I miss the old guys, but I can call them upgrades, I think. Now I can call them upgrades.
I mean, you've proved yourselves, right? In the ring, you have found that value and that access to success. And going against this, I think going against Akron, I'm sure this is not the first time you guys have gone against Akron. You are both collegiate giants in the Rocket League space. So I was really curious to hear, Dawn, is there anything specific you guys do maybe for a grand final? Is there anything specific you do against Akron? Because you've probably seen them so many times. Or what does the warm-up look like for such a successful team?
So basically what we do is we kind of like talk about what they like to do, and then we talk after that about how we want to counter it. So Akron as a team like to demo a lot.
Yeah.
So subconsciously we always, whenever we play them, we make sure to keep in mind, especially when we're third man, basically have eyes in the back of our head. Like know they're going to be coming from behind us and know that they're going to be trying to demo us.
And is that what that looked like after game 1 when Akron was able to win, just sneak out that victory? There was that the discussion right away is watch out for these demos.
Yeah. So we emphasized it even more after game 1, but before game 1 we knew about it, and I think game 1 could have been ours.
Sure.
It was just more of a warm-up game for us.
Kept it more interesting, right?
Right.
They went all the way to game 6,
Right.
keeping the fans entertained after they waited so long for Rocket League. But you guys are really no strangers to success in the field of Rocket League. West Virginia is pretty notorious for your performance consistently. So going through, how does it feel to put this trophy down, to come in with a new roster? I don't know how long the three of you have been playing together, but I know it's not long.
Yeah, no, it feels good. Me and Tool have teamed before, so we've been together for a
Okay.
while. Don as a new addition fits perfectly, I think, with us.
Perfect.
It feels great to win, especially a nice big trophy. So
Yeah, absolutely.
That's always nice, right?
Add it to the shelf, right? So Dawn, to be that player, to be kind of that sub-in where these two had played together before, they kind of knew each other's synergy, did you find a role straight away where you felt comfortable, or are you finding yourself more as that rotating third man to just be what these two might need?
At first, I was kind of the X factor.
Sure.
I hadn't played six-mans or any, like, I played with the same two players for probably like a year.
Wow.
So when I started playing with them, it was really stressful. I wasn't sure if I was going to fit in really well. Like over the summer when we were scrimming for a summer series, it was a little awkward. But I think I found my place. I've watched a lot of replays. I've put in a lot of work. So I'm glad that we're doing better now.
And what better way for the work to pay off than a big old shiny trophy
Right.
for you guys to take home? But moving into the future, do you guys feel, there's anything we're going to be seeing different? Do you think there's going to be any new strategies or performances from you? Or is it just West Virginia back on their way to the top?
I think next time we're going to make it 4-0.
Make it a 4-0? Okay,
I think that's what
so
we're
there's
going for
room for
next time.
improvement.
Right. There's always room for improvement.
Is that how you guys tend to treat these games?
Exactly.
Even with the win on the board, you still got to consider, what did we do differently? How did those two losses fall? And was there anything that happened today that maybe you're willing to share? You've already noticed, we've got to shake up on that. We've got to brush up on that a little bit.
Maybe not just yet. Not on broadcast.
All right, fair enough.
He gave away a little bit, maybe a little bit too much against Akron, but we'll keep the rest under wraps.
Yeah, that's okay for sure. Well, let's get this trophy up in the air. Let's get some celebration going. You guys have absolutely deserved it. So thank you so much for chatting with me.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
And that will bring our fourth and final game to a close here tonight. West Virginia University in a 4-2 victory over Akron with a big old trophy to take home as they have emerged victorious with, do not quote me, but I believe $1,500 and a $100 Pizza Hut gift card. Big shout out, Pizza Hut, for that. Now, folks, I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, Septilence, this is so sad. Why is today over? Well, because we've been here for 12 hours, and also because we've got 3 more games coming at you tomorrow. I believe we are starting with Call of Duty, into CSGO, into Rainbow Six. So tomorrow is all about FPS games, and we are super excited to meet you right back here at noon Mountain Time. We'll see you then. Player. Michigan is on their third. They're on their penultimate player. So the only goal of Judges right now is obviously to win. But if you can't, it's to take as many stocks as humanly possible. Judges goes a little bit too low. Has to use that down special to get back up. But I think Hydra might have the lineup there. Hydra, neutral special, doesn't allow. only on their second player. Michigan is on their third. They're on
The shields are so on point, and you want nice angle off the edge. You go up air, not gonna land. Still, Hawk realizes they're in a dangerous spot, and now on the ledge, the charger's out. This is how you lost the last two.
Smash.
Who is gonna predict what? Good dodge, good grab into the throwbacker. Laser misses, but that's gonna be a forward air off the edge. That's a little bit torpedo. I think that's done. Who died first? It's all.
Razor's going to use the Matrix. It's going to be enough for them to continue on. Vision gets very low, but that's not the target they're looking for. The Pulse Bomb is up and available. Noxious gets taken down. Squeak going to be the next target here. He's able to get out, but Freedex ends up falling very quickly. Maryville find themselves a lot of extra pressure now. Vision has the nano boost, and it's just the smacks into
That's great, and they do. They reach in an OT time. I remember they only get a snipe on Tree. Tree is out. Squeak able to find Vision. Hey, maybe they can turn around. They are trying to cap halfway, 3/4. One more to go, and they do. It is granted by Maryville, and now they just got to win an OT. The chase. Noxus says, please do not get there, and they do. They turn it. We are going to the flashpoint 5.
They did it. They took it. They took out King. It's a bait from Maryville. They don't even need the Baron right
Great
now.
stop.
The Harris, no way that only hits one. Remember, the hook hitbox once again leaves me baffled. Barlow gets another kill as Zyko falls. In the meantime, that gives space for Spyrax to jump in there, clean up some more for the side of Maryville. Now, if they want, they can. Fortunately, Harrisburg isn't trying. It feels like they're not trying to set anything up themselves. There's the follow-up engagement. Mesa goes in with the Cyclone. Chains of Corruption coming out from Mako. Actually, no, chains are not even up yet.
No.
It is a big shutdown that Mako manages to get, but the hook comes through from Psycho. I can't say his name enough. He gets a double.
I don't know what the right Raggly term is, but field vision? Listen, I was a soccer player, okay? I'm sorry. I can't.
That's why it's car soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh!
I'll get back to that. Patty doing it once again and finding these
Getting a lot of boost to do that, so they don't have enough really for the follow-ups. And it's this vicious circle with boost, right? If you no
nice
way!
drop. Did you see that
No
drop?
way!
That was absurd. Watch this one again. The setup for Tool was absurd.
I love it. Hey, you know what? If you need an obstacle, just use your allies' rear, right? I'm feeling like things are coming to a head, right? Less holds being barred at this point in the series. So, less trepidation moving forward with these plays, right? They realize how much is on the line, how much they can prove, and it's these really standout plays, these explosive plays that are making a big difference in these games.
Wow.
Oh my